LaRosa, don't mention me this week, because this week we going up. Y'all know when it comes to us covering trials, nobody does it better in the hip-hop face. That Barracuda-looking bitch better not fuck around and get me off of my Diddy trial coverage, because I'm going to be on your ass in the worst way. Please, Lord, keep me near the cross. I want to focus on what we got to do. I want to do exactly why y'all love me. Great breakdowns. Let's get right into it. All the details. Let's pull up the background history. We're going to do it all this week. I'm doing that. Plus, I'm also doing double time. After this, I got to go do a whole show prep. Because if you don't know, this show is happening. Okay? So, I want to stay on topic. But if I got to deal with a Scud missile, just pray to God I don't crash out too crazy, okay? Let's try to keep on topic, though. Chat, welcome. This is day 2 of 30, but really it's the day 1 of the Diddy trial. Diddy trial has now officially started. They went through opening statements. We're also getting a preview of what's going to be going on in court. Chat, this is explosive. This is crazy. Get on up in here. Grab some popcorn. Order some food if you're at work. Shout out to all my people on the East Coast, all my truck drivers. I love y'all. If you're driving for Amazon, I love you. Okay? You driving for FedEx, DHL, you driving for motherfucking UPS, shout out to y'all. I know y'all be having me on y'all phones. It's all good. We rocking today. All right? And even the people who listen on Spotify afterwards, I love y'all too. Wherever you listen to this, I don't care. Shout out to my people on Kick, Rumble Gang in the building. Of course, we're here on the King Academics and, of course, on the Academy page as well. And Facebook, I didn't forget about you. Y'all good too. Okay? They only say 5 people over there. Goddamn, y'all niggas is dead. Kick, what up? If I don't get too drunk today, end of stream, 1 hour exclusive Kick stream, gamble a little bit, talk some shit. I might go off during that time. Who knows? All right, bet. We got to get into this, chat. I don't know if there's much background that needs to be given before I get into this. We've been talking about so much pre-trial stuff. Diddy officially is on trial. We're going to get to the details, okay? Now, opening statements happen. Now, remember, they were at 43 jurors. They had to whittle it down to 18. They did that rather quick this morning. Both sides had what they call preemptive strikes, where they could basically, it's like a red flag or a yellow flag. Throw it on the plate. Yo, get this motherfucker off the jury pool. They got to 18, and immediately those people got sworn in, and immediately the jury is now seated and is going to be sitting for the duration of the Diddy trial. So what usually happens with the trial, the judge goes over the case, basically says why everybody's here, also explains legally, you know, the ramifications of jury selection and whatever, and also what this person is potentially facing in terms of his freedom, and then basically goes into how it's going to work. Then we obviously see opening statements by the prosecutor and also the defense. That's basically a summary, a pre-summary. That's some Lauren LaRosa shit. I can't stop taking shots at that hoe. I ain't gonna lie to you. She started disrespect. I hope y'all, when I'm dissing her 5 years from now, I hope y'all don't be like, yo, Ack, why you dissing this bitch? No, never. I'm not stopping. Fuck it. Fucking bitch. Anyway. Calm it down. So, opening statements, it's like a summary, right? Yo, let me tell you what you should expect to hear, as the prosecutor would say that. We're going to bring these witnesses. So it's going to give us a good preview of what is to come. What Diddy's defense team is going to do in their opening statements is kind of take the theory that the prosecutor is going with and say, this is all taken out of context. It's misunderstood. It's a bunch of hogwash. They're trying to bury this guy with all type of things that are, you know, out of context. It might look bad, but this guy's innocent. We're going to, without further ado, let's get into the tweets. I want to say shout out to my man, Inner City Press. Also, salute to some great people who are in court today. They actually said, I got their cell phone numbers. They said, Ack, hit us anytime. We got you the details. Now, granted, I want to try to start a poll on every platform, Kick, Rumble, and also even both YouTube channels. Should Big Ack show up to one of these goddamn trial dates? I want to show up. I want to see what's going on live and live in person. You get what I'm saying? Here we go. So, shout out to Inner City Press. I'm going to read a bunch of his tweets. He's in court. And again, if you don't know, there's not any cameras allowed in court. So essentially, I don't know how he's doing it. I don't even know if they allow the phones in there necessarily, but he's somehow scribing to the tweets in almost pretty much in real time to update us on what's going on. By the way, we did the same thing for the 6ix9ine trial. This is going to be our main update way, other than when it's lunchtime, they're going to be able to leave court, and then we could get a video update from whoever was there. We'll try to check as many updates as we can to get a fair and balanced perspective. Because remember what happened in the Tory case. We were hearing pretty much one narrative like, yo, Tory finna spank this, then Tory gets found guilty. We want to be as fair as we could be. If you're asking my disposition in terms of biasness, I have no bias in this. If Diddy did some of these things, like I've heard about Diddy being this evil monster. So I don't know the nigga. I spoke to him once while he was in jail. Okay? Other than that, I ain't speak to him. I never knew him. And I always saw everybody in hip-hop was always kind of scared of him, claiming that he had some other type of, otherworldly powers to get people disappeared. Then we watched last night with I'll Be Sure. He's saying that his mystery, coma, and stroke, he's blaming on Diddy. So we have no idea. Anyway, let's get into this. So at 8:37 a.m., and this is East Coast time, and if you guys are wondering, no matter where you guys are from. By the way, real quick, everybody, we do need to do this. We do this pretty much, or I'm trying to do this every stream. I need everybody to check in. Where are you repping? Where are you from? By the way, I haven't ordered my 2 coffees yet. For whatever reason, McDonald's will not deliver before 5 o'clock today. I don't know what the fuck's going on. So I have to schedule for 5. So I won't get coffee for 4 hours. So keep me up. By the way, if you realize, me with coffee and stream, way better. So I ordered 2 black coffees, but I haven't gotten, won't get here for a while. Anyway, so everybody check in. I don't care if you're from Wisconsin, if you're from LA, if you're from Seattle, Washington, if you're from Omaha, if you're from Nebraska, wherever the fuck you're from, just check in real quick, okay? Or you're from Idaho. Anyway, or if you're from anywhere else in the world. Shout out to my people, Toronto, Mississippi, Boston in the building, California in the building. Ooh, Arizona. Did I say that already? Somebody says Jamaica. That's where I'm from, born and raised. Damn, I see y'all boys in here. Charlotte in the building. I want to come to Charlotte, man. Charlotte looks like a great place. Las Vegas, Vermont, Jacksonville, Florida, East Orange, New Jersey. Okay, we got East Los Angeles in there. Someone said, I'm surprised you're not drunk yet. Well, I start with a little bit of alcohol, but today is the day that makes me me and makes the rest of these motherfuckers bum. So I got to be on my shit. And even though, trust me, I want to go do another rant, but today's the day. We got to get back to what we do. This is what separates us from the bums. Okay? I see all y'all in here. New Orleans. Bozeman, Montana. Never heard of that before, but cool. I'm hearing about it now. Kinshasa, Congo. Ooh, okay. I see you out there. Bull City. What's Bull City? I don't know what that is. Brooklyn. Alabama, Houston, Trinidad, and South Africa. I see y'all on here. I love y'all. Big VA in the building as well. Tampa, Florida. Of course, I just seen Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Visala, Cali. Okay, Louisville, Kentucky. Okay, that's for what's going on. Let me go see where people from Kick are from. Where my people from Kick? Where y'all at? Broward County in the building. Okay, so all the Broward niggas over at Kick. Oh, they getting get over there then. St. Petersburg, Florida. I always want to go there. That's where Rod Wave is from. Egypt. Okay. I see another thing that say Broward. Dallas. Norway. You ain't from Norway. Stop capping. Houston. Somebody said we're watching from Kenya. Oh, my God. I love y'all in Kenya. Tampa, Flatbush, Missouri, Ethiopia. And you're not from Antarctica. Stop it. Cincinnati, Ottawa, Dallas, Philly in the building. St. Martin. Damn. Probably a dope-ass country I want to go. All right, cool. Let's get into this stuff real quick, chat. Again, we are here to try to, as much as this trial is not being streamed, this is where we've covered this trial, every update. We could give as much details. We're trying to do it live. And by the way, if you're thinking about, should I go to the trial, this is the advantage. I get to cover, in between tweets, we could go look something up, look at old interviews, videos, see how it all connects. Anyway, let's get into it. So 8:37 this morning, Sean Combs has still not been brought into the courtroom. The lawyers are milling around. Brian Steele, shout out to Brian Steele, who's, by the way, I think he's like third chair on the attorney list. He comes up to AUSA, Maureen Comey, which is the daughter of former FBI director James Comey, to shake hands. Okay, so, got to shake hands with the ops before you slaughter them. Brian Steele's a shrewd operator. That's exactly how he operated in Fulton County. He made the Fulton County DAs look like jokes, like they didn't even have a law degree. And he did it respectfully. He did it in a way where it felt like it was just business and it wasn't personal. So him going up and shaking hands with the AUSA, if Brian Steele, and I don't know how much he will be taking the lead in making some of these statements. We're going to see who does an opening for Diddy. Is it Brian Steele? I think it's going to be Mark Agnifilio because he's been the number one from the get-go. Number two is going to be Tenny Garagos. That's a woman who is the daughter of Mark Garagos, okay? By the way, I did get confirmation because one of the PR people that's working for Diddy who hit me said, hey, I'm going to be in court. Here's my cell phone number. Call me anytime. I looked at their bio from the thing they sent, and it says they work at Garagos and Garagos. You know what that means? That means Diddy's PR person works for Mark Garagos. So Mark Garagos pretty much does work for them, right? Even though he's not the official lawyer, but his daughter is, okay? Anyway, second reason why I do believe that Tenny Garagos, which is the second, in order of the lawyers, we have Mark Agnifilio. He's going to be the lead. He's going to do most of the heavy lifting, I think. Then we're going to have Tenny Garagos, okay? I heard she's a very fine attorney, really good. Daughter of Mark Garagos, but here's the thing, too. When it comes to sexual assault cases or any cases having to do with, you know, the assault of a woman, whether it's domestic abuse all the way to sexual assault, sometimes when a woman is your lawyer arguing on your behalf, it looks a little bit better, right? Because a woman could say certain things like, nah, Cassie wanted that shit. If a dude says it, you see misogynistic. It's a double standard of life. Everybody knows it. A woman could, you know, her tone, her making certain points hits differently rather than a man, right? So she's number 2, and I think it's important that she's number 2 because you needed a woman on this at some point. Number 3 is going to be Brian Steele. Will Brian Steele actually cross-examine any of these witnesses? What Brian Steele was pretty good at doing, his cross-examinations were amazing. His motions were amazing when we looked at the YSL case. Will we see any of that? This is a dude who, he's like Luka. He's like, who's the hottest or best player in the NBA right now? That's Brian Steele. So we're not expecting him to just be sitting in the back, like just whispering in, you know, his client's ear or like the ear or just writing notes, passing it to other defense attorneys. We expect him to make some significant impact. He just came off a big win. He has to be involved in some way. We will see how that is. Okay. So Comey and Brian Steele shake hands. Agnifilio and Alex Shapiro are conferring. By the way, I think Alexander Shapiro is a lawyer that was hired for the appellate process. Remember when Diddy was trying to get out of jail? When Diddy was trying to get out of jail, the magistrate, not only the magistrate, which is an intake judge, the district judge, which is a submarinian, that guy, he denied Diddy's bail appeal, right? So what happened was they went to appellate court. And this is how it works in federal court, but it works like this kind of almost in state court. You could do what's called interlocutory appeals, which means appeals within the trial. And sometimes those will be happening while the case is still going, or sometimes those decisions are so important, they'll pause the case to get the decision on the appeal. So what happens is appellate court is so different because appellate court doesn't work like regular court. Appellate court works off, you submit an appeal, right? And after the appeal, you submit these briefs. The ops or the government submit their responses. You submit another response to them. Sometimes they do a counter, and then the judge mulls over everything. Usually they don't make a decision. They usually say, we're going to set a date that y'all could argue it, 20 minutes each orally. After that, I'm going to take 2 weeks. I'm going to decide. So usually people get different lawyers for that. So appellate court, sometimes you get different lawyers. I believe Alexander Shapiro is, I was going to play this, was, I think she was working on the, appellate lawyer. See, highly experienced appellate lawyer. So when Diddy was trying to get out of jail, remember Diddy quit on doing that. He basically consolidated his team and said, fuck it, let's just go to trial. But his appellate lawyers, he didn't just dismiss them because we're not in appellate court now. We're in main court. But the reason why he's keeping on Alexander Shapiro on his main team, remember, he has 8 lawyers, right? Brian Steele, Mark Agnifilio, Tenny Garagos, Alexander Shapiro, she comes from the appellate side. Number 1, she's a woman, which is a good look. Number 2, if there needs to be an appeal. So what happens in court, and this is, again, I'm giving y'all some basic things that we could understand what we're about to see. If in court, let's say, I don't know, it's a very, they're about to allow questioning along the lines of, I don't know, Diddy doing something that was uncharged or Diddy doing something to somebody who's not a victim. A lot of times what will happen is you'll hear objection, which means, hey, based on what we talked about in pretrial, this should not be allowed in the trial. Now, an objection in a trial is very important. It's what's called creating a record. So you have to create, so when a defense attorney objects, they put a note on the record that they had a problem with something. That is very necessary if you ever want to appeal. For example, with Tory Lanez. Tory Lanez didn't object to certain things, and because of his lack of objection, that is weighed differently when he wanted to appeal. So you need somebody to make sure the prosecutor doesn't fuck you over and just takes advantage of you. So having an appellate lawyer in there, I'm pretty sure she's going to be there to say, hey, object to this, because if we lose this argument or lose whatever, I need that objection on the record to appeal, okay? And by the way, so the objection is called preserving the record. Now everything is recorded, but when you object, you preserve that record of what you objected to. And when they look at that in the sense of an appeal, that's how they kind of like, all right, well, you objected to this, the judge overruled it, but you want a second look at it. Okay, let's look at it. If you never objected, sometimes they won't look at it, all right? So this person is, and by the way, and interestingly enough, this person also worked for Sam Bankman-Fried. Remember when I told you Diddy was in the jail with not only 6ix9ine, but as well with Sam Bankman-Fried. So Diddy, Sam Bankman-Fried, that's the FBF guy, and Diddy were all in the same jail. Do you think it's coincidental that Diddy basically hires his attorney? Now, granted, all these rich, famous guys share attorneys, but he hired his attorney, and I'm wondering if that's probably because of jail talk. Like, yo, who you got for your case? Oh, okay, I need somebody. All right, bet, let's hire her, okay? So she is on that case. She's an appellate lawyer, okay? Remember, appellate lawyer. So if you ask me what's her role going to be, her role is not going to be doing too much of main court shit. She's going to be sitting back, listening to everything, watching for everything. This is a contingency type of situation. If Diddy loses, appeals are going out right away. That's her job. Sit there, figure out everything that's being wronged in the case that you could use for Diddy. That's number one. Number two, raise these objections, or have Mark or Tenny or Brian Steele raise these objections. Will she be cross examining people? Nah, I don't think so. Will she be doing opening and closing statements? Nah, I don't think so. But she's there to make sure if Diddy blows trial, she's one of the best appellate lawyers in the land. She's going to make sure that he has a case at least in appellate court. Cool. Let's get back to it, chat. By the way, I'm sorry if you guys have never watched me. I know y'all watch me destroy these motherfuckers on rants. Y'all watch me when I'm doing my comedy shit. Y'all watch me in a lot of different phases. This is the phase where act locks in. I'm going to give you a lot of details. I'm usually really heavy detail filled. Sometimes you might be like, act, we know this. There's somebody in the stream that don't know it. I'm trying to break all this legalese down to the regular person. And we don't have cameras, so we're trying to get the best understanding we can, okay? And sometimes this court stuff could be confusing. I feel like I've put the work in to try to understand it, to break it down to y'all, okay? Hopefully you guys appreciate. I see people spamming on Kick that Tory Lanez got stabbed. No. Wow, okay. Let's deviate from that case for 1 second to handle this, just because it's important. I'm not going to do this much often because I want to really lock in on this Diddy case, but apparently, Tory has been stabbed in jail. He said this isn't how Tory wanted to get out of prison, but he is. After suffering a prison yard stabbing so bad he needs hospital treatment, he was apparently on the yard in a California correctional institution at Tehachapi on Monday when another inmate stabbed him, according to sources, including one law enforcement. It's unclear what the motivation of the attack was, but one source tells us that Tory was rushed by an ambulance to a nearby civilian hospital in Bakersfield. Just by last week, Tory posted a picture of himself looking pretty buff behind bars and bragging his next album will be dropping soon. Where's that picture? Let me see if I can find the picture. Sorry. Tory Lanez. Oh my gosh. They trying to stab up the boy, huh? Oh my God. Tory been looking a little bit big right here. Pause, right? Yeah, okay. So it says the artist serving a 10-year sentence at a California state prison for the 2020 stabbing of Meg Thee Stallion. Oh, not stabbing, shooting, I'm sorry. Of Meg Thee Stallion. Tory and Meg are battling each other in court. They're still battling each other in court. She's accusing him of enlisting various bloggers to continue to public smear and cyberstalk her. And we're told that Tory's stabbing injury is non-life threatening. I'm going to hit Tory's people to see if I can get an update. I don't like putting people... I don't like putting people like on the spot like this because I could call him. But But I'm asking his team if we have a status update on him. I want to send my prayers to Tory. Tory is obviously, again, no matter how easy or how, he always seems happy when I speak to him. Tory is incarcerated. And, it's not all roses. Yeah, he's made an album. He still pops his shit. He's always been a very jovial, very proud, very resilient individual, but he's in jail at the end of the day. And him being in jail, actually not jail, but prison, you know what comes with that. There's a lot of bullshit. It's not the nicest place. And of course, shit, if you got niggas on the street that want to test you, somebody in jail gonna want to test you and look like maybe he was stabbed. It's good to know it was non-life threatening. Non-life threatening, that's very important. But it is a little bit concerning if he was actually rushed to a hospital. That's not a medical facility within the jail, because it shows that if they need a civilian or outside of jail hospital to deal with his injuries, we got to be thinking at minimum maybe several stitches, maybe some, it could be, you never know. I don't want to speak some of these things into existence, but if, they have a medical facility and a ward at most prisons, usually they could treat abrasions, certain lacerations. This seems like it might be serious. However, we're getting told it's non-life threatening, okay? Keep touring your prayers, and as soon as I get an update, if I get an update this stream, I will let you guys know. Okay? His team did hit me, okay? I think I'm safe to say this. Apparently, yes, so they're confirming something happened. They're not giving me much details, but they did say at this point they haven't spoken with him. And that's also concerning as well. So, as soon as his team gets a handle on the situation, speaks to Tory, confirms what's what, and they relay that to me, I will surely let you know. But it appears that maybe his team at this point, that they're not all the way in the know of exactly what's going on. And I would imagine maybe Tory's at the hospital right now. He doesn't have the liberty to call his people, right? So we're going to send our prayers with him, and hopefully I can give you an update before the end of the stream, all right? Tory, we love you. Cool. Let's get back to the Diddy trial. Back to the Diddy trial, man. Okay. So now you guys are getting the cast of characters. We got Brian Steele. Looks like he's the third. Okay. This is the big three. We got Mark, Tenney, Brian Steele. That's the big three. Alexandra Shapiro. She's an appellate lawyer. She's going to still be in there, but we don't expect her to do much other than prepare for any appeals. Okay? Okay, the first step is going to be to preemptive challenges to 45 prospective jurors. Okay? A53, Sean Combs is now in the courtroom. By the way, they're on time. This is federal court. One thing about federal court, they have a reputation for going fast. They have a reputation for essentially when deadlines are set, we're going to do it when we say it. They move like this. They do get a bunch of cases. Obviously, it's a federal court that serves the entire 50 states and territories of the United States. They're not going to drag out cases for years or whatever. They're usually, when they say they are ready for a trial, they're ready for trial, okay? And judges are less forgiving in giving you more time, especially if you're not working on a plea or there aren't other extenuating circumstances. So it's like this. So we're even realizing Diddy gets to court, A53. Let's get it going on, right? What is he wearing? He's wearing a light sweater instead of last week's dark blue. That also might be kind of, if we think about just optics-wise, wearing lighter colors, seeming more, you got to make this guy not seem like a demon. He's going to be described as a demon and a monster his whole trial. Wearing light colors, that might be some psychology right there. Last week, before the jury was seated, he showed up in darker colors. Now he's showing up in lighter colors. That might be, again, I know this might sound like really trivial. It might be like, well, nah, nobody think. Yes, Diddy's paying tens of millions of dollars. I'm pretty sure they're thinking about everything, including his outfit, okay? So now he's showing up in a light sweater instead of last week's dark blue. He turns and blows a kiss to his family and members in the second row of the gallery, okay? A56, the clerk basically is going to confirm everybody's good before the judge walks in, and that's where we're going to go. The clerk says, everybody ready? Everybody's ready? This is game day. Clerk says, Mr. Combs, were you able to get some water? We'll make arrangements for it, okay? The judge still hasn't come in. 9:03. Agnifilio and Tenney, they're going over papers. This is game day. First day. This is game one of the NBA Finals. This is the Super Bowl. You can't fuck up. They're going over papers. By the way, the mere fact that we keep hearing about Agnifilo and Tenney. Their strategy, even before Brian Steele was hired, them going into it, they're 1-2 in this shit. Yo, look at this. Make sure you remember this. This is what we're gonna do on Cross. Hey, remember they were probably spent the entire weekend going over. They probably had investigators out the ass go over all 43 people's criminal history, everything history. Scour their social media to see who are we gonna sit on his jury. Combs, Diddy. He's wearing reading glasses. He's also looking down at papers. You got to be involved in your own trial unless you just want to get sent up the river, right? 3 of the 6 prosecutors are looking at or typing on their cell phones. So the prosecutors are chilling. They're like, yo, we about to send this bum-ass nigga Diddy to jail, okay? They're cooling. 926. The Combs lawyer, Agnifilo, and prosecutor Maureen Combs are the only ones in with Judge Subramanian, presumably doing the preemptive strikes to the jury pool, okay? In New York State Court, this is all done in public, in a courtroom, on the record. Wait for announcement of jurors. Okay, so it looks like they may have done it in private, but this, inner city press is saying in state court, usually this is done in public. So at 9:34, we're off. Judge says, good morning. We're here for preemptive challenges. Okay, or there was a part that was done in private, I guess, because they're doing some of this in public. AUSA Comey says, we strike juror 51. Agnifilo says, we strike 52 and 106. Comey says, we strike 216. Agnifilo says, 157 and 112. Comey says, we strike 118. Agnifilo says, we strike 127, 131. See, so they're basically just chopping them down. Comey says, we strike 81. Agnifilo says, 149 and 20. Comey says, we strike 160. By the way, the preemptive strikes, you don't have to give the reasons, right? Before, the judge kind of had to do this with cause, like, hey, well, why don't you want them to go on to the next round? You make your point, and then they might be like, the judge might be like, hey, could you be fair? And if the person said yes, they would pass them on to the last round. This last round is where you don't got to give no explanation. Get the fuck off of the jury, But the other side could do it as well. Okay. Comey says the defense was only supposed to strike 1 this round. Okay. Agnifilo says, okay. So apparently there's a structure. Hey, this round you can strike 2. This round you can strike 1. This round, and they're gonna whittle down till they get to 18, and whoever's not strike, that's the jury, right? So Comey, which is the daughter again of James Comey, which is a former FBI director, and her name is Maureen Comey. She brings up a point and says, hey, wait, breaking the rules. Agnifilo was only supposed to strike 1. He's trying to strike 2, which is 22 and 84, and Mark makes a decision to only strike 22. Then Comey says we strike 163. Then Agnifilo in the next round uses the 84 that he was trying to strike in the same round. Comey says we strike 220. Agnifilo says we strike 25. Comey says I believe he was supposed to strike in the alternate. Agnifilo said okay, so I guess they have like a situation where there's possible people for alternates and possible people for the pool. Agnifilo waits for a second, confers with Nicole Westmoreland. Okay, now this got to be like a lawyer that probably was involved or a jury specialist lawyer. Let's see. Sean Diddy adds another woman, which is a black woman, to his case. Her name is, it says Sean Diddy has added a team to his high-powered lawyers, a black woman attorney who in 2009 sued a well-known member of the hip-hop community after surviving sexual assault. Nicole Westmoreland, who runs her own firm, joined the rap mogul's defense team this week with a notice of attorney appearance landed in the case docket as jury selection went on the way. Her sole job is probably, as someone who has survived sexual assault, this and third, probably she could notice a few things about the jury pool, help advise them as who they should strike, who not to. Don't know what she's on for the whole case, but we don't know what her involvement is going to be. But we do get her name brought up because she seems important with Agnifilo figuring out who to get off the list next. So she looked like she had some research done. So they then strike, they strike 218. Comey strikes 324. Agnifilo strikes 240. Comey strikes 281. Agnifilo says one moment. And then he says, I note that the government has struck 7 black people out of 9 strikes. Ooh. By the way, I know you might be like, why they're saying this? Everything said here is on the record. Everything is on the record. Remember what I said, with objections, you preserve the record. But everything said in open court is on the record. He knows the press is going to hear this. He knows that they're not only fighting the biggest fight is the judicial court, but you're also fighting a court of public opinion. This is a great piece for media to grab. Yo, 6 white women that are prosecuting a black man struck 7 black people out of 9. So the white women don't want to see no black people on his goddamn case as jurors, right? And again, that plays good for the narrative. Again, at the end of the day, we're past the point of public court or the court of public opinion. It's all about what's going to be decided. But he made sure to note that, and he's noted on the record. Okay, cool. Agnifilio says, by the way, judge says, I'll give you a chance to raise that, but let's continue. Okay? By the way, the reason why he's also bringing that up, remember, you got your appellate lawyer there, right? That could be a conversation about maybe some type of prejudice in how the prosecutor is conducting this whole, trial, or their attempt to conduct the trial. If they're trying to make sure a black man getting tried by supposedly his peers, none of the peers is black. Okay? Think about it, right? So cool. The judge says, I'll give you a chance to raise that, but let's continue. Agnifilio says, all right, cool. We're striking 307. Submaranian says, our jurors are going to be 2, 5, 25, 28, 55, 58, 75, 116, 160, 184, 201, 217, 230, 234, 247, 292, 321, and 330. By the way, let me just tweet this out real quick for anybody who's on X. I got to stop using my X to beef with bum-ass bitches and actually, hold on, let me see. Wait, X. I'm trying to tweet out our link. All right, chat. By the way, I want to know what y'all think. One of our second highest live stream. Actually, I think third, because we did have 60,000 people in here when we were reading pretty much the verdict for 6ix9ine. And we were going over his case. Biggest streams ever for me. Tory Lanez verdict, 72,000 people were watching while we did that. The number one, obviously, is Drake and Kendrick. I think I had like several 100,000. Like, we shouldn't even count that. But other than that, it's always been court shit. So we had Tory at number 2, 6ix9ine at number 3. I really think this is going to be toppling Tory. So I think by the time we get to a verdict, and we're going to have like probably 100,000 people up in here. This shit is not televised. So, again, just lock in with me. We going to make sure we get you all the shit. Let me just tweet out this fucking link. Where y'all at right now? Y'all at work? Y'all chilling? Oh, okay, I tweeted out. Perfect. All right, we're back to it. So cool. So we kind of got like this list of what is going on. And it says, all right, so Agnifilio says the U.S. struck 7 black people, which amounts to a pattern. The judge says an application has been made under Batson. Ms. Comey, now the white woman who's the daughter of former FBI director James Comey, he says, no, we're neutral. She says we're neutral. So she's saying, no, we're not racist, right? An application has been made under Batson. Let's Google what that is. We gotta understand everything that's going on. Batson, I guess Batson versus Kentucky. That's probably a court case. Yep, Batson versus Kentucky. Let's see what this is. Oh, yeah. In a landmark case, Batson versus Kentucky, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in 1986 that a prosecutor cannot use preemptive challenges to exclude potential jurors solely based on race. Woo! Hey, Submaranian. He's on his shit. As a judge, obviously, this is your job. This is your life's work. When you get anointed or appointed as U.S. district judge, you serve for life. He's on his shit. He knows exactly what court case this would refer to, or a historic court case that went to the Supreme Court. So Batson versus Kentucky was a case that the Supreme Court listened to, and they ruled in 1986, if you as a prosecutor try to use your preemptive challenges in a racial way to get out all the black people, all the Mexicans, whatever, that is wrong, okay? And by the way, it challenged the removal of these jurors. Basically saying it created an impartial rule. By the way, here's the reason. In the 72 decision, the Supreme Court held that while a defendant is not entitled to have a jury completely or partially composed of his own race, the state, and by the way, the Supreme Court was operating, remember the Supreme Court is the highest court of all the land. Even state courts get to the Supreme Court. So if you have a state case, it goes to your state Supreme Court, and if the state Supreme Court rules, you could possibly bring it to the actual Supreme Court of the United States. By the way, there's 50 Supreme Courts. Each state has their own state Supreme Court, but there's one Supreme Court of the entire land. When the Supreme Court of the United States rules on anything, that's usually precedence. Not only that affects everything in federal court, because obviously it's a federal body, but it affects state court too, and people and also attorneys usually refer to that case in when they're trying to do whatever. So this case, 1986, Kentucky versus Batson versus Kentucky. It looks like the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in a 72 decision, hey, the state is not permitted to use its preemptory challenges, right? And this is how jury selection went. We went over this. We have a couple of different rounds until they whittle it down to usually 12 jurors and then maybe 4 or sometimes, in this case, 6 alternates, right? They're saying the preemptory challenges can't be automatically used to exclude potential members just because of their race. The Equal Protection Clause guarantees the defendant that the state will not exclude members of his race from the jury on account of race or false assumption that members of his race are not qualified to serve. So I think that's a great, and by the way, again, chat, this is going to be chess. It's showing you, number one, Diddy's lawyers are prepared. They wanted to raise this on the record. Whoa! Hey, 7 out of 9 of the people that they have disqualified are black. What's up? Cool. They bring this on the record. So now it says an application has been made. So the judge is now saying, and this is where all the appellate stuff is going to come in. Because now the judge is saying this is on the record. There is going to be further conversation about this, that if you get found guilty, this is a great thing to bring up on appeal. And also you could say that we did say this was not cool during the trial. The judge made a note of it. We're good. So Diddy's lawyers, Agnophilia, as much as I thought he was like kind of stupid, not really stupid, but because I know he's smart, but he said too much. He wasn't a good PR lawyer. In court, he's doing his thing. Okay, he's doing his thing. Comey, she says, nah, we neutral. Okay, bet. Comey says, juror, so she's now trying to explain herself why she ain't racist. Juror 51 knew 17 of the names, appeared to have seen Making a Band, which is a show Diddy did, has a relative with law enforcement issues. The next strike, he harassed a police officer and didn't report it, had a sister, his sister had an issue, and this clears the bar. There are good reasons, okay? Juror 81, we think they claim to have special knowledge of bipolar. Okay, so she's explaining herself. He said it was inevitable. He'd lose 30% of his income, but won some. So we struck 163, I believe, for cost due to English proficiency, and he had a relative who shot at the police. Okay, so she's explaining why she eliminated all the black people, right? And Comey continues to say, he called the police assholes. We struck him. In 281, she said victims can catch a case and jump on a bandwagon. We think she has an agenda. These easily clear the Batson bar. So on the record, the prosecutor in real time has defended why she has taken out 9 of the preemptive challenges that she's eliminated. 7 of them are black. She's saying it got nothing to do with race, but actually because of certain red flags we noticed from them. Judge Submaranian says, I deny. Okay, so it looked like that was almost damn near like a motion. Says, I deny the defense Batson challenge. Those were not based on purposeful discrimination. And by the way, here's the thing. There's pros and cons to all these jurors. It's kind of hard to prove this like Batson, standard because, yeah, I eliminated all the black people, but if I could say one thing bad about each black people that I eliminated, I'm not racist, y'all. So you're telling me all the white people. So I don't know how many black people were potential jurors, but you eliminated 7 out of 9 of them. Come on now. Anyway, whatever. The judge says, we'll bring the jury in a few minutes. Perfect. Here we go. So now 10:17. The jury is now seated. Judge Arun Subramanian, he says, welcome back. This is U.S. United States versus Sean Combs. We will be providing lunch for you in a jury room. We will not release your names to the public. The clerk now swears the jury in. Okay? The judge says questions are not evidence. Only answers given by the witnesses and documents are evidence. You can consider circumstantial evidence like someone walking in with a dripping umbrella. You could surmise it's raining outside even if you don't see it. The judge says that, by the way, this is instructions I was telling you was going to happen. That a witness uses a pseudonym doesn't mean that their testimony is any worthy of less weight. Why does this matter? There's going to be, on the record, some people are going by Jane Doe. So there are going to be certain people who are not going to be called by their real name. Cassie will be called Cassandra Ventura, but there's other people, they will be called Jane Doe. And it will be listed on the record and in transcripts, and I don't believe their real name will ever be used in court. It's trying to protect them and their supposed victims. Says, during the trial, do not read or view anything and listen to anything about a case. Don't post anything. Once the U.S. rests, the defense can present. So they're saying defense first, prosecutors or AUSAs first, then we're going to go to defense, should he choose to. By the way, not in all cases has defenses chosen to produce or provide a response. For example, the guy who killed young Dolph, Justin Johnson, straight shooter, whatever his name is, they had, as soon as the prosecutor finished doing their case, they rested. They said, we don't have a defense. There's no defense needed. We did our cross on their case. We don't want to put nothing else into the air. Of course, that nigga got found guilty. Okay, life. Anyway, so I think that's a bad strategy, but I'm giving my opinion. Right? Let's stick with the facts. AUSA Johnson says this is Sean Combs. So this is now, it appears, opening statements, because now we're finally hearing AUSA speak. Right? This is the prosecutor. Now, interestingly enough, Maureen Comey, who's, again, daughter of James Comey, former FBI director, she's not going first. I thought with all the, she was really heavy in jury selection. So is Mark Agnifilio. I thought she was the lead. We heard she was the lead, but we're now hearing AUSA Johnson, which is somebody else. Let's look up that person. AUSA Johnson Diddy. By the way, it's important for us to get a look at these people. So this is Emily Johnson. AUSA Emily Johnson. AUSA Emily Johnson. This is the person who's speaking first, and this is her right here. Okay, so she's the one who's speaking first. And by the way, Maureen Comey, this is her right here. So this is James Comey's daughter. And then the other one, AUSA Emily Johnson, is her. So you see two of the 6 white women who are going to be doing their thing. All right. So let's go. It says, this is Sean Combs. To the public, he's a cultural icon, a businessman, larger than life. Sorry, let me make sure I can see it. This is Sean Combs. To the public, he's a cultural icon, or that, they say was. He was a cultural icon, businessman, larger than life. But there was another side to him. You will hear about the 20 years of defendant's crimes. He had a team to help him. Kidnapping, arson, drugs, sex crimes. Let's start with one night. By the way, there's going to be some typos. He's typing quickly, or somebody's typing quickly. Maybe it's AI. I don't know. He was on the hunt for his girlfriend, Cassie. He forced her to have sex with male escorts while he watched and recorded it. He found out Cassie was seeing another man. Furious, he set out to find Cassie and the other man. He woke up an employee, drove to his house, but no one was there. The defendant didn't give up. He kept looking for Cassie. When he found her, he beat her brutally, kicking her in the back and flinging her around like a rag doll, but that wasn't enough. He told Cassie he could release a video of her having sex with male escorts. He broke into a man's house and he beat and blackmailed his girlfriend. These are not his only crimes. Cassie's not the only one he beat and sexually exploited. 20 years of crime. He had a business, Bad Boy Records. That made him right. He relied on his bodyguards, chief of staffs. By the way, when you hear chiefs of staff, you know the person who they call is Ghislaine. That's the person named KK, which is Quran. I forgot what her name is. So his last chief of staff was Diddy. I'm fucking up the name. Yeah, see? Christina Karam, former chief of staff. By the way, if you remember her when Diddy was going through all this shit, she was pictured with him sitting on Star Island while he was looking dumb stressed. Here we go. And apparently she's like the Ghislaine Maxwell. She's been helping him out with a lot of shit. By the way, we've seen her. I don't know if she showed up to court, but yeah, remember when he was looking stressed right here? She was sitting right next to him, looking like she just woke up too. So I don't know if she giving him the pussy and she's just the chief of staff, whatever. But she looked like she's locked in with him where she was, all right, Sean, let's get through this. But she looked like she's a loyal one for Diddy. And probably the one that if she ever turned on Diddy, it's raps, right? So this is another picture. Look like she's there. Look, Diddy look fucking stressed as a motherfucker. She's, you want a mimosa, you want a back rub, you want your balls tickled, whatever. You know what I mean? It is what it is, right? She's on her phone. Diddy was like, look, Diddy's in a fetal position. She's on her phone. She making sure shit happens. She got to help this motherfucker out, right? Again, it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, bet. So we now hear that the prosecutors are saying chief of staffs have been involved in this, right? It says his bodyguards, chief of staffs, who all ran aspects of his life. The group promoted his power. Only his bodyguards kidnapped an employee and set a car on fire, dangled a person. They delivered drugs whenever he said, including to a woman he forced to have sex. They delivered drugs whenever he said, including to a woman he forced to have sex with, an escort. He transported them across state lines, even out of the country. Let me be very clear. This case is not about a celebrity's private sexual preferences. This was criminal. He coerced and even used violence. Along the trial, it will focus on two women, Cassie and Jane. Now, we all know Cassie. Her name is used. The other victim's name supposedly won't be used. Jane. Who is Jane? From what I've been told, lightly, I haven't gotten into it yet. We'll figure out who it is by basically what they're saying, because we are going to hear what they're saying or see what they're saying. We won't know who they are. I hear Jane Doe is either one or two people. Remember the girl Gina? The girl who basically went on Tasha K and said that he forced me to do like after the abortion, he put his hands on me. It's either her or remember the chef that sued Diddy long ago saying Diddy was jerking off or whatever when she came to serve him food? Chef Diddy. Former chef for Diddy alleges long-standing abuse, blah, blah, blah. So this is either this person or it's Gina Diddy abuse. I remember she did the interview with Tasha K. Remember this woman?
Child was, and then he
so either one of them, that's Jane Doe. So we could probably surmise at this point, but we're jumping ahead of the gun. We're gonna find out shortly anyway. But that's victim two. That's victim two. By the way, keep in mind, there's two strong victims. The other victims might not even show up to court. One of the victims, supposedly victim 5 or 4, won't be there at all because they said they can't contact that person no more. Some people feel like they may have got paid off. Who knows? So the main witnesses, there's no Little Rod, no none of that shit, none of the people that Tony Busby got. We got Cassie and either this woman or the chef. We're going to figure out who Jane Doe is in a short bit. So let's keep it going, chat. Are y'all here with me? Y'all rocking? I got to do a little wellness check on y'all sometimes. Y'all good? We got 11,000 strong on King Academics right now. 5,000 strong on the Academy. We got 20,000 people up in here, bright and early, first day. Okay, let's get to it. So, it says, here we go. So we're gonna focus on two women. So they're outlining their plan. We're gonna focus on two women, Cassie and Jane. We will show that the defendant lied, used lies, drugs, threats of violence to force them to have sex with him in front of male escorts. He called them freak-offs, wild king nights, or hotel nights. His staff organized flights, cars, hotels. At his direction, his staff set up the rooms with lubricant and lighting. Ooh, lighting? What the fuck? What type of freak shit is this? Chat, what type of lighting do you bring to the freak-off? What lighting do you bring to the freak-off? Now, we're going to see, by the way, remember we heard this whole thing about baby oil? I've always said, listen, not TMI, but come on, we all grown, y'all have sex too. Baby oil is some cheap nigga lubricant, right? Like, I can't imagine a billionaire using baby oil as sex lubricant. That's some cheap shit, right? Just go get KY or something. So we're going to figure out what the fuck the baby oil was for. It could be for some performance thing. We're going to get to all the details. The only thing we won't see is the videos they're going to show in court. By the way, we haven't heard about necessarily how they're going to treat videos. If maybe they'll say, hey, this is a sensitive thing that showcases a victim being sexually assaulted. Let's clear the courtroom. Everybody get out of here except the jurors. The jurors are going to have to see everything. You know, jurors in cases, even when it's murder cases, you're going to have to see the body. Like, it is what it is if that's part of the evidence, right? They have a bunch of tapes where supposedly are freak-offs. They're going to have to watch them. Will the gallery and press and everybody else be able to watch them? I don't know. That's going to be a matter of privacy, security, and everything else. Obviously, if you're trying to prosecute a criminal case and you claim these people are victims, you don't even want their name to be used. Granted, nobody, I don't think, would be stupid enough to record or try to sneak out a phone and record in federal court, but we've seen that type of dumb shit already. There was a video 6ix9ine testifying. There was a video of 6ix9ine testifying, which should have never been allowed. This was 6ix9ine on the stand here, and people were very surprised that video ever came out. By the way, that after that video came out, the judge scolded everybody in the court, and there was a lot of other shit that came out. Anyway, let's get back to it. So cool. All right, so at the direction of his staff, they set up lubricant and lighting. The staff came in with cash to pay the escorts and drugs, okay? He made them take MDMA or Molly and ecstasy, and it made them sick but also sexually aroused. He directed every step. By the way, also, according to a lot of the criminal complaints, or the civil complaints, I should say, we heard a lot of allegations that there were, we heard a lot of allegations of the date rape drug. It's called Rufinol, right? Rufinol. Because remember, all the civil cases had this pattern. Oh yeah, I went there, I took one drink, I almost fell asleep, and I woke up and there's 5 niggas fucking me, right? Rufinol. I don't know how to spell it. Oh yeah, this is how it's spelled. It's spelled Rufinol, right? It's a trademark name for whatever, but it's known colloquially as the date rape drug. So we're gonna find out if if the prosecutors do have any type of proof that Diddy was using anything to drug women. Now, granted, we're not here to defend Diddy. We're only here to go over facts. What we have heard, even through maybe a few minutes of opening statements, did Diddy provide drugs? Yes. Was it the drugs the people expected? We don't know. Did he use something that was out of the ordinary to get somebody in an induced, sedated state that they could be taken advantage of? We haven't seen proof of that yet. However, there's about 80 complaints that claim they had a way to put it in the Ciroc, to put it in whatever. Again, we're at trial. The prosecutors can't come with theories. They got to come with what they could prove. So we're going to hear if we hear anything about date rape drug. So when you hear drug, you got to imagine it's the Molly, it's the fucking pink cocaine, whatever they be snorting and all that bullshit. I'm not hearing date rape drug yet, right? But we'll find out later. Okay, cool. So he expected the women to appear to enjoy themselves. That's very important that they're actually saying this. And by the way, I'm sorry I'm ad-libbing all of this, but we got to be very laborious. It's going to, like, we're reading tweets here. You know why I think they say that? Because there's going to be a video where Cassie's probably squirting like a motherfucker, like laughing like it's going out of style, like she's having fun. And she's having complete ecstasy while this freak off is happening. And she looks like she's into it. And that's why they're throwing this in early to say he expected them to appear to enjoy themselves. Because what they're going to say, despite whatever videos that will exist of these things happening, these women were not enjoying it. They were being abused. That's why I think they put that in. He masturbated and recorded the events. Cassie was 19 with the hit song. Says Cassie tried to work on her music, but a defendant made her turn down many opportunities. She recorded, but then he had the final say over the music she released. There was never another album. Sorry, hold on. He hit Cassie in the head and drug her by the hair. Now, that's clearly addressed in that 2016 video. We've all seen it. We're going to pull up a lot of old shit you guys have seen, but we want to make sure we're all staying on track. Cassie, Diddy, Hotel. This is the video they're clearly referencing.
Disturbing.
They're referencing now, which is this video right here. Hit her in the head, drug her, all that type of stuff. Right? By the way, trigger warning. I know, See? Here's it. Oh, shit. Y'all couldn't see. I'm sorry. Not trying to see. Hit her. Bang. And then he drags her. So they're mentioning that video, which, by the way, was not excluded, if you didn't know. In pretrial, the judge did not agree that that video tainted the jury pool and should not be allowed. Anyway, let's keep it going. So it says, so there was never another album. He hit Cassie in the head and drug her by the hair. He stomped on her face in an SUV that made her stay in a hotel for a week to hide her injuries. He set up freak-offs as often as once a week. She spent half of her time. The defendant made an escort urinate in her mouth. Wow! First explosive detail. Diddy made an escort urinate in Cassie's mouth. When Cassie get on that stand, y'all, she fully pregnant. When she start crying, I don't care even if you see the video and she's like, nah, bring both of y'all dicks over here. I want to suck them at the same time. It don't matter what she says. When you see a woman crying and say, yo, he let a nigga pee in my mouth, bro, that's going to just sound crazy. Because, again, the kinkiness that, and by the way, maybe that's their kink. But that just sounds crazy because regular people don't have escorts pee in the love of your life's mouth. Like, I don't care if you're a cuck or whatever. That's not normal. That ain't normal. So when she starts crying and recounting these things, and you know it's going to happen, she's taking a stand. Yo, he told me we were role playing to pretend that I was in Dubai, and he let this escort just shit on my stomach. Oh my God, it's going to be hell, bro. He made an escort pee in her mouth. Okay, cool. Says you will see in his trial, he beat her in the hallway of a hotel. By the way, they're referencing the 2016 video again. Then dragged her back into the freak off. Okay, initially she wanted to make him happy. So now they're positioning this to say she was a young girl, wanted to make it in the industry. She didn't have much money. This guy has a lot of power, money, fame, everything that she probably desires as well in life. And he has this control over her that is probably monetarily, not only physically, but all these things. And she was trying to make him happy, but all he did was use that as a way to abuse her. Cool. The consequences was severe. He said he beat her when he thought she took too long in the bathroom. Defined him with ended violence. She fled, but he found her with the help of his inner circle. Cassie's career was in his hands. He told her he could destroy her career by releasing a video. When he said to have a freak off, she knew she had no choice. She called the escort. So that's another thing they're saying. They're admitting in opening that Cassie was the main person to call the escort. Because that's going to be Diddy's defense and say, yo, how's she a victim? She hired all the guys. So they're making it known now she was forced to call the escorts. And by the way, I think that's a decent point and a pretty easy point that the AUSA could get over. I'm going to tell you why. They're going to say Diddy's too famous. Diddy would have her do his dirty work or other people do his dirty work. Diddy wasn't going to be like, hey, bro, is your cock throbbing again? Come back over and piss in Cassie's mouth and dick her down while I jerk off to you dicking her down. He would have her make the call, even though these people, if they're regulars, would probably know what it is. Okay, cool. She called the escort to put on a performance that he wanted. So they're dressing this up as this is some freaky-ass nigga performance. He said her safety depended on keeping him happy. The relationship was complicated. Both were unfaithful, but only one of them had power. So they're giving certain amends here. They're saying, oh, well, okay. What they're playing counter chess. Yo, we know Diddy's team is going to go up there and say, hey, we had two people who were in a very toxic relationship. They both put their hands on each other. But at the end of the day, these allegations only came around after she left Diddy for the trainer because she was cheating. Okay? And after she is with the broke-ass nigga, now she wanted to sue, and that's where the government picked up on that lawsuit and turned it into a Fed case. That's going to be the argument of Diddy. Say, yo, she was cheating, and I left her ass for cheating. Now she's suing. Why didn't she raise all these points while I was with her? So they're admitting. They're giving it up. They said Cassie was cheating too. And again, this is going to show their strategy. He said, but only one of them had power. They're saying, listen, it's not about cheating. It's about who had the power. So he made Cassie do his bidding in those dark hotel rooms. Cassie was not the only one. This was a pattern. Let me tell you about Jane. She was a single mom that started spending time with him in 2020. She fell in love with him. He was seeing other women. Let's see if this is Gina Hugh. I think this might be Gina Hugh. Gina, let's look at the interview. Let me go back to the full interview, and I think this interview is going to. This is part one. Cool. Here we go. Here we go.
And Diddy.
So if she met her, if she says in this interview I met him in 2020, it's her. Remember, she was right before Young Miami, right? By the way, we have no clue if Young Miami is going to be a part of this case, listed as victim, witness, or has been subpoenaed. She probably did get subpoenaed maybe in a grand jury setting, or she at least talked to the cops. Like, we got to be realistic here. We're not going to do the whack 100 like, oh, yeah, the feds are investigating the whole thing, and they didn't talk to you. Now, they definitely talked to Young Miami. That's a fact.
Nothing really transpired during that meeting in Miami.
No.
Okay.
Nothing. So, no. In Vegas.
In Vegas.
Yeah.
Okay. So he was trying to holler in Vegas.
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. So I want you to be patient with her. Once they get it, it's over.
Yeah.
So, all right. So I want to start from the beginning, okay? Because we discussed a lot over the phone. Some very, very intimate details and things that just kind of made me go, wow. Okay. About the specifics of you and Diddy's relationship. So I want to start from the beginning. Okay.
Okay.
How long have you known Diddy?
I've known him for 5 years.
5 years.
Yes.
Okay. This might not be her then, because this interview was 5 years ago, and she said she knew him for 5 years, so it would be 10 years ago. That would be 2015. Okay, we don't want to sidetrack. Let's stay on the court shit. She said she started spending time with him in 2020. Doesn't mean when they first met. She fell in love with him. He was seeing other women. One night he told Jane about the freak offs and made it happen immediately. He took her to a hotel where escort was on the way. He directed her step by step. Jane thought it was a one-time wild night. She was wrong. He continued, offering a real relationship. Jane wanted the escort to wear condoms, but the defendant did not let them. Jane tried to make it through the night without drugs. The first time she broke down and took ecstasy to finish. Another time she vomited, but he said, go do it again. Jane found 2 men and invited them to join the freak offs. Thought she wasn't with it. Whatever. So she could choose them. Okay, so she said she ended up start picking the guys because Diddy was just picking whoever. And if she got to do this, she would rather pick the dudes. The defendant discouraged her from working. He had the power to coerce her back into the hotel rooms. He threatened her with the videos. Not even a year ago, he went to her house. Ooh, wow. She was angry. She hit him. So they're admitting that some of these people have been violent with Diddy. He became enraged. She tried to hide. She locked herself in the bedroom. He kicked it open. Then the bathroom, the closet, the guest bedroom. He kicked her to the ground. He did not let Jane be. He said, you're not going to fuck up my night. He said, call up an escort and perform. Jane followed his instructions. His violence got him what he wanted. Cassie will tell you about the time the defendant forces himself on her. The AUSA. Mia. And employees will tell you how the defendant forces him on her, hand up her dress, penetrating her amidst all this violence. He and his inner circle worked to cover up his crimes. The video at the LA hotel, you will hear how just far it went. The defendant offered hotel security a wad of cash in a brown paper bag with $100,000 in $100 bills. The inner circle kept Cassie in hiding for days. For all of this, he's charged with multiple federal crimes, racketeering, conspiracy. Cassie and Jane will tell you about the most painful experiences of their lives. You'll hear from some of the defendant's employees, including his personal assistant, Mia. Oh, my God. So his personal assistant flipped on him. Now we're getting the tea. Sorry for saying that. Sounds gay, right? Mia Diddy. Who's that? Mia? No, not MIA. No, not MIA. Personal assistant MIA. Oh. Okay, we'll figure out who that is in a second. Give me a second. So his personal assistant, who he sexually assaulted, she's grappling with it. You will hear from the employees he forced into the SUV with a gun from a chef. That's the chef, by the way, I was telling you about. Remember the chef? The chef that worked there. They were working punishing hours at times without sleep. They bought drugs from him. They were expected to keep quiet. Some of these witnesses have already received settlements. Ooh, Diddy has cut settlements. Obviously to Cassie, but clearly to other people. Actually, I think the chef got settlements too. Chef Diddy settlement. I think there was a settlement as well. Yep, they settled. Yep. Diddy's former personal chef settles work claim suit. Ooh, okay. We're getting into it, y'all. So it says, they're expecting some of these witnesses, and remember they said witnesses, not victims. So the chef would be a witness, not a victim. AUSA also says, you will hear from some of the escorts. Ooh, the escorts are popping in. That the defendant directed them and filmed it. By the way, this was probably a proffer session with the AUSAs and the escorts to say, hey, this sex act was actually a crime. You could be culpable of it. However, if you cooperate, we will take the idea that you were a work for hire or you might be a victim yourself because you were just doing what you were told and you were being told to necessarily create. Because think about this. If these women are saying they want to do it and the escorts are the ones fucking them or peeing in their mouth or whatever the case is, the escorts are doing a crime. However, look like the AUSAs and the U.S. government's, their perspective is saying, okay, you were only doing this at the direction of this person, and for what you knew, it was all consensual. Right? Cool. You'll hear from some of these escorts that the defendant directed them and filmed it. An escort saw Diddy assault Cassie and drag her by the face during a freak-off. You'll see records from hotel, the damage, and the car services. You'll see the text message in which the defendant tells the staff to bring cash for escorts by Jane saying she didn't want, and by Jane saying she didn't want to do the freak-offs. You'll see videos, and then you'll hear the defendant provide direction to Cassie and Jane, high on ecstasy. So clearly there's going to be video shown of the freak-offs where Diddy's saying, yo, Cassie, swallow that piss real quick. Swallow that piss. Take like whatever. Where clearly Diddy is behind the scenes orchestrating and giving directions, which kind of helps out Cassie's case or Cassie's theory or her side to say, I want to do this. This nigga was telling me what to do and I was doing it. So even if I look like I'm having fun, I'm looking like I'm having fun because he wanted me to appear like I'm enjoying it. But I never really want to do this shit. I bet. You'll see a video of the defendant brutally beating Cassie during a freak-off in an LA hotel. You'll see photos of the damage, including four doors in Jane's home not even a year ago. Who is Jane? Chat, do we have an idea who Jane is? Do we have an idea who Jane is, chat? Wow. Because he says as last year. So that's 2024. Who is Jane? Now, this is Jane Doe 1. If we don't expect there to be other witnesses or victims that's going to be testifying. So the other three, they're going to be named, maybe a statement that they whatever, but they're not going to be testifying supposedly. That's going to be interesting too because they're going to have to explain to the judge if you have 4 or 5 victims, why they ain't here? Why is only 2? So that's going to have to be explained. They already brought it up in pretrial that one of the victims have gone ghost, which we all know what probably happened there. Who the hell is Jane? Somebody says Young Miami. I can't imagine it's her. Even though it would line up. It would line up. I would think she wouldn't be a part of this because I know, by the way, sex crimes and there is no thing as snitching when it comes to sex crimes and domestic violence and shit like that. At least when I look at shit like that, snitching is for like y'all hardened criminals that do murders and shit like that. But I would think Young Miami don't want to be a part of this case. It felt like she never wanted to be a part of this case at all, but we'll see. Somebody said Mia, aka Miami. No. Mia is someone else, right? As a personal assistant. Anyway, let's see. You will see the agreement with the hotel guard barring him from speaking after he got paid $100,000 for the video. You'll hear him manipulate Jane into saying she wanted it. His threats to not pay for her home and text to his staff about it. Ooh, so Jane, he was paying for her home, and he was telling the staff, I'm not paying for this shit if he doesn't get his way. He says, I actually do 3 things. Pay attention to the evidence, follow the judge's instruction on the law, use your common sense, and you'll reach the verdict that Sean Combs is guilty. The judge now says, who is going to speak for the defense? Interestingly enough, and this is a great strategy, this had to be a hell of a pregame strategy, right? Think about the Super Bowl. This pregame strategy probably is just as important as like your heads or tails or, are we going to go with a run-first strategy or a pass-first strategy? So the strategy here is, even though Mark Agnafilio is the lead, they're going with the woman who is a second or co-lead. She's going to be doing the intro. Again, remember, woman speaking up on you not being an abuser to woman or a predator woman on face value looks better. By the way, I heard that Tenny's an amazing attorney, just to give her props as well. So Tenny says, this case is about love, jealousy, and money. They're trying to turn it into a racketeering case. It won't work. You're the jury. You will evaluate the witnesses and finally, the story can come out. This case ain't what you heard on the news. Sean Combs is fascinating. He grew up in Harlem. He built a lawful business. He worked for it. Created a culture. Produced music. Produced music that changed a generation. Witnesses will share with you that he's a fascinating person. So basically, you could tell they're announcing they got some character witnesses. Like, Diddy changed my life. You know what I mean? Blah, blah. So good people, right? Witnesses will share you that he's a fascinating person. People are drawn to him. If you wanted to climb in music, apparel, or beverages, you wanted to be around Sean Combs. He gave people opportunities to work at his companies. He had a vision that only a few had. The witnesses mostly loved him. The text messages will show that. He's 55 years old. He's going to be Sean Combs. I'm Tenny Garagos. I'm honored to represent him. The only people in this court who will tell you about the racketeering are the prosecutors. Look at them. There's no goddamn conspiracy. This case is about Sean Combs' private sex life. The government has no business in that. These hard-working individuals were educated from Harvard to Howard. He has a temper He got violent sometimes. He did. He's not proud of that, and we own it. So they're admitting Diddy does have a temper and has gotten violent. He sometimes gets so jealous or angry, he is out of control. You'll hear that he lied to his girlfriends. You may think he's a jerk, he's mean, but he's not being tried for that. He's being tried for running a racketeering enterprises. This is about domestic violence. Now, the AUSA comes in and says domestic violence is not sex trafficking, okay? He's been charged with, so by the way, it looks like they may have, either objected or somehow I don't know how the AUSA jumped in, but whatever. So basically, I guess since Tenney says this is about domestic violence, the AUSA wants to correct it because even though it's usually in opening and closing statements, you allow those people to kind of do more of a narrative type rant, but you can't have them say fake shit. You know what I mean? So the AUSA says, whoa, domestic violence ain't sex trafficking. Had he been charged with domestic violence, we would not be sitting through an 8-week trial. Ooh, so it looked like it's scheduled to go through 8 weeks. He's not guilty of these crimes. As the trial goes, never mind. I think, never mind. This was Tenney. Looked like he forgot to edit. This was Tenney. Okay, so this is Tenney. I don't know why he says AUSA. This is Tenney. So he made a mistake. He said it on the next one. Tenney, not AUSA. So this is Tenney. It says domestic violence is not sex trafficking. Had he been, so essentially what they're trying to say is if Diddy was guilty of anything, he's guilty of domestic violence. He put his hand on his girl. But is he guilty of sex trafficking? No. He said, had he been charged with domestic violence, we would not be sitting through an 8-week trial. Basically almost saying if they had charged him with domestic violence, we would have just pled guilty and took a plea. But y'all are charging him with something else. Y'all charging him with sex trafficking. And they don't believe he's guilty of sex trafficking. He says he's not guilty of these crimes. As the trial goes on, we're going to take on accountability. We will not shy away. Tenney also says Sean Combs had a little bit of a different sex life. The alleged victims were all getting something from him. They're all adults. They too must take responsibility for their lives, as he does for his. A free choice has pros and cons. You will evaluate these women. They made free choice every day for years. Ask yourself, what are all the ways this individual had the ability to make these choices? Ask, what's this person getting? Something they want? It may differ. Jealousy drove choices of the victims. Combs never married, but he's a many-woman man. He was always in multiple relationships. He was not always honest. It drove a primal jealousy. Sean Combs is extremely jealous as well. You might think it's hypocritical. They remained in multi-year relationships with him. These women were in love with him. Infidelity and jealousy drove the violence. Alcohol, drugs drove things. But he is not a racketeer. This case is about his relationship with Cassie and Jane. You will hear about the swinger parties. They'll testify about things that they really should never be heard in a federal courtroom. I mean, that he liked to watch. Okay. You may not like that, but you're not here to judge him for his sexual preference. A wealthy rapper paid for these women homes and vacations. He's not charged with being a flawed individual. These women fought to be in a relationship with him. Cassie, I expect you'll hear from her. This is going to be about the 11-year relationship. Combs with Kim Porter, the mother of his 4 kids, he continued with her until death from pneumonia in 2018. He fights with Cassie. The fights were about cheating. This was a toxic relationship. They loved each other, though. Cassie will tell you about how the jealousy of Kim Porter, then Gina. See, now we're hearing about Gina. So maybe it is Gina. I don't know. We don't know yet, though. It might not be Gina because, technically there should be an objection here. If you're saying the name of Jane Doe, you shouldn't say her name. Period. The day of the hotel hallway, jealousy was on display. Violence by the elevator bank 10 years ago. You will see it later today. What Combs did in that video is indefensible. The video was not evidence of sex trafficking. Cassie walked out the hotel room with 2 bags. Combs comes down wearing only a towel. He stomps her, drags her by the hoodie. He comes back around to get a phone. What causes a fight about a phone? Phone keeps secrets of infidelity. As soon as he gets the phone, he sits down. He's visibly disgusted. Cassie calls the security. You'll hear from him later today. The guard tells him to leave the public area. You will see Cassie tell him to get back into the hotel room. They stay together for 2 more years after the incident. Even in 2018, they're fighting to stay together. She saw a photo of Diddy with Gina And he started with her in 2014. Ooh, never mind. Gina might be the person. Looked like he started fucking Gina in 2014, which would make 5 years before the video we were just seeing. Remember I told you there was 10 years? 2014? We'll see. Cassie had a choice every single day to stay with him. That was her better choice until she broke up with him. She wasn't coerced. When she left, there were no repercussions. She ran into the arms of a physical trainer that Combs hired to train her. The only freak-offs you will see at this trial were on her phone, not his. So damn, looked like Cassie kept the videos of the freak-off. That's kind of odd. That is odd. Why would Cassie have the videos, not Diddy? Maybe she could have been saving them, saying, when I get broke later on, I'm coming for that bread, nigga. I got the freak-off videos here. Fuck that. Anyway, remember in her lawsuit, she was saying he would threaten with me with releasing them. Why would she still have it? Anyway, I digress. In November of 2018, Kim Porter passes away from pneumonia. Cassie did everything to be there for him. She flew to Georgia amidst a breakup. She flew to be with him. Combs says Kim was my soulmate. The end of the relationship with Combs and Cassie was triggered by that. Oh, shit. So now we know. Looked like when Diddy admitted that, I think he said that in Diddy, Kim Porter. It was an Instagram post, soulmate. He admitted. It was an Instagram post where he said she was his soulmate. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, my God. Atlanta Constitution, what's up with you? And trying to get me to pay for ads. I think this was it. Oh, okay, that post, yeah. Today I'm going to pay tribute to you. I'm going to try to find the words to explain our unexplainable relationship, but he did call her his soulmate eventually. Yeah. We were more than best friends. Yeah, we were more than best friends. We were soulmates. Wow. Wow, okay. So now we're finding out Cassie was like, damn, you still in love with that chick? All right, I'm good, bro. Like, yo, what the fuck? All right. Cassie realized all the things she would, okay. The end of the relationship with Combs and Cassie was triggered by that. Cassie realized all the things she would not be. She wanted to be Combs' wife, the love of his life. She spent 11 years trying to get that. Cassie married the trainer and is pregnant with her third child. Evaluate Combs' intent at the time. For those 11 years, the messages will show she was a willing participant of their sex life. Cassie's testimony this week can't change that. In 2020 with Jane, Combs was more upfront. He told her he was dating other women. She was still jealous. Jane wanted it public. He proposed a consensual threesome. They went to a private hotel. I expect to say she enjoyed it. You see why they got the woman doing you got to have a woman giving this type of intro. Because if there's a guy saying this, like, oh, this bitch enjoyed it. Yeah, he wasn't shit, but come on. Shit was kind of cool. You got to have Tenny do this. So Tenny, you're getting your money's worth out of Tenny right now. Tenny says, Jane was so desperate to be with him, to give him things others couldn't, she tried to make it more than sexual. I'm not even sure how she'll put it. But it always came back to the parties in the hotel rooms. This was their time together. Jane did it for the cuddle. Well, there might be a typo. Did it for whatever. She wanted to make him happy. She was unable to resist him emotionally. There was a phone call in November 2023. Even after she flew out to see him many more times. It was toxic, but she was willing. Being a willing participant in your sex life is not sex trafficking. If she walked away, she would have lost him. You will see her jealousy. She would see him on social media with another woman and she would send messages of regret. It's not coerced. She was driven to try to be in first place. This was the way to try to get there. This is not a crime. There was a night a year ago when Jane hit Combs. It was born out of jealousy. He hit her back. She was overcome by jealousy. She slammed his head. She slammed his head onto the kitchen counter. Months later, she flew to see him and invited an escort. She will call it one of her best nights, a wild king night, whatever you want to call it. So they must be referencing some text messages, honestly. So they're kind of giving intent to say, if she get up there and says she never liked that, we're going to show the text message. Bitch, didn't you say last night was a really lit wild king night or whatever they want to call it? This will be hard to watch. There are one word, intimate. The government told you about somebody named Mia. Why are they making these allegations now? You'll conclude that everyone has a motive. With Mia, she's never said this before, nor when she first started cooperating with the government. If this was so hostile, why none of these bitches ain't called the police? Why none of these hoes ain't called the fucking police, man? They're vindictive. Their motive is simple. Money. Cassie filed a public lawsuit in 2023. She was living with her parents in a modest home in Connecticut. Then she went to a civil lawyer. The civil lawyer is here today. Ooh, you know who that civil lawyer is? That's Douglas Cassie lawyer. Wow. Cassie lawyer. It's Meredith, who is at Wigder LLP, which I think is, where's the Douglas shit? Whatever. Anyway, so that's Cassie's lawyer. Actually, a really good lawyer, too. Really good fucking lawyer for civil cases, right? They don't do the Tony Busby and Tyrone Blackburn bullshit. Like, they're that's why they got paid. Okay, here we go. They went to civil lawyers to make a money grab. Cassie demanded $30 million. Another asked for $22 million. How many millions of reasons do these witnesses have to lie? The evidence will not make out the charges. Oh, on bribery. So some other woman was asking for 22. I'm guessing that's Jane. On bribery. This is about the Intercontinental Hotel. He did pay a security to make the footage go away. That was solely to prevent bad publicity, not to prevent a case. There was no law enforcement investigation. So they're essentially saying, yeah, he paid for the footage to go away. But that's a PR move. That's not to hinder an investigation, which technically would be obstruction of justice in all 50 states and definitely federally. But there was no law enforcement investigation because she didn't even go to the police and nobody reported it. The kidnapping related to an employee. She worked for him for 10 years. She asked to work for him again. Drug trafficking? Oh, hell nah. Did he just love drugs? He wasn't moving the shit around like Pablo Escobar. They worked hard. They were there to do something great and novel. Everything was free choice. There ain't no goddamn conspiracy. He was paying different men for their time and experience. Porn actors get paid. Hulkamania. Cowboys for Angels. You could pay money for time and experience. That's all Sean Combs was doing. You're not here to impose your morality on this man. If he like freak-offs, he like his girl getting piss in her mouth. If he like that type of shit, that's his kink. If you listen, you'll find him not guilty of these crimes. Thank you. Opening statement's done, y'all. Oh, yeah. Now they broke for lunch real quick. Brian Steele is now acting up. Yo, he got Avengers with him. So the jury leaves. It's about to be lunch, but Brian Steele wants to object. He says, we'll be objecting to the two exhibits. So Brian Steele is going over. Brian Steele is really a godsend, bro. I think that nigga's I'm telling you, that nigga's the truth. What I seen him do with Young Thug's case, that nigga is the motherfucking truth. So, he's good at all these objections. He's going to turn this shit into a shit show for the prosecutors. Hey, we're objecting to these exhibits. Again, remember, you got to object to preserve the record, okay? Like, you can see, look, objection, preserving record for appeal. Like, you'll see. To preserve an issue for appeal, a counsel must properly object to rulings or actions during the trial. So, we all know what's going on. Cool. So Brian Steele objects to two exhibits. The judge says, in the future, I'd like to hear this the day before. So the judge is kind of like chirping back at Brian Steele and say, hey, you have all the evidence they're going to present. This is nothing new. Don't hit me like right before they about to do it, right? Tell me a day before. AUSA says, we only learned they objected. This is about an incident report about the hotel hallway, a broken vase. This report has an addendum. So it looked like maybe Brian Steele was right after all because they added something to the report. And Brian Steele says in the third paragraph, he writes, he did not want Mr. Combs to see Cassie out in the front. He talks about a co-worker. And by the way, this is where a lot of trials are won, chat. The trials are won with these motions. That's why people think YNW Melly has a chance on retrial. Because if they had been sticklers to file the motions and do the pretrial shit to make sure certain stuff can't get brought into court, it's a different case that the jury will hear, and that might go your way. Brian Steele ain't going to let nothing pass by him. And that's going to help increase the chance that Diddy beats this. So you see Brian Steele. Yo, hey, in the third paragraph, He writes that he didn't want Combs to see Cassie out in the front. He talks about a co-worker at HOLLYYYYY. Mr. Combs is about to yell. This is speculation. We can't let speculation into court. Good observation and good point to raise. Okay? They're now back. Now back. Before we get to that, I didn't want to play. There's somebody in court.
For the opening.
There is someone in court. Lauren Crime's got somebody there. They did step out and give a little bit of audio, and you're going to see the madness outside the court. This is, I believe, the Thurgood Marshall Court in Manhattan. And, yeah, this is the streets are blocked off, but it's probably madness. Let's hear from Elizabeth Milner.
Inside that courtroom, just because of just how crazy it is. I mean, you can just see the lines just going all the way back with media. It's going all the way back just with the public, just so some people could either, one, watch the trial, get a glimpse of Diddy's family members coming in and outside of the courtroom, and even as well as see as his attorneys, whose members include Brian Steele, Mark Agnifilo, Mark Garagos playing in kind of that defensive advisory type of role. So it's crazy out here, especially, you know, it's Diddy, it's high profile celebrities, it's salacious allegations. Then on top of that, he's facing a lot of time behind bars. So you can understand why so many people of the public wanted to be here and wanted to get here super early so that way they could attend. I even heard somebody was standing in line and was auctioning off how much that they would give to somebody else in line for up to $500, $600. So that's just a lot of people here. Now, as far as who was inside the courtroom today, still is a lot of famous face, or well, let me not say famous faces, but a lot of people that we are definitely familiar with here at Law and Crime. You have Mark Garagos in the courtroom, Karen Agnifilo, who is the wife of Mark Agnifilo, who's also representing Luigi as well too. You had Little Rod inside the courtroom today, and he's one who had filed one of the many civil.
Oh, Little Rod is there. Okay. We don't know if he's a witness. From what we're kind of finding out, it don't seem like it, but he's there.
Claims against Diddy as well too. He came in probably, I would say, maybe a little like 8:30ish, kind of came in with the sunglasses, 2 chains on, as well as his attorney was inside that courtroom as well too. You have all of Diddy's children, with the exception of his youngest daughter, Love, were inside that courtroom. So that includes Quincy Brown, Justin Combs, Christian Combs, Delilah Combs, Chance Combs, Jesse Combs. Chance's mother was inside that courtroom. Diddy's mother was inside that courtroom. The daughter of Diddy's youngest daughter was inside that courtroom. And then you have the twins' caregiver, who is also
Yo, what's up with this nigga right here? His waves low-key kind of spinning though. Look at this nigga. Wait, the daughter of Diddy's youngest daughter has a daughter? What the fuck?
His daughter was inside that courtroom. Diddy's mother was inside that courtroom. The daughter of Diddy's youngest daughter was inside that.
The daughter. Okay, that got to be a Freudian slip, because Diddy's youngest daughter is Baby Love, and she's like 2. How the hell? She can't have a daughter. I think it means the mother of Diddy's youngest daughter. That's what they probably mean. The mother. That's probably a mistake. Look at this nigga right here though.
That courtroom, and then you have the twins' caregiver, who is also best friends with Kim Porter as well too. So
my boy.
A lot of people were inside that courtroom as well for just opening statements, just to get this jury selected, because it went down from 43 to 18 today. And so a lot of people were inside that courtroom. It was body to body. And what can you expect? It's Diddy's first day of trial. So this was, you know, just a little bit of what we were expecting today. But it's crazy out here.
And I will encourage everybody to check out what you're posting on X, Twitter. Because earlier today you actually posted that you saw Rodney Little Rod Jones, one of the first people to sue Sean Combs. He was outside the courthouse. We were always expecting who would end up showing up during the course of this trial. Talk to us about the jury. Who is this jury? What can you tell about how they're
we need a racial breakdown, gender breakdown. Let's hear this.
Reacting so far to opening statements? I mean, NBC has reported you have one juror who's a 69-year-old male, another juror who's a 31-year-old male, another one 51-year-old male. You have a 42-year-old female, and they have different numbers to them. But what are you determining based on the jury? What's the makeup, and how are they positioning? How are they reacting to the opening statement so far?
Yeah, well, kind of a hard question to answer, I should say, just because of where I was sitting inside the gallery. It was really hard to kind of see.
By the way, we got a poll going on King Academics right now. We have 15,000 strong just on one page. And the question is Diddy cooked? And 5,600 votes on the King Academics YouTube page, 65% of people are saying, man, this nigga's cooked. I think we're going to do daily polls on this. If you guys change your minds, definitely vote whatever way you might feel about this, right?
Every single one of their faces when both sides were presenting opening statements. But what I did see from being inside that gallery was some people jotting notes, some people just very much intently listening to both Emily Johnson for the prosecution as well as Tony Garagos for the defense. But as far as the makeup goes, I kind of just took their jury numbers and compared them to the notes that I took last week when I was here for jury selection. You have one who's a scientist, one whose brother is a security guard. He knew Diddy was arrested but didn't know the charges. You have one person who's part of a union job. He works for the Department of Corrections. Another person who is now retired but previously used to work at Verizon. You had
get a poll going on in the Academy chat as well, okay?
another person who
got 6K strong over there.
Friend is a detective, son is a security guard. But, you know, as far as the defense was kind of making their objections today as far as jury selection goes, and, you know, just kind of the objections they made that, you know, the government was striking 7 black jurors, that type of thing. There were still black jurors that are going to be serving on this panel who are going to be making these making the decisions going into those deliberations. So from what I saw of the jury makeup as a whole, it really was a diverse group.
Who's this nigga right here?
Of men and women of all different.
He said P. Diddy Combs is an innocent man. Yo, I don't know why they always do videos like this. They gotta have some security to push these niggas out of the way.
Different ages, all different walks of life as well too.
He said the only thing Diddy's guilty of.
So I'm gonna. We hear some commentary.
He said the only thing he's guilty of is being a black man. Hilarious.
Too.
So I'm gonna.
It really was a diverse group.
Okay, now I'm focusing on her. She said it is a diverse group. We're gonna get the full breakdown, ethnic breakdown, age breakdown, and of course, male and female. We'll get it probably from somewhere else.
Men and women of all different ages, all different walks of life as well too.
So I'm gonna. We hear some commentary in the back right there. Obviously, I think there's going to be a lot of commentary when it comes to this case. But Elizabeth, you know, and by the way, just to reiterate something that you mentioned before, the first argument we heard from the defense today was saying that the prosecution, they raised what's called a Batson challenge to their preemptory challenges, saying you're striking jurors based on race, which is improper. The judge didn't side with it. They got a jury selected. Talk about opening statements. I want to start with the prosecution. Emily Johnson, what was the main theme of today, and did you learn something new? And Elizabeth, you're going to have to talk a little bit louder because that guy behind you is incredibly loud. So, so what was the theme of Emily Johnson's opening statement, and did you learn anything new? Anybody that might testify?
Yeah, so, you know, obviously we've been following this case from the beginning, from the time that Cassie had first dropped her civil lawsuits against Diddy. And so a lot of this stuff that we were listening to from Emily Johnson was expected, right? You know, she starts off with saying, this is Sean Combs. He's a cultural icon, a businessman. He's larger than life. But then she went and kind of talked about the defendant's crimes, the defendant being Diddy, that went past 20 years, you know, kidnapping, allegations of arson, allegations of drug trafficking, sex crimes, obstruction. You know, they were talking about one specific night where the defendant was on the hunt for girlfriend Cassie. So I was pretty surprised there that they just went out of the gates and already had just named her. I was assuming when she were going to be taking the stand, that's when the jurors would know her name, and that's when she would be introduced.
By the way, another sidebar, because we are monitoring this Tory Lanez situation. I'm hearing that, you know, they're saying that Tory might be in critical condition. Now, we had first seen that he was supposedly going to be okay. We heard that it's non-life threatening. At least TMZ said that. But I just looked at the Shade Room, who claimed they've spoken to someone on Tory's team. I'm in contact with somebody on Tory's team as well. They haven't told me this, but I'm going to trust the Shade Room that they're actually, you know, valid with what they're saying. They're saying the Shade Room spoke with a member of Tory's team who confirmed the news, revealing the rapper is currently in critical condition. So we are monitoring this. It looks like this is a very minute-by-minute situation. Tory Lanez was stabbed in the California prison, and he was rushed out of the prison to go to a hospital that he could receive care. We got reports from TMZ that it's non-life threatening, but now we're being told that maybe he's in critical condition, which doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, his injuries are life-threatening, but it is still critical. So we're gonna keep Tory in our prayers and hope that, you know, obviously he pulls through. But very sad news coming out of California and really the California prison system. Tory Lanez was stabbed by another inmate in looked like a pre-orchestrated attack while he was on the prison yard. So the person pulled out a weapon, stabbed him. We don't know where. It could be in the stomach. It could be, we don't know where. It could be in the neck. We don't know. We're just hoping that our boy survives, right? And hopefully it's not really non-life threatening, and hopefully he has a speedy recovery, all right? Back to the Diddy case. We're going to get this update. And by the way, they did come back for lunch, so we do have some more updates. But we just want to get through this because, again, this person was in court. We can get some actual information about what happened in court. And then we'll slide right over there to the update about what happened, which is here, okay? I think we're probably going to see, they're going to call the first witness as we're going to see here. But we're going to go get to that in a second. Let me go here.
As, you know, alleged victim number one, but the government came out and just automatically just named her. You know, they talked about the incident where Diddy found out Cassie was seeing another man, and that Diddy took his gun and his bodyguard, and Diddy threatened to allegedly kill this man that Cassie was with.
Kushagar, thank you for watching. You see you're watching from India with love. Send my love to you as well.
You know, Emily Johnson talked about how he had beat Cassie so brutally that he also had to take control of her. He kept videos of Cassie sleeping with escorts and threatened to use them against her. These are the types of things we had already known and were already kind of painted out inside those indictments that the government had written up and that type of sort. You know, Diddy referring himself as a king, which is kind of ironic because he has a giant king crown on the back of his neck. You know, Emily Johnson spoke about the defendant using his inner circle to manipulate women that for a while.
Now, I don't think they could bring up the fact of Diddy's tattoos. That was a big thing about Tory Lanez. Like Tory Lanez has an AK-47 tattooed right here. And you ever seen Tory? Look, pause. Tory Lanez shirtless. And this is a tattoo right here. What was said is that if Tory took the stand, it could be brought into to court. But if he didn't take the stand, they couldn't bring up this in the trial, and it never brought it up. But if he did take the stand, they could have asked him about it. And obviously he didn't take the stand. But, you know, it just goes to show, like, if someone has a certain tattoo, apparently we're now realizing that these freak-offs were called Wild King Nights. So they're also kind of throwing out this thing to say Diddy has this king, like this king mentality, like he's this king of everybody. He also has a tattoo or some type of thing on the back of his neck that kind of, you know, doubles down on that type of theory. I don't believe that they're going to be allowed to use that as something to help make their case. Okay? By the way, there's still a question. Will Diddy take the stand? There's a lot of questions about that. We got to consider that in the sense of if Diddy doesn't take the stand to explain some of these things that could be like, okay, either way, there's going to be a mountain of not only evidence, but a mountain narrative that Diddy is this freak or creep. And I think there's a possibility that Diddy has to take the stand to just explain himself and say, hey, yeah, I'm not going to lie, I'm a wild boy. Yeah, I'm a freaky ass nigga, but I'm a freaky ass consensual sex ass nigga. And I helped all these people out and they all try to get their money up off me, and then they came with allegations. So we're going to see if he takes a stand. Let's keep listening to this.
While he watched how his bodyguards kind of played,
Jill, thank you for the gifted memberships,
as well as employees kind of played a role into this alleged RICO conspiracy as well too, you know, and she made it a point to say this case is not about a celebrity's private sex preferences, because that was something that the defense definitely kind of chalked it up to being, just, you know, that he lived an alternative lifestyle, that type of sort, and we'll talk about that more in a second. You know, while there has been a lot of reports about victim 3 and where her whereabouts are or anything like that, the defense didn't talk about alleged victim number 3. Instead, they kept it pretty short and to the point. They talked about Cassie. They talked about Jane, who we presume to be the other alleged victim. In this case, the government was talking about, you know, the freak-offs being also named Wild King Night, something that we had also known about, as well as even just simply as, you know, hotel nights as well, too. Allegations of flying escorts across state lines, out of the country, into the country, that type of thing, that Diddy had demands to for the staff to set up his rooms in advance, lighting, lube, cash for escorts. escorts, drugs for both Diddy and the women that were participating in these types of events. You know, women had to dress in lingerie, had to wear white nails, tall heels, something that Cassie had pointed out in her civil lawsuit. That was later settled, you know, talking about the drug use. Then they went into kind of, you know, the allegations specifically geared towards Cassie and just how, you know, the defendant had met Cassie. They had a 17-year age difference. Cassie was initially given a 10-album deal, and obviously that never happened as far as putting out a whole bunch of different albums and that type of sort. You know, and so these were types of things that we had already known about. I think some of the more interesting points also go to Jane, you know, as far as the other alleged victim. She was a single mom. She met Diddy around 2020 when Diddy was single, but when Jane was single, but Diddy was seeing other people. You know, Diddy introduced Jane to the freak-offs, and she had tried one just to
We want to figure out who Jane is. I'm trying to do some research here to figure out who Jane Doe is.
kind of make him happy, and then just kind of kept going into this repetitive cycle of doing these freak-offs, wild hotel nights, that type of sort, just to kind of appease him. That Jane didn't want to do these freak-offs, and that she had tried at even one point to you know, hire men on her own that worked in the porn industry so she could pick the men. Diddy made her, these escorts not wear condoms when they, you know, allegedly participated in these types of activities. So these were just kind of the big things that were pointed out as far as the government. And Jesse, do you want...
By the way, I'm getting some information here. Jane is definitely not Young Miami. From information I'm getting from people who have some knowledge about their relationship, they said Diddy and Young Miami met in 2021. At her former manager's birthday party. So this idea that they've known each other for 5 years is not correct. That would be about like 4 or 3 years before. And before then, Young Miami was with Southside. So supposedly it's not Young Miami. Supposedly.
Want me to go into the defense, because the defense was pretty interesting as well too.
Before you go into the defense, as I was reading about the reporting today, it was the first confirmation that Cassandra Ventura is victim one in this case. We always guessed it. We always surmised it. Now we have a definitive answer. And by the way, I think it was either the prosecution or the defense who mentioned that she's going to probably testify this week as we wonder who the first witnesses are going to be. And also this reference to Mia, who is Sean Combs' personal assistant, that is maybe going to provide some important testimony in this case. Now, before we go to the defense, real quick, as though you're looking at all these people that are behind you right now, Elizabeth, are these all reporters? Are these all fans? Are these all people who are supporting Sean Combs, who are not supporting Sean Combs? Are these just interested spectators? I'm trying to get a sense of the people that are walking behind you right now.
It's madness out there.
Yeah, so obviously I was trying not to pay attention so much because it's really so many people, but it's really just kind of a common mix. It's a lot of people who are here with the media. You know, you have field producers, you have social media producers, you know, and pretty much every outlet across the country is here right now inside that courtroom. I wouldn't say there's too many supporters beyond that one guy just kind of yelling, and he had been kind of saying some pretty vile things to us as reporters. So, you know, we're trying too much not to pay attention to him as much as possible. As far as the family goes, you know, right before we did this hit, we saw the family kind of get into a Sprinter van and kind of drive off, maybe to get something to eat, maybe to decompress, because, you know, think about it, Jesse, his children were inside that courtroom, especially his daughters were inside that courtroom hearing about their father, you know,
Damn, I wonder if they ever knew that this nigga was a fucking freak.
Escorts and allegedly beating women and that type of sort. So maybe it was just the time that all the family members just had to get out of here, get away from this media circus. But for the most part, it's a good mix of both media and just the general public who are just genuinely curious.
So Elizabeth, I know you have to jump back into that courtroom because they're going to start up in about 15 minutes. Real quick, if you could summarize the defense's opening statement, some highlights there.
Yeah, the defense's opening statements were pretty, we were kind of expecting them. They were going to have to admit that Diddy had been physically violent towards women in the past. They were going to have to admit that Diddy had this type of temper, that, you know, he participated in taking these types of drugs, and that his temper was especially bad whenever he was on drugs and alcohol. You know, there was a point in the openings where Diddy stood up when Tenny Garagos was introducing him to the jury. For the most part, even throughout.
By the way, real quick, if you're watching on the King Academics channel, man, hit that like button, man. We got 15,000 people over there, 1,000 likes. That's disgraceful. Come on, chat. That's disgraceful. We should at least have 6,000 to 7,000 likes. Stop playing.
Opening statements, he kind of sat there calmly. He looked at the jurors. He looked at Tinny Garagos, who again provided the opening statements on the defense's behalf. You know, the defense was kind of harping on the fact that the government has no place in his bedroom, something that we had talked about many of times. Just how they're kind of painting this as somebody, you know, who did bad things on one hand, but were these bad things criminal? And that was essentially what the defense's argument was there. You know, they said that the defense will see domestic violence in this trial, but you know, while they do take it seriously, they say it's not sex trafficking. So I feel like they're trying to divide this line between, you know, this being a domestic violence spat or domestic violence toxic relationship type of thing, as opposed to these being actual criminal acts that Diddy was allegedly committing and that type of thing. You know, the defense was saying that these alleged victims were strong, capable women, that they made choices that were for adults, they were free of choice, and they came with both pros and cons, and that type of thing. And then they were kind of talking a lot about how Diddy was jealous and how, you know, other partners or his other relationship partners. So, for example, Cassie. They also mentioned Gina, somebody I had talked about in some stories I had done. She had talked about how Diddy was physically violent with her in a podcast.
Oh, so Gina isn't witness too then, or maybe she is. Maybe she is, but. I don't know if the defense before Jane takes the stand, if they could say her name. I would think not, because, you know, I don't know.
Podcast episode, for example, and so that was kind of her mention there beyond, you know, what the government was talking about as far as you know, alleged victims in this case and that type of sort. They had mentioned Kim Porter and how Cassie was jealous of Kim Porter's relationship with Diddy and that type of thing. And then everything kind of ended as soon as Kim Porter had passed away. Cassie went to her memorial service, and that was the last time she had seen Diddy, even prior to her expectation that she'll be inside that courtroom testifying. You know, these jurors are going to see some of these freak-off videos, but they say that it was taken from Cassie's devices, not Diddy's devices. And so, you know, they talked about Mia, for example, who had worked with Diddy for a number of years, and the defense says, you know, they want jurors to evaluate her motive to testify. When they were talking about Jane Doe, it was the same thing, that this was a jealous relationship. Jane wanted to be more public, whereas Diddy, you know, he flaunted other relationships that weren't with Jane and that type of thing. So those were some of the biggest takeaways from the defense's openings, as well as the government's openings as well, too.
These are the arguments we anticipated. Now, obviously, there's a lot more detail to it. We're hearing it in an official capacity. And these jurors, while they might have heard certain aspects of this case, this is the first time, presumably, both arguments are being positioned to them for the first time in such a very particular way. And this is opening statements. It's not evidence, but it is the start, the official start of Sean Combs' criminal trial. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for reporting. Go back into that courthouse. Stay safe out there. There's a lot of interesting characters you're seeing running around. But thanks, Elizabeth.
Okay, cool. So we're back. We are back, people. We are back, and I hope you guys are. Hope y'all got y'all lunch if it's lunchtime for y'all, or hopefully you're getting your work done, or if you're driving across the country, or however you're consuming this content. Hopefully you guys are getting your day going on. Order some food, kick back. We still got about like 3 more hours before we're out of court, right? Okay, so cool. So they're back in, and they're back in at 122, and everybody's almost back in, and the judge says, in terms of objections, the defense says, hey, we're still waiting for the defendant. So they're so sorry. So Diddy wasn't in court. They bring him in court. They said one exhibit is objected to. That's what the judge is now saying. It says, subject to the U.S. laying the proper foundation, it is admissible. Okay? So remember, there was something that was an addendum to something that was already an exhibit. Diddy's team, Brian Steele, said, nah, get that shit out of here. Like, what the hell? Y'all bringing in last-minute shit? The judge says, listen, as long as there's proper foundation in introducing this material, I'm going to make it admissible. Now, remember, they raised an objection anyway, so later they could talk about it in possible appellate court. The judge says, the exhibit with the added note. It says the objection is well taken. It is excluded. So it looked like, oh, never mind, the exhibit with the notes. So they allow one with foundation, proper foundation from how the government's going to exclude it, present it. And then the second exhibit, remember there was 2, the judge excludes. So Brian Steele, that's a dub. That's one win right there. So one exhibit cannot be used. That's based off Brian Steele raising that objection. So salute to Brian Steele. Judge says, all rise. The juries enter. It says, is the government ready to call the first witness? AUSA says, first, we have 4 exhibits. The Agnifilio says, we got no problem. Go ahead. So we call LAPD Officer Israel Flores. Flores is now an LAPD officer who says, I'm a reservist for the Army, and I was a guard with Securitas in 2016 in the Intercontinental Hotel near Century City. The AUSA says, what happened on March 5th, 2016? Flores says, I was told of the 6th floor. Flores says, there, I recognize Sean Combs. He's there wearing a gray sweater. AUSA says, what's your title? He says, well, I was the Assistant Director of Security. AUSA then says, well, let me show you a photo of the Intercontinental Hotel. Flores says, yeah, I know it. It's shaped like a pyramid. The judge admits the exhibit. So the picture that they showed, that's called and put on the record as Exhibit 1 or A or whatever the case is, whatever the sequencing is. And then they continue. It says, hey, what kind of incidents do you normally respond to? The dude says, yo, all kinds. We have a couple of suicides there. We prepare incident reports, the 5 W's, okay? AUSA says, would you attach photographs to the reports? Flores says, yes, but not video. We never had the password. AUSA says, when did this incident take place? He says, 11 a.m. I got a report of a woman in distress on the 6th floor. I closed the security base and checked the cameras. There was an African-American man pacing back and forth. I did not see the female. I rushed there. AUSA says, what do you see on the 6th floor? I said, well, Mr. Combs is in a towel and some type of colored socks. He's a rapper and producer. And I saw Cassie, who was on the floor. AUSA says, let me show you some photos. Combs is now in a tuxedo. And in a separate photo, Cassie is smiling. AUSA says, what did you tell them? Flores says they were arguing. They'd have to take it back to they were arguing they'd have to take it back to their room, and that there was a broken vase that, so they were arguing, and the security said, y'all got to take that back to your room. Like, y'all doing too much outside of the room. And says, and there's a broken vase. We're going to charge it to your room. And Cassie says she wanted her phone and her bag. Cassie says she wanted to leave. Combs says, you're not leaving. I saw inside the room a black male wearing dark clothing. AUSA says, well, what did Combs do after Cassie left? Flores says, well, he called for me. He was holding a stack of money, and he says not to tell anyone. What did you say? I said, I don't want your money. The damage is going to be charged to the room. AUSA says, where did Cassie go? So after I spoke with her, she left. The car pulled up. She left in a black SUV. So was there a driver? He says 7 feet. I don't know why he says 7 feet. Flores says she wants to leave. I said, I'm talking to her, not you. They left. So it looked like he was checking Diddy to say, yo, this woman wants to leave, and it's not your choice if she could leave or not. AUSA says, then what? It says, well, we went up to Mr. Combs' room to remind him of hotel rules. He opens the door and grabs the phone and says, are you recording me? I pinned him to the wall. So they yanked Diddy up and said, what the fuck, nigga? I pinned him to the wall. I took photos of the broken vase and told him to come clean it up. I went to write up the incident report. He said, is this it? He said, yeah, that's my report with my name on it. The defense says, same objection. By the way, the objection is because the report has additional notes that wasn't known before, and they want to object that we don't want that report in the case. The judge did overrule it as long as there was foundation, and I guess it's foundation. The judge says noted. AUSA says, did you review the video? Flores says yes. AUSA says, I'm handing you a thumb drive with videos. Said, did it have audio? Flores says no. Said, let's walk through it. Who is this? So he's watching the video now. He says, Cassie. And who is this? Said, Mr. Combs. So what's happening here? So, well, she picked up, I guess, not wall phone, the cell phone. So what did you find when you got there? The broken vase. What's at the end of this video? Me coming out the elevator. Let's pull the incident report again. He said, here we reminded him the checkout time was approaching. He says, what did you add to the incident report after you reviewed the video? What I described in the video. AUSA says, what did you do else with the video? He says, I recorded 2 videos of it with my iPhone to show my wife at home. Ooh. So this guy looked like he recorded videos of that with his iPhone to show his wife. Wow. Interesting. All right, I think we're caught up. Let me do a little refresh. But we might be caught up here. Keep in mind, homie's tweeting in court. It's impossible for him to be all the way, that quick. And also there's time elapse, and they're passing thumb drives, they're loading up videos, they're, hey, look at this picture. They're doing other things in court. So we're not going to get minute by minute update, but they're definitely in court. And when any updates come out, we will be reporting that. Okay, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. So the latest update will be, here we go. So this is after they were take a break. Then we get to here. Then we get to there. 35 minutes ago, 25. Okay. And yeah, so the latest update is 5 minutes ago. He says he recorded 2 videos with his iPhone to show his wife. So that might be one of the reasons why that video is now out. Okay. All right. Chat, I am getting an update. I am getting a slight update. The slight update is according to Tory's team. Tory's team is saying that Tory is in critical condition. I don't know what that currently means, because that kind of would go against that report that it's life-threatening, but critical could still mean not life-threatening. We're hoping that Tory pulls through, but we have gotten our confirmation that what was told to Shade Room by Tory's team is that he is indeed in critical condition at this time. So I want you guys to keep Tory Lanez in your prayers. And if we do get any more updates of things looking a little bit better, hopefully we could share that with you as soon as it happens. But Tory Lanez currently in critical condition after being stabbed in prison after he was in the yard. If you don't know, Tory Lanez is not in protective custody. He's in general population. He's walking the yard with everybody else. And apparently there was an attempt on his life. You would imagine, right? Tory Lanez was stabbed. Prayers up for Tory. Okay. All right, people. We're kind of waiting on the next update here. I'm trying to see if we see any supplementary information about this case or trial that we could get a realistic understanding of what's going on in court. Who else was there? Clearly the kids are in court. Let's see what's going on here.
I've seen about 1 million headlines and 1 million posts, and not one post can tell you what the big attention-grabbing headline has to do with the case. People should just stop. I mean, like, the new media definitely should stop. The old media never even tried. They never even bothered. It's too expensive to actually, like, do a story. God damn, the game needs me.
Yeah, lawyer for workers. He was doing day-to-day, updates on Tory. I don't think he's doing it for Diddy. I think my man done got his bag. Ever since that trial, that nigga clouded up. He got more clients than a motherfucker these days, so he don't really got time to be doing all this type of stuff as much. But anyway, let's just we're going to peruse around the internet until we get another update. Again, we're waiting for the following update to this. I'll see is there another update? We're waiting. Yeah. Yep, we're still waiting. Okay. Anything else? I'm wondering if there's anybody else that's streaming outside of the courtroom. Like maybe outside the court, just chilling. Let's see. Let's look up Diddy trial. Somebody got to be live streaming. We just want to get like what the atmosphere is like. What's going on? Let's see. Let's filter. Let's go to live video. Law and Crimes is live. We use their stuff for a lot of stuff. Okay, this is outside. Okay, here we go. Okay. So this is outside the courtroom. So these officers are going to make sure that there's just not people standing in the hallway. Also make sure they could create some type of order outside of the courtroom. Clearly increased police presence when we were seeing people enter and exit through this court building, through these same doors. We didn't see this much attention, but we're now seeing it. So it looks like they're making sure all the fuck shit doesn't go too crazy. This was it earlier. So they just got a feed just showing the door. Damn. And people are ranting and raving.
Introduce James.
Going to say finish what with people outside the courtroom. They're gonna put it all up there.
Early on,
or part of the.
Right now, 60% of you. Am I totally crazy?
No, Jess. I mean, I think we've been talking about this for many months, which is this a situation where they made a federal case out of perhaps a lot of significant state court misconduct or crimes, but to make it a racketeering case, I always thought could potentially be a bridge too far. And we saw precisely what we expected out of the defense today after a very effective, it sounds like, listening to Elizabeth, prosecution argument. The defense did exactly what we thought, which is to say, hey, listen, bad conduct, at times a bad guy, but we're in the wrong courthouse. They made a federal case out of some appalling domestic violence, which they had to concede. And this were, at its worst, consensual conduct by a lot of adults, no children, a lot of adults, perhaps acting badly, among which he was one. So I think it is going to be very interesting, and I wouldn't be surprised if at the end of the day this jury parses charges and perhaps comes in with a compromise verdict.
We're still in the early stages.
Yeah, I think most people, no one's actually predicting a clean sweep that Diddy's going to get found guilty on all counts. People actually think it's going to be a mixed verdict, where some things are going to be thrown out and some things he might get stuck with. And I think that's going to be really interesting.
And by the way, everybody's asking right now, where's the footage? Like, why there's no cameras in the courtroom? Unfortunately, no. There are no cameras in federal courtrooms. That is the federal law right now. Those are the federal rules. I didn't make them. I think it's a big mistake, but there's always a concern. Yeah, I think that there's a mistake, but there's, concern about it improperly tainting the jury, it improperly tainting the case. I've heard the arguments, but in an effort of transparency, when there's a case of so much public interest, I think there should be cameras. There's going to be no audio. Transcripts will be released, and we're going to do something with those as well here on Law and Crime to try to do our best to put you inside that courthouse. So stay tuned on that. We have a question from Dry Roach 69. So submit your questions on YouTube right now. Will tapes be shown? Yes, they will, at least based upon the prosecution's opening.
I really think it's better.
Prosecutor here. First, we enter 4 exhibits. The defense, no objection.
Okay. All right. So we're kind of in limbo here, and I guess this is time for me to interact with you guys in the chat. So if you guys do have questions, I'll, kind of cater to what you guys got going on, and, we'll kind of work off of that. But currently we are waiting for more updates, and it looks like we do have one more. Flores says Flores' video of the video, so remember he recorded off his cell phone, this is 2016, has his voiceover, including about how shiny his shoes were, is played for the jury. So the video he took of the video is played. I guess that has audio, but it's a voiceover at this point because he's talking over it. AUSA says, did you work the next day? Flores says, no, I had the next 2 days off. AUSA says, when you came back in, did you look for the video? He says, I did. He says, but it was gone. He said, did you ever see it again? He says, yes, recently. AUSA says, nothing further. Jub Submaranian says, cross-examination. So now this is the time for Diddy's team to step up and do it. Brian Steele. Oh, Brian. I don't know why. I'll be looking at Brian Steele like he's Anthony Edwards right now, man. Like, that nigga's just cooking. But yeah, Brian Steele looked like he's a surgeon. He's a surgical person. By the way, what he did with YSL Woody and all these other people that were jurors was fucking phenomenal. And it's actually interesting. The lead, Mark Agnafilo, he was very active in pretrial and everything else, picking a jury. That was him. But when it comes to now arguing this case, he didn't do openings. And the first cross-examination of the first witness, Big Brian Steele, is up there. So shout out to Brian Steele, who, by the way, only got like 2 weeks to get ready for this trial. He got hired last minute. He had to get up to speed with it. And he's now doing the heavy lifting because beyond opening statements, this is where you're going to win your case. You got to turn those goddamn witnesses into unreliable or have them basically concede that some of the stuff that they see didn't necessarily constitute as a crime. And Brian Steele, he's now checked into the game. Okay? So cool. Brian Steele says, yo, you said your report was the 5 W's, right? The guy says, yes. Okay. All right. We're going to see what Brian Steele does. What does Brian Steele do? Again, just real quick, we got to go to Brian Steele. His best moments in the YSL case. Okay? Not only was he jamming at halftime, remember how vigorously and aggressively he got at.
Into the 6th and 14th Amendments of the United States.
And by the way, this is why he's known as a bulldog now. He got at this court for an ex parte meeting. He vehemently got at him. He basically then supposedly was held in contempt. He never really went to jail, but he did get supposedly, he was taken into custody supposedly. He put his freedom on the line for Jeffrey Williams, and also he got at this judge so much, he got this judge off the case. He got 2 other judges. Remember, we landed with Whitaker. Whitaker was the judge. But the reason why this black judge got off the case, Brian Steele was not playing. This is a little bit of him.
Corresponding sections of the Georgia Constitution, I'm required to make a full and complete statement to the court. For the record, and if God forbid this goes up on appeal for the appellate courts or another tribunal, commission, or administrative body, I was told based upon information and belief that when we arrived at 8:30, 9 o'clock today, we did not come into your courtroom until almost 11:30. And what I found out just recently, this is not waived, is that supposedly in chambers, this honorable court reporter at times, honorable court at times, district attorney or district attorneys from the DA's office, as well as investigators, sheriff deputies, Mr. Copeland and his counsel met together. None of the defense team, to my knowledge, was aware that this was going on. It was told, based upon information belief, that it was told to the district attorneys that Mr. Copeland intended to plead the 5th Amendment. Then I was told, based upon information belief, that...
Let me speed up. They get into an argument. Here we go.
Served 2. And the reason was CC'd to me that never...
Mr. Steele, can I interrupt you for just a second? I'm kind of disturbed because that's ex parte.
So essentially what happened is Brian Steele brings up that he knew some details of what happened in an ex parte meeting. The judge gets mad, be like, how the fuck did you know that? And he's like, yo, tell me who told you. And Brian Steele says, I ain't telling you shit. And they got to get into a back and forth. Brian Steele stands his ground. Ultimately, a bunch of lawyers showed up to support Brian Steele because he got held in contempt. He never went to jail because an appellate court actually overturned that. But what Brian Steele did just showed his conviction and how hard it goes for a client. He went crazy for Jeffrey Williams. If he could go even nearly as crazy for Diddy, Diddy might have a fighting chance, even though, I mean, again, this is just passion right here. By the way, he's still an amazing attorney, and we do know this is federal court, not that bullshit they got in Georgia called Fulton County Court. This is federal court that he's in, but clearly that passion is something you want for the person defending you.
That was an ex parte conversation. How did you find out about any of that?
Well, I'm disturbed too. And the reason
I'm asking you a question. How did you find out about it?
I'm going to answer you the question.
Okay.
Scuttle, if you look at SCUDDER versus state, which is 298 Georgia, 438, it's Division 2, 782 Southeast 2D 638, 2016. Our highest court says when a court meets, because Mr. Copeland comes in, meets with the court supposedly made statements, which I assume is somehow accurate based on...
By the way, Robbie Atkins, thank you for the 5. Say, yo, Ak, I'll see you Thursday. I'm going to make a weekend off it and travel up to New York from Virginia. Didn't get the meet and greet, but I'm sure we'll chop it up. Damn. Wait, how much meet and greets do we have? Chat, I might put some more meet and greets if you guys like really want to come kick it with me, bro. But anyway.
You just said we're entitled, Mr. Williams and every other person wrongly charged.
By the way, the whole thing with meet and greets is like, remember, there's a whole show. I got to show up early. We're going to do the meet and greet this and third. I don't want to be there like 5 hours before, and probably I don't want to either, right?
Is entitled under the Georgia Constitution to be present. That's a critical stage.
It's just like when you meet with me, and you and Mr. Adams meet with me, and others have met with me. It's those are ex parte for a lot of different other reasons, but I will certainly note that for purposes of record.
Well, I'm going forward. What I was told was that Mr. Copeland said,
and you haven't answered my question yet.
I'm not going to answer that question.
You're not?
No, I will not answer that question.
Why will you not answer that question?
Because I want to make sure that what I say is accurate. I'm not trying to.
No. I'm asking you, how did you get this information?
I'm not telling the court. What I'm saying is based on.
Okay, well, listen, if you don't tell me how you got this information, then you and I are going to have some problems.
We can have this. I have problems right now.
Okay,
I
know.
Yo, we can have them problems, bud.
Look, I don't want to know about your problems, okay, at this point in time. All I'm asking you at this point in time is, how did you come upon this information? Look, if the case gets reviewed, the record's going to be available for our appellate court and for whatever reason.
Anthony,
but it's
thank you for the
disturbing how somehow you have surreptitiously gotten information in regards to the court's private ex parte conversations with a party. I mean,
yes. A witness who was sworn in Friday. The court's telling. This is what I was told. If this is not true, not true. This court handed Mr. Copeland.
Tell me how you got the information.
Listen, whatever you want to do.
Tell me how you got the information. Then we can go ahead and go forward.
I'm not going to say that. What I'm going to say is this. I was told, and I hope this concerns the court.
It concerns me that you have proprietary information.
Why is it proprietary?
Or information that you should not be having that was ex parte.
Why?
With a party.
Why?
State of Georgia.
How about the witness? How about Mr. Copeland, who supposedly announced he's not testifying and he'll sit for 2 years, and then supposedly this honorable court, or excuse me, let me rephrase that. This court supposedly said, I can hold you until the end of this trial. Ms. Hilton supposedly said, actually, all of the defendants and then all 26 people are disposed of. If that's true, what this is coercion, witness intimidation, ex parte communications that we have a constitutional right to be present for. So I understand that you're upset towards me, but I don't know what I did.
Mr. Steele, I still want to know, how did you come upon this information? Who told you?
What I want to know is, why wasn't I there? Why,
sir, I'm going to hold you in contempt if you don't tell me who tell me who this information is.
I don't want to be held in contempt. Well, I'm not answering that question. That's what
we don't bend, we don't fold, we Brian Steele.
Attorney-client privilege information. I am not
attorney-client privilege. Unless you were in my chambers, that's the only way you can figure out. I tell you what, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. If you don't tell me, if you don't tell me who it is, I'm going to put you. I'm going to put you in contempt because that is not attorney-client privilege.
Attorney work product privilege. I am not.
How did you get that information supposedly from my chambers? Did somebody tell you?
I'm not. You should have told me.
You got 5 minutes.
Well, I don't need it. I want to continue. This is what I was told. Mr. Copeland made statements that he
that nigga said we're in recess. They had to come in and be like,
admitted to killing
we're done.
Thomas.
We're done. Nah. Yo, and then
Judge, just for the record, is the criminal contempt, is it criminal contempt that you held him in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said you had a hearing earlier today.
No, with criminal contempt, I told him what the contempt was, and that was.
By the way, this was Brian Steele's lawyer. So even a lawyer needs a lawyer, to speak on their behalf.
He refused to tell him. Thank you. To announce punishment summarily without.
Yes. He has a Fifth Amendment privilege against answering those questions. Rule 1.6 protects all.
So, by the way, I heard there was a large amount of lawyers that showed up to court to stand in solidarity with Brian Steele because Brian Steele went crazy. And by the way, what ended up happening after this, the judge ordered Brian Steele to fucking to be put in custody.
Grant him a supersedious bond.
As long as he, when he tells me, applies, which. So
I want to show you this other part.
Into the 6th and.
Hold on. Sorry. Hold on. So the 5 minutes passed.
Okay, Mr. Steele, would you take the podium, please, sir? Before I recessed, I asked you, how did you get this information? And it is not covered by work product. There's only one way you could have gotten.
I'm keeping my eye on the updates. All right, Chad. We have some time in between updates. We're just giving you the Brian Steele rundown on why this guy is added to Diddy's case and why this is the money guy right now. There's two, like Taco Pina just did some good shit for A$AP Rocky. By the way, that's the reason why I believe Fat Joe just hired him to deal with his sexual assault case. Taco Pina, he went balls to the wall and got not guilty for A$AP Rocky when A$AP Rocky was supposedly heard on audio, and there's a witness that claimed he shot his friend, and his friend was snitching and singing like a Tweety Bird. Taco Pina got that not guilty, but this is the big guy right here. He pretty much got the RICO case. I know it wasn't a not guilty because it was a plea, but he destroyed Fulton County. Like they look like jokes, and Brian Steele was the guy.
So I'm going to ask you again,
and I respect that, and it gives me no joy. But as you know, Georgia Rule of Professional Conduct, please check me. Rule 1.6, comment 5 reads, and this is what I have. 1.6.
I know what the rule says, but here's the thing.
Well, I'm just.
But you need to please tell me who you got it from. I'm not asking you sum and substance of anything as of yet, okay? But I need you to tell me how you got the information. If you don't tell me how you got the information, I'm going to hold you in contempt.
I understand. I don't want to be held in contempt.
And I don't want to hold you in contempt, but this is so sacrosanct to have a conversation in my chambers parroted to you and others. It is that serious.
Yeah. And that's why I raise it. It is that serious that we should have been there and it shouldn't have happened.
Sir, that's a whole separate issue. And that's why ex parte conversations are recorded.
Why would it be ex parte? You act like it's ex parte under seal.
It's ex parte. It's ex parte because that's what the state asked me to do. It's just like when you asked me for an ex parte conversation.
I've never asked this honorable court or any court to meet with me and a witness.
Sir, you're straying off the issue.
I'm not.
The issue is how did you get this information?
I understand the issue. I promise you, I understand it. But what I'm trying to ask you is, if you look at Comment 5, this is how I understand the law.
You cannot you can't violate something and then use privilege. Okay?
I'm not violating anything.
Okay, but that's why I'm saying, how did you get information?
But just listen to what I'm trying to tell you. You're threatening me with contempt.
The privilege in 1.6 would occur if you were in the right place.
They argued for a while, so let me kind of like speed this up a little bit. The judge is gonna get so mad.
Taking confidence by the client.
And because I have an idea how you that's said. When I think about it, 5 o'clock today, we'll see where you are. That's in contempt.
And you're saying it's not some substance, but I'm telling you, I can't
do
that.
Thank you for the gifted, okay?
Under the bar rule.
All right. Well, I'm going to hold you in contempt, and you can think about it. 5 o'clock today, we'll see where you are at that stand on that point. Because no, that's not what I
look. They pulling out.
That's not what I understand the rule to be. I've not asked you something.
They're about to pull out the cuffs.
Substance of what was said. I asked you how you got it.
You can't do that.
Yes, you can, because I have an idea how you got it.
Well, your idea.
I have an idea how you got it, but that's improper, sir.
Your idea may be wrong, and you're asking me to listen. I told you the first time, and I'm not.
Sir, I don't want to hold you in contempt, but this is that serious,
Judge.
You cannot eavesdrop and get information that was not meant for you to hear at that particular point in time.
Judge, listen, and listen. I'll do whatever you want to 5 o'clock or thereafter. But what I'm trying to tell you is, Your Honor, this is so serious to me. We need a hearing, and I'm moving for a mistrial. It is my understanding, based upon information and belief,
from whom?
Part of it.
From whom?
Well, I'd like to get the substance first, and then we can.
Okay, well, then you'll be in custody until then, because you need to tell me how you got the information. I'm not asking you what was said. You've already kind of given us some snippets of what you said. That tells me that somebody parroted that information to you. So,
but you're assuming something because I told you already.
Well, then, other than if you were, or one of the deputies gave you that information.
Well, Your Honor.
And if that person gave you that information, I'm not going to have I'm not going to have any further conversation with you about this. I want to know, the question still remains. I want to know who gave you the information?
I'd like to know what information happened outside of presence. That's really it.
He can go into custody at this point.
I think that the court needs to again declare a mistrial based upon.
Okay, and I'm going to deny. I'm going to deny the motion.
I'm going to be honest with you. They did steal like the bailiffs, and obviously they know he's pretty much an officer of the court, and he's there a lot. They didn't just put him in cuffs and put his hand behind his back. They kind of escorted him off. We never saw him in cuffs.
Deny your motion.
I understand that you spoke with the witness outside of our presence.
And whenever, yes, I have. Nick,
you could tell if this was a regular person, this bailiff would have definitely just, turn around, nigga, like it's done. Cut the mic, it's over, because the judge said it. But they're being really,
conversation, which is appropriate.
And you influence the witness based on information belief, and I'd like to have that all on the record.
All right.
I mean, I don't know why that's so hard to do. If nothing happened bad, that's fine. But you're acting like, tell me who it is and don't talk about the substance. Why can't we have an issue that was outside of presence? It should not have been.
Because you got some information that you shouldn't have gotten.
Right there in division, you're acting like.
Okay, they still arguing.
You say, listen, I need
the
supposedly,
ready.
And you did it.
The state wish to be heard.
Okay, and by the way, it looked like they're buying time. What ends up happening, Brian Steele eventually goes to sit. The state gets to be heard, and then Brian Steele comes back up afterwards, and he literally says, "If I have to go to jail."
You don't have that luxury at this point in time. You don't.
Without the court addressing the issue, we believe this germane.
Basically, the other guy says, "Yo, we can't do this without." By the way, PT Boy gave me thinking for the 5. It says, "Yo, tell Ak to tell Drill to wear his name tag, bro." What? You want to see Drill?
Sir, you all are really getting yourselves cross purposes at this point in time. Sir, I'm telling you.
Okay, now this is Brian Steele, who takes off his jacket. He's ready to get taken into custody. Really defending Jeffrey Williams.
The challenge I'm having in this particular circumstance
is not.
That's not what happened. 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 I'm just telling you, that's not what happened.
Judge, respectfully, we are not obligated to simply accept that there's been no violation. We believe that there has been. The only
Okay, well then you've made your. No, we're not doing that at this point in time. So you'll have a choice to make. All right, take Mr. Steele into custody, please.
Yeah, see? And now he tap on the shoulder. Let me get the blazer off. And he basically whispers to him, yo, I'm not going to put you in cuffs. That's some professional courtesy. I'm not going to put you in cuffs in the court where there's all these cameras, because that might really fuck up your career. You get what I'm saying? Yo, just walk with me, okay? Walk with me. We're going to go in the back room, okay? Yeah. So he takes off his jacket. And I ain't gonna lie, again, this is only lawyer privilege. He's gonna still have a chance to talk to the judge before he gets escorted out. He puts it there. He's gonna take his tie off.
Your Honor, would the court afford me one moment to confer with counsel regarding the appropriate remedy?
Okay.
Can I say one thing, Your Honor?
And then he says, can I say one thing? And this is where I think Brian Steele secured his spot on Diddy's case, right here. Other than, remember when he said this? Remember when he said this? Every drop of blood, Brian Steele. When he was doing the interview, he said, I'm going to defend this nigga with every drop of blood. Remember this?
Very hard for Mr. Williams. I am not supportive processed
No.
food.
Where is it? He said, yo, right here.
In response to any allegation is Mr. Williams committed no crime whatsoever, and we will fight to my last drop of blood to clear him.
Damn. We'll fight till the last drop of blood. Now you see a lawyer ready to go to jail for you. Gunner wouldn't even go to jail for Young Thug. Brian Steele was like, all right, take it off. Good. I'm ready to go. Lock me up. Lock me up. Yo, Thug was watching like, damn, this nigga realer than some of these other niggas I be rubbing my nose with. Like, he the real slime. That's really YSL Steele.
Yes, sir. You certainly may.
And he goes up and he says this to the judge.
Mr. Williams does not wish to go forward without me being here. You are removing me against his will, my will. You're taking away his right to counsel. And you're conducting material parts of this trial without me present, and I can't learn about it by watching online. So for that reason, additionally, I asked for a mistrial. And I assume you deny, but I'd like you to deny our motions for mistrial. You denied the other people.
I've denied your motion, but I'll certainly take that under advisement, sir.
Okay, no, so I missed that moment. There was a moment where he literally says, if I have to go to jail, can I spend it? Can I spend it in the same cell? I just want to play that part and we'll get back to the Diddy trial. Cell, Brian Steele. Yeah, he wanted to spend. He said, if you're going to lock me up, man, here we go.
Not that bad at evidence. And no,
this ain't it. Here we go.
Whatever reason that doesn't take, and you don't give a bond, then I'd ask that I can be with Mr. Williams and we work on our case all weekend, for all those weekends. Otherwise, I can't prepare.
He said, lock me up with Jeffrey. God damn it.
I speak with Mr. Williams all the time.
That's up to you. And sir, I will, if that comes to pass, you have my support. I will.
Because he was held in contempt and sentenced to 20 days in jail, which was supposed to be on the weekends because he works weekdays as obviously a lawyer. And he's like, well, if you're going to sentence me to spend jail time on the weekends, can I be locked up in the same jail as Young Thug? Because we got to work on his case. That's a thug, bro.
I'm going to file a notice of appeal, but for whatever reason that doesn't take, and you don't give a bond, then I'd ask that I can be with Mr. Williams and we work on our case all weekend, for all those weekends. Otherwise, I can't prepare. I speak with Mr. Williams all the time.
That's up to you. And sir, I will, if that.
Anyway, all right, let's get back to it, chat. Cool. So now, Brian Steele, we just gave you the little rundowns. Brian Steele is saying, hey, so you mentioned that you got off the elevator at 11:14 or 11:15. You described Mr. Combs as having a devilish expression on his face. Flores says, well, that's my opinion. Well, Steele says, well, when you get off the elevator, what's in your hand? Flores says, my radio. Ooh, okay. Let's see. Then it says, wait, did Mr. Combs didn't attack you, did he? Flores says no. It says, and then was there any law enforcement involvement? Flores says no. It says, you videoed for your wife and kept it, right? It says, I did. So, but there was never law enforcement called. He said there were not. So you told the jury Mr. Combs said to Cassie, you're not leaving, but your report did not say that, right? He says, at that point, I didn't believe it was a significant fact. I'm not going to put down the back and forth. So Brian Steele's bringing up a point. You claim that Diddy told Cassie he couldn't leave, which, by the way, would be technically kidnapping, but you never put it in your report. He said, I wasn't going to put down every detail. So he says, so it wasn't important 9 years ago, but only now it's important, huh? It's Brian Steele, brother. AUSA says, objection. Judge says overruled. Flores says, I didn't put it in the report at the time. So Steele says, you said you were offered a bribe, but hadn't you told him he had to pay for the vase? Flores says yes. Steele says, the gentleman you say you saw in the room you described to the jury is not in your report. He says, well, he didn't engage. Why didn't you ask him his name? So, well, he wasn't talking to no one. Steele says, did you tell anyone at the time that you saw a man? Because remember, this guy who's a black guy in the room was supposed to be the sex worker that was fucking Cassie. Because remember, the government is saying that was a ongoing freak-off that Cassie was trying to escape from. Did he beat her ass and dragged her back to it? The guy is saying, I'm security. I went up there. I went to the room to be like, yo, bro, y'all can't be doing this. I saw a guy who was a black male in there too. So Steele is saying, why you didn't ask him what his name was? Why? He says, oh, he didn't say nothing to me. He says he wasn't talking to no one. So Steele says, did you tell anyone at the time? Flores says, no. Steele says, and the 7-foot driver, do you know who it was? Flores says, I don't know, but Cassie knew him. Steele says, you didn't put in your report that you offered to call law enforcement, but she refused. Why not? Flores says, she said no. So there was no reason to include it. So that's another point of apparently law enforcement, they're trying to say, oh, we would have involved the cops, but Cassie didn't want us to do it. Steele is saying it's not in the report. This is why this report and the exhibit is so important. Steele says, you said you put Mr. Combs against the wall. That's aggressive, isn't it? Flores says, it could be, but I only put my forearm against his chest. Steele says, but you didn't put that in your report either. The guy says, you're asking me to have put more detail in my report. Steele says, do you remember the layout? Guy says, no, but it was just a corner room. Steele says, was it a normal hotel room like I was staying, like just one room, or did it have a living room? Guy says, I don't know. Yo, Steele is doing a good job. But I'm probably slopping him off. Pause. The reason why, like, he's showing that this guy's memory ain't all the way there. So when he says shit outside of this report, at least the report he wrote that day, 9 years later, his story is all over the place. He's showing the jury, this nigga is all over the fucking place. So he's saying, do you remember what type of room it is? Can't remember. He says, remember it's a corner room. Well, was there one room? Was there a living room? So I don't remember. He says, well, the third party, you said he was on the bed, right? So he's trying to catch this guy in a lie. He says, it was a pullout. Yeah, Brian Steele's trying to catch this nigga in a lie. Yo, I said pause, gang. I said pause. Okay. Now, Steele is a really good lawyer to catch people in lies, kind of show like their memory might be fuzzy. Then he says, Steele says, you were in the hospitality business as well as security, right? Dude says yes. Steele then says, Mr. Combs, it was clear to you that he wanted to pay for the damage, right? AUSA says, objection, speculation. The judge says, basically almost saying sustained, but he's saying to the Brian Steele, asking a different way. Mr. Steele says, well, I guess it could be embarrassing for a guest. Objection. And the judge now sustains that, right? Which means when you sustain the objection, it means, yo, stop asking that. Steele says, one moment, nothing further. The judge says redirect, so now the prosecutor gets to come back. clean up, whatever. AUSA says, did you typically include every single detail in a report? So now they're responding to how Mr. Steele just exposed this guy, that he's saying a lot of really important shit, but it was never in the report. Like, for example, if you're saying that she told you not to call the cops, why didn't you put that in the report? If you're saying you and him had a physical altercation where you put your hand against his chest and pressed him against the wall, why is that not in the report? If you say you saw a man in the room, why is that not in the report? Everything else is in the report. So that's Brian Steele's angle to show that this report is full of shit. And this report that this nigga is now trying to say, oh yeah, you know, because the state, or not state, but the feds are trying to say, well, it kind of looked like it was a freak off going on there because there was a nigga in the room. They had to check Diddy, all that type of stuff. And the only reason why we never got the cops involved is because, you know, Cassie said no, and obviously she a victim. She might have been scared of him, blah, 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 blah. Diddy's lawyer, Brian Steele, is saying it's not in the report, though. Why none of that? Why none of the important information 9 years later ain't in the fucking report? Okay? I think it's a good tactic. He said, did you include every single detail in the report? So the AUSA is trying to answer to that now. Flores says no. Says, did he seem drunk or high? Flores says no. That's very important too. Because there, you know, even some people incorrectly reported that Diddy was trying to plead insanity. No, he wasn't. He was saying that there were some of his outbursts was due to some of the mental state or drug-induced states he was in, not saying it alleviated or relieved any responsibility for a crime he may have committed. They're saying if you see him like act out, it might have been because he was drunk or high. The AUSA is saying, was he drunk or high? They're saying, no, he wasn't. So they're trying to establish this pattern that it's not because he was under some, you know, drug-induced state. This guy's just violent. This guy is a monster, right? So Flores says, no. Okay. We cooking, chat. We cooking. We just waiting for some more. Okay, bet. Here we go. AUSA says, when he offered you money, what did he say? Flores says, he said he ain't want nobody to know about it, pretty much. And AUSA says, which way was he dragging Cassie? And Flores says, back to the room, which is the point of that what they wanted to get out anyway. This is nothing further. So now we're going to get on to the second witness. Holy. All right, so the first witness is a security guard. It looks like fully that video of Cassie getting beat on in the Intercontinental Hotel in 2016 is at play. Cassie Diddy Intercontinental. That's at play, okay? So this is the video.
New surveillance footage obtained exclusively by CNN appears to corroborate some of the allegations of abuse against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. The video, captured on multiple cameras, shows Combs assaulting his then-girlfriend Cassie Ventura in a hallway at a Los Angeles hotel in March 2016. A lawsuit filed by Ventura in November last year and settled the next day referenced actions that seem to match those seen in this video. There is no audio. According to the complaint, Combs became extremely intoxicated and punched Miss Ventura in the face, giving her a black eye, which according to the lawsuit prompted Ventura to try and leave the hotel room. The surveillance video obtained by CNN begins as she enters the hallway. The complaint says as she exited, Mr. Combs awoke and began screaming at Miss Ventura. He followed her into the hallway of the hotel while yelling at her. The complaint goes on to say he grabbed her and then took glass vases in the hallway and threw them at her. In the surveillance video, Combs can be seen grabbing Ventura and throwing her to the ground. As Ventura lies on the ground, Combs then kicks her twice and attempts to drag her on the floor back to the hotel room. Ventura is seen picking up a hotel phone. Combs seems to walk back to the hotel room, then returns and appears to shove her in a corner. Moments later, he can be seen throwing an object in her direction. According to Ventura's now settled lawsuit, the pair began dating several years after they met in 2005. They parted ways in 2019. Combs' attorney said the decision to settle was in no way an admission of wrongdoing. Ventura declined to comment on the video, but her attorney...
Okay, so they're starting out very hot and heavy. That video, which I think is pretty much safe to say, the publication of that video to CNN, it felt like it was a part of a pretrial strategy for the prosecutors to really influence people that may have been saying, hey, well, like, how do we know he was really doing these things? They can't leak the freak off videos, right? We saw them talk about like some things like baby oil, which was like, whoa, baby oil, that's some freaky ass nigga shit. But they needed a little bit more to convince a lot of people and possibly even taint the jury pool. And it looks like that video did do it. And not only was it something to be mentioned to kind of shift public narrative, that is what the first focus is. It's around, remember, the first person is a guy who I think he now works for law enforcement, but he was a security back then in 2016 for the Intercontinental Hotel. He responded to the situation with Diddy and Cassie, and he claimed that he got physical with Diddy after he also stepped in and said, if she wants to leave, she could fucking leave. She leaves. Supposedly they ask her, hey, do you want to press charges or should we call the cops? She says, no, I'm good. Let me get out of here. She leaves with the nigga that's a 7-foot driver. Then they go back to the room to Diddy to check that nigga like, yo, bro, you can't be doing all this here, bro. Like, you're tripping out, man. You got to get out of this. Like, stay in your room or whatever. They say they claim they see another man who was, like, sitting on the bed, who's a black guy. We don't know if it means dark skin, but a guy of African American descent. And apparently Diddy kind of is like, wait, are you recording me? Because I guess he saw a phone in their hand. It's like, wait, you recording me? And then the guy yokes him up or pushes him to the wall like, nigga, what the fuck is up with you, bro? And essentially then reminds him of the rule. Looked like Diddy clearly calms down. And Diddy had offered him money. He said he turned it down. Looked like it was maybe another employee who took the money to like delete it, because the dude said after, he said he did record it with his phone, but he said 2 days later he had 2 days off, and when he came back he couldn't find the footage. So it looks like somebody else took the bread, right? Holy. All right, people. All right. We getting there. We are getting there, man. This is the real day one. Let's see if we can find this. Okay, by the way, let me watch his vlog about what was going on. Here we go.
All right, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press.
By the way, he's the person who's tweeting.
We're here at the break after the opening statements in U.S. versus Sean Combs. It was quite a process. Number one, there was the jury selection, and we'd been covering it last week, and we did sort of an extra you can find on Substack and extra subscribers about a juror that probably should have been stricken for cause. It's a UN staffer that basically works at the counterterrorism office, and that would work with U.S. law enforcement, which he then denied. In any event, the opening statements were quite something. It turns out it's a more stripped-down case, at least than I thought. The U.S. attorney Johnson talked about Cassie and Jane, which is a pseudonym, and also a Mia and arson. Now, Tenny Garagos, in her opening statement, said, this is just about private sexual behavior. They don't dispute that Combs can be violent and jealous, but that should never have been a federal case, and that the witnesses are all have their own interests, including filthy lucre, money. So we're going to see how it plays out. Right at the end, after the jury left, Brian Steele, they brought up from Georgia after the Young Thug trial, made some evidentiary objections about the reports about the hotel, Intercontinental Hotel lobby, elevator lobby violence. So that should be resolved.
Now, the case might be structured in many different ways, right? Remember, this is a big case. They know what's going to happen. Brian Steele his only job might be deal with this footage. Like, Steele, your job is to make this footage look not that important. And maybe we see Mark Agnifilo, or Agnifilo, however you say his name. I know I'm fucking his name up a bunch. Maybe his job will be, because what the next case, the next phase is going to be, who is going to, and this is the heavy lifting of the whole trial, if you ask me. Who is going to be the attorney to cross-examine Cassie? Supposedly Cassie is supposed to take the stand at some point this week, but we're going to probably see escorts. We're going to see all type of people, hotel staff, security, former personal assistants. They're going to take the stand, I would imagine, first. When Cassie gets on that bitch, that's going to be time. It's going to probably be, she's going to be on the stand for at least 2 days, I would imagine. She's the star key witness. Without her, this case is flimsy. So whoever the attorney for Diddy that's going to be combing through everything she says, again, cross is going to be brutal. I would imagine the AUSAs have prepared her for this. I would imagine that her current husband is probably there supporting her. Remember, she is pregnant. It's going to be brutal. They have to chop her down. they have to remind the jury and the audience and everybody who is witnessing this case, Cassie might be this demure young woman now who is having a child and is happily married, but back then she was a freak. That was a nympho that couldn't get enough of penis. And that's how Diddy's going to put it across. And she liked to do freaky shit like how he liked to do freaky shit. And they were in it together. We're going to see how that plays. I'm wondering if Tenny is going to do that part, or maybe it's Mark. Or maybe they leave everything to Brian Steele. I don't think they'll leave everything to Brian Steele, but Brian Steele, he got up first, and he's doing his thing to try to get this idea about the first part of the state's case is to show, hey, this is what happens when you defy Sean Combs. You leave a freak off. He drags you back, he beats your ass, and forces you to fuck other people. Brian Steele is trying to show, no, you guys are spinning this into something that it's not. How do we know there's a freak off going on? Oh, the guy says, well, the prosecutor put the person on the stand and said, there's a guy in the room. How come we ain't hear nothing about this guy in any reports other than you saying it now? So that's where we're at with it.
Resolved this afternoon as the witnesses began, including with some hotel witnesses. So Inner City Press, we're on the case. We're covering other cases too. I just stopped at the Mag Court. A man was released after 2 uses of a gun. Well, one brandishing and one using. Ordered released, but there's been a request by the government for a stay, which was denied, but they're going to be appealing it. So we're going to be covering that as well. But Diddy it is. In for a pound, in for a penny, in for a pound. Inner City Press on the case.
Interesting. We're still monitoring the Tory situation. It's still a top story. The Tory situation, according to his team, he's in critical condition. We're going to see. Okay? We'll also find out some other details. Apparently, Diddy had a Bible on the trial desk, or the desk he's sitting with his attorneys. Said Diddy looked like he's leaning on faith as he goes through federal trial for sex trafficking, because he was reading from the Holy Bible in court. The Bad Boys founder had a Bible at his table on Monday and was reading scriptures before opening statements from the prosecution and the defense team, according to folks in a courtroom. They said that he had a lot of family supporting him, and including a bunch of his kids at the Combs, and the Combs family looked stoic as federal prosecutors laid out their case against him, with the fam showing no emotions whatsoever. Wearing a sweater over a collared shirt, Diddy hardly moved as the prosecution addressed the jury. He fidgeted his feet a bit and had a blank stare. One of Diddy's defense lawyers, Tenny Garagos, handling open statements, and a couple of jurors appeared to nod off, resting their heads in their hands. Garagos was speaking right before lunch. Seemed like jurors were getting tired and hungry. Still, a couple of jurors were taking a ton of notes during Tenny's opening. Her father and famed defense attorney, Mark Garagos, looked like a proud father. So her father's there, as he watched her do her thing. This is Tenny Garagos here. Tenny's husband was also in court. They kissed in a cafeteria during a lunch break after the opening statement, with Tenny ordering, goddamn, they know every fucking thing, egg salad. Why we need to know what his lawyers are eating? Sparkling water and salt and pepper chips. Cassie's name came up in a bunch of openings, and her defense attorney, Douglas Wigder, yeah, remember, I knew it was Douglas, yeah, Douglas Wigder, huddled with her husband, Alex Fine, in the cafeteria. So it appears, we don't know if Cassie was there, but Cassie is there. Cassie's husband, which is this guy, Alex Fine, is there. Alex wore sunglasses, just like he was outside on his way to the court when he had no mood to talk to our photographer. Diddy's mom, Janice, was also wearing sunglasses. The lunch break is about to end, so let's look at the video of Cassie's man showing up to court. We don't know if Cassie's there as of yet, but he looked like he's going to stay through the whole thing. Keep in mind, Mormon culture, this guy has a history with Diddy. Don't know if he ever got violent, physical, or did they shout or cuss each other out. But apparently, Alex Fine was hired by Diddy as Cassie's personal trainer, and it's now resulted in this, where he's now married her and has multiple kids with her, and she's turned around suing him, and he's supporting her. So let's see him walking into court. He's going to be supporting his wife, Cassie. Here we go. If it'll load. Okay, here we go, chat.
Fine, Alex? Alex Fine? Is that you? Are you here supporting Cassie? You look fantastic.
I wonder how big the courtroom is. There's so many people there. Okay. So that's Alex Fine showing up. And then here is now Diddy's mom, Janice Combs, showing up along with, I think these are the twins. I think we see Justin here. This is Quincy here. And I think this is King, a.k.a. Christian Combs here. So this is the full family. Look like they walk in. If you can't tell, there's a barricades right here. You see police right there. Clearly, they've allowed and they're keeping the public back. This is one of those spectacles. I don't know if you ever seen the outside the courtroom for when Michael Jackson had trial. Obviously, I think Michael Jackson's he's the biggest, right? Michael Jackson trial outside. Yeah, Michael Jackson outside court. It was crazy. Look, him leaving court. Look. Okay, I was trying to see. There were people chanting. It was madness. It was madness. These are pictures he took outside court. People were crying. There was so much going. This is him arriving to court. Okay, we can't really see. Oh, he was showing up to court in handcuffs? What the fuck? Oh, wow. Look, yeah, okay, here we go. The fanfare was ridiculous. Now, I don't think it's going to be like that for Diddy. I don't think people like Diddy like how they love Mike. They love Mike. They love them some Mike. So they're chanting he's innocent. He hops out. Walked in pretty. Yeah, Michael was he really turned from black to white. This shit crazy. Mike walked in pretty confident. He waves. You see all the sheriffs. Okay.
Mr. Jackson has been repeatedly the charges.
You see the fanfare that's going on with him, and I would have guessed the same thing is going to go on with Diddy. Let's see how it looks with his family showing up to court. By the way, remember Diddy. You see Diddy, Diddy's not going to be walking into court because he will be brought there by sheriffs, or not necessarily sheriffs, I believe U.S. Marshals. They're going to be bringing him back and forth from the federal holding facility in MDC to court. So they're going to go on the ground, I believe. So you won't see him entering or exiting court. And you won't see how people react to Diddy, but you're going to see all these cameras. You're going to see Diddy's family on the walk up because they walk in through the front of the court. Here we go. Feels like more press than fans, right? Feels like a lot more press than fans. With Michael Jackson was a lot of fans. But, of course, keep in mind, they're not going to see Diddy. So it's like it makes sense it's more press than fans because the fans wouldn't be fans of the family. They're fans of Diddy, if they're any fans, right? Okay, so we see Quincy. Who's this? I think this is one of the daughters. Then we got the two twins. We see Christian here. We see, not Christian, I mean Quincy. Then we see Christian here. Is this Janice? The sisters holding hand in solidarity. We see, he got to be a bodyguard. This nigga look too buff. He look like Shannon Sharp, man. Except there ain't no 20-year-old white woman around. This nigga look like Shannon Sharp. It's like a Shannon outfit, too. Yeah, they're all holding hands. I think this is I think this is Christian. I think these are the twins. Is this Janice? I can't tell. All right. Look like this is a special entrance, by the way, not the regular entrance.
How you feeling this morning, Mr. Geragos? Are you ready for today?
Mr. Geragos, anything you have to say as we head into a jury selection and then opening statements?
Have you spoken to Diddy? How's he doing? How's he feeling?
Good morning. Anything to say before
Oh,
going
let's
into
see the fit. What are you wearing today? You look fantastic. We love the suit.
This is Tenny Garagos, I believe.
Good morning. Anything to say before
Oh,
going
let's see the fit. What are you wearing today? You look fantastic. We love the suit. Today's the day.
Mr. Big Brian Steele.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. Guys, be careful.
Have you spoken
Do you have a
to
second for a question?
Have you spoken to Sean Combs? Like, how's he doing? How's he feeling? Does he feel positive today? I know he was nervous last week.
His publicist said that he was upbeat this morning.
Can you
Any response
confirm
at
that?
I can't talk about the case at all, so I don't want to violate the court's order.
Yeah, there are strict protective orders in federal cases, and you're doing what you got to do.
Well, how was your weekend? What did you do over the weekend? Was it strictly planning, or did you relax, or did you have a drink?
Thinking about you guys.
Okay, Agnophilia breaks through. Like he got his little bag with him. Right here. And that's really what it is. Okay, bet. Let's get back to this. We should have some more updates. I apologize. I know, again, remember, we are waiting for updates here from Inner City Press. Inner City Press, we appreciate you, brother. We appreciate you. I would love to get Inner City Press like to come on here like after the trials, or not after the day's done, and to kind of, you know, give us like, because he's pretty impartial. Like, I don't think he gives a fuck if these guys are innocent or guilty. He just says what it is, and I really like him. Okay, anyway, look like the male dancer has been called. Ooh, here we go. Y'all ready, chat? Y'all ready? So this is the second witnesses right here. So it's a pull out. It's asking a different way. Drunk or high, blah, blah, blah. Nothing further. Judge says a recross. Steele says the motion sensitive cameras, so there are gaps, right? So essentially they're saying that the surveillance footage doesn't have all nonstop footage. It only shows motion. And Flores says yes. So there's times you can't look at because there's supposedly no motion. Steele says nothing further. The judge says next witness, AUSA Comey says, what did Miss Ventura pay you for? The witness says to have sex with her. So now this clearly is a sex worker. Sean Combs is there too. The witness says, my boss called me and told me he couldn't find any of our black dancers. So could I go to a bachelorette party in the Gramercy Park Hotel? Ain't that where my show at? My show's at Gramercy Theater. Is there a hotel there? Oh, hell no. Don't tell me we having the chat nigga birthday party where the freak offs is at. Holy. Gramercy Theater. Where is it? Gramercy Green. Where's the Gramercy Hotel then? I never heard of this place. The Gramercy what? Park Hotel. Let's look that up. Gramercy Park Hotel. Oh, it's a block away. So Gramercy Theater. Oh, chat. It's going to be historic. So chat, if you don't know, we're having a show in 3 days. We're right here, Gramercy Theater. That's where we're having a show. We're 2 blocks from the freak off. Holy. Chat, y'all might as well bring y'all baby. No, let me stop playing. Yo, chat. I've been trying to, for some of our regulars and, I'm trying to book an after party spot. The after party to the Gramercy Theater show. This joint right here. We got to go to the hotel. Bring it. You got BYOB. Literally. Bring your own baby oil. Real talk. Now, that's all jokes before somebody takes me out of context. Anyway, all right, cool. So it says, my boss called me and said he couldn't find her black dancers. So could I go to a bachelorette party in Gramercy Park Hotel in downtown Manhattan? He says, so what did you expect to do? It's like a little stripper dance. It says she was in the hotel room in a red wig and stockings and sunglasses. She gave me a few $100s. It says, what was the room like? Red couches, Astroglide, which is a lubricant. Okay, so we now figured out that we ain't hear about baby oil's lubricant yet. Astroglide is actually a lubricant type. Astroglide. I want to show y'all exactly what this motherfucker is. Hopefully I go to images, might not show. Okay. So this is Astroglide. This is lubricant. So this is like official lubricant shit. You can find it at CVS. So there was a man on the right side of the room. He says the man had on a white robe and a bandana over his face. And a bandana. So it's like Diddy was wearing a shiesty kind of below his eyes. So he had the bandana down here, and then he had a baseball cap, so you could only see like this. You could only see like this. Okay? From his voice, I recognize him as Sean Combs. The person said, well, what did he say? He says, he said he was into importing and exporting. The male dancer then says, he says he was having problems with my boss. The defense says, objection. Comey says, I'll get back into that. But after the sex was over, what happened? The male dancer says, Cassie gave me a couple $1,000 more. Whoa. So they started with, she gave me a few $100s, right? She gave me a few $100s. Now it turns, Cassie gave me a few $1,000 more. Wow. The male dancer says, he said to give them my number. I did. Cassie called me and asked me for a photo. The Comey says, then what? Says she called me to go back. I did for a few hours. And then a few times after that. So was Combs always present? Yes. Comey says, any other locations? He said, yeah, the Essex house. His residence on 56th Street. I believe 210. So 210 56th Street. Let's look at where Diddy was living. 210 56th Street, New York. Let's figure out. What is this? 210. It says a sushi spot. These are probably big ass buildings that probably have like rooms and hotels up above. They're trying to figure out where. 210 West 56. I don't know. Don't ask me why I'm so nosy. I'm trying to figure out what every nigga was doing. Okay, whatever. 210 at the time, and her residence on the West End Ave, I think number 10. AUSA says, what name were you to say when you were there to see? Black. So I guess the name they would say is Black. Male dancer says, I would send her vulgar text messages. AUSA says, like what? The dancer says, you want me to say it? The prosecutor says, give an example. Male dancer says, I'll text her like, y'all want to fuck you right now. AUSA says, well, how often did you use baby oil? The male dancer says, every time. Oh, shit. Now the baby oil comes in. So apparently every time. The male dancer says, Sean Combs said we didn't have enough baby oil on. He'd say, y'all slow down, separate. Hold on, man. Too much fucking friction going on in here. Slow down, separate. Douse yourself in baby oil. He said one time he tried to have us role play like we had just met at the airport. We weren't good, so we skipped that. What direction did Combs give you? Male dancer says he'll tell me to step off and back off. Comey then says, how many times, if any, were you told to urinate on Ms. Ventura? The defense says, now we get to hear another lawyer, Xavier Donaldson. I think he comes from the appellate team as well. Xavier Donaldson, Diddy. I think he's on the appellate team. Xavier Donaldson is a New York-based attorney. He filed a motion for appearance saying he will be joining the team. He's had his own legal practice in 2023 and been previously spent 24 years at a New York City law firm. He received his law degree at Howard, where Combs actually went, and actually got an honorary degree and also donated $1 million, if you guys don't know. He be joined this legal team. It's not uncommon to add lawyers, blah, 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 blah. He has unlimited money and whatever. Okay, so let's look up his name real quick to see why he would be added. Obviously, we get it. He's a black dude that comes from the same college that Diddy went to, Howard. But what else? He's a crisis manager. He's a litigator. Okay. Trying to figure out why. In 2000 to 2004, he represented clients charged with complex federal and state cases, including murder, international, blah, 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 bank fraud, complex, okay. Look like he's also familiar with, appellate stuff, okay. But he's been involved in civil litigations, okay. All right, so now we see federal and civil litigations. He's involved there. Okay. All right. All right. He's also a lawyer. No, not a lawyer. He's a adjunct. I don't know how to ever say this word. It's like me, part-time professor, okay? Or was. Okay. By the way, he went to college in Howard School of Law in 1991. When did Diddy graduate? When did Diddy graduate Howard? Diddy graduated Howard. He attended from 1987 to 89. This guy went to law school 1991 to 94. His previous school was St. Augustine. So maybe they could have known each other at Howard. We don't know. Okay. All right. Interesting to know. So the defense said objection. The judge said overruled. By the way, again, this is outside the courtroom. The baby oil has finally made the appearance. Oh, my God. All right. Oh, my God. The male dancer says, they told me not to do it all at once. The defense says objection to him saying they. The judge says, I've got it. Comey says, what happened afterwards? The male dancer said, they leave me waiting for hours. The whole thing might go on for 10 hours. So he's describing these freak-offs, okay? He's describing the freak-offs live. Wow. Okay. All right. This is getting interesting, chat. So, again, we now have what we're going to call a sex worker, even though they call him a male dancer. And he did admit that what he expected upon first getting dispatched to go to Cassie and Diddy's room was that it was a bachelorette party. He was supposed to go just do a dance. Supposed to be innocuous, nothing with sex. Somehow it did turn to sex. But we all know every time, it's like a stripper, right? Like a bitch will be working as a stripper, but you know she sucked dick on the side. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they'd be like, oh, no, we just dance until you pay me enough. Now she starts sucking cock. So it's the same thing with the male dancer. He think he's gonna do a little strip tease, all that shit. But of course, you slide him a little more bread, he's slanging cock, right? So that's pretty much what it is, even though they're calling him a male dancer. He's pretty much a damn escort, right? So cool. All right, we're here. We are here. Let's see. Okay. The male dancer says they were headed to the Essex Hotel. They said they were going 30 minutes. It was the first time he opened the door as himself. So it looked like as the time progresses and they keep using this guy, right? By the way, he's so comfortable with Cassie. Him and Cassie are texting freak shit. He's telling Cassie, I can't wait to punch dick up in your stomach. Dick up in your stomach. Hold on, I got to play that. Oh, man. This is how that fucking...
I gotta say this.
This is how this fucking prostitute or sex worker was texting Cassie.
Like I never said this in Mississippi before. I've been coming here for years. I don't think I ever said this. I need all the mothers. I need y'all to forgive me again because I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. So just forgive me. Pussy is the shit you probably do. You know, it's over with. I don't like that kind of pussy. I don't like that kind of pussy. I like my pussy to be like an oven. I like to put it on preheat and take a little minute to get heated up and it's gonna hold that heat in that box. You know, then I got that little bedroom body, so I wanna stand you up in the mirror because your facial expression gonna tell me everything I'm doing right or wrong.
This is how it was texting Cassie, man.
I want you to stand up in that mirror and I just want to kiss your booty cheek.
This nigga could have worked for Diddy. This is the type of niggas Diddy was recruiting. Freaky ass nigga.
I look at that bitch, then I want to swipe the credit card. Y'all don't know what that is. I got a big long tongue in that bitch head. I want to just go up and down the crack of your head.
What's up with the sound effects?
I want to take my whole tongue and stick it in your ass, you know.
I love that
bitch back. Then I want to grab your whole pussy in my mouth and just get the clip and just take my lips and go back and forth and that pussy coming back. I got a big mouth, get that big head.
Oh, hell nah. Oh, I thought he was going to whip something out.
The head too slow. Come to slow. Come and dick out in your stomach. Pull your hair, slap your ass, bitch, you better not do no run. I'm put dick out in your stomach. Pull your hair, slap your ass, bitch, you better not do no run. I say dick down, I dick you down.
Yeah, they might indict this nigga next. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, goddamn, hold on, what do you got going on?
Dick you down.
Nah, I'm playing. I love Kevin Gates. All right, man. All right. Okay. He said they were headed to the Essex Hotel. He said 30 minutes. So now Diddy gets to the point of comfortability where he doesn't have a bandana on with a Yankee hat no more. He's now, you could see him. Like, he's just like, what up, playboy? You know what I mean? You ready to come fuck my bitch? And it says, so AUSA says, how did things change? He said he didn't feel, and Donaldson again says objection. Okay? They're not going to let this part go off without objecting a bunch. AUSA Comey says, who, if anyone, recorded? The dancer said, well, Mr. Combs, with the cell phone and a camcorder, took a photo of my driver's license for insurance. He said, and it says, objection. So Donaldson is raising a lot of objections. The judge says, focus this question or this answer. Comey says, what did you understand? The person says, the dancer says, yo, I felt like he was threatening me because he took my pictures of my driver's license and he took photos for insurance. The male dancer says, what the fuck? Once I went and Cassie was slumped over, he said, it's not going to happen this time. So I guess one time he went and Cassie's too drunk or too drugged out. And he said to Diddy says to the dude, nah, you're not fucking her this time. And he said, did Mr. Combs offer you drugs? He says, Molly, I guess. I don't do drugs. MDMA? I went out and handed out $100 bills. By the way, chat, how come this type of ad just pop up on my thing? Look at this. What in the fuck? So we asked 100 gay men why they sing. Why the hell is this on my Twitter? I only be on this Twitter for stream. It's like they seen this. Like, this is a zest fest. They just threw this in my algorithm. Why is this in my, or maybe this is in the response thread. No, it's not. This is like an ad. What the fuck? What the hell? Bruh. Hey, yo. They must think I'm the white boy from Elliot Wilson show. The gay one. Said, how did Molly make you feel? Says, sick and euphoric, like an idiot, handing out $100 bills. Said, who else was present? A guy who told me he was an actual escort. Ooh, so now we get to find out. There was escorts and dancers. So this guy really wasn't an escort, even though he's pretty much doing escort shit. It said he was having sex with Cassie at her apartment. Damn. Yo, Diddy really wanted his bitch really ran through. I'm wondering if any of these guys are going to testify to seeing Diddy actually have sex with her. Because it's starting to feel like Diddy didn't even want to fuck her. Diddy just wanted to see other niggas fuck her. Whatever. Okay. Holy shit. Okay. We are live watching this, chat.
In the week we
are live watching this. So this is outside the courtroom. We expect that they're probably gonna call the day by like 5 o'clock or so. They started at 8. Because they start at 8, I don't expect them to go till 6. Of course, I got to think about the jury being fatigued. Apparently, some of the jury was like this, or kind of looked like they were a little bit disinterested in opening statements. And really, it's because it probably was a lot for them to go through the getting picked part today. So Probably tomorrow they'll have better energy. I could see the judge calling it a little bit early, but they're going to get through this male dancer, I believe. Pause. They're going to get through his testimony. They're going to get on I think they're going to get through cross and probably redirect. And then I expect the judge to lay out what's going to be for tomorrow, give us the plan, ask for any last minute motions, and then dismiss the court for the end of the day. So I think about like another hour or so, and then they're going to clip court, okay? By the way, we're on East Coast time and it's almost 4 o'clock. It's 3:50, so 10 to 4, okay? All right, we're waiting for these updates, chat. We are waiting for these updates. Holy shit. The male dancer then says the guy was looking at Sean Combs, and Combs says, "Don't you be fucking looking at me like that." And Donaldson, again, Xavier Donaldson, he got to be working in a appellate capacity because his job is only to, seemingly right now, is only to call objections, which we got to be thinking is all about an appeal, right? The judge says, let's get a fresh question. The AUSA says, what did he look like? The male dancer says it was a black guy, kind of skinny. We exchanged phone numbers. So they're talking about the other sex worker that was supposedly fucking Cassie, right? Yo, Cassie, damn. You know who got to be tough for? Alex Fine, unless maybe he's into this, like, you know, swinger shit too. If you have to sit through a trial hearing about dozens of random men fucking your girl, like, I would imagine, like, you know, he's in love with her and he has kids with her and that's his woman now. That might be bothering to him too. But, you know, obviously she's came clean about everything, I would imagine. And he's accepted it and he's just here to support her. But him sitting there hearing about how these niggas was treating the love of his life like a rag doll, just punching dick up in her stomach like it was nothing, gotta be a little bit triggering unless he's on that type of timing as well, right? Okay. So Diddy had so much control over these sex workers. He was even policing how they would react to him, even though they weren't fucking him, at least from what we know now. We haven't heard about any of these sex workers having sex with Diddy or Diddy performing sexual acts on the sex workers, but we're hearing that Diddy, like, not only would he tell them what to do and how to do it, and if it'd be like, hey, role play like you just met him at the airport. And if he didn't like, he'd be like, stop, y'all trash, stop. No, stop. We need more baby oil, baby oil, baby oil. Add some baby oil. Take that, take that. So he was doing it like he was directing the scene. Like, this isn't like Martin Scorsese type of shit. So he's doing some shit like that. And, shit, you know, apparently the sex worker kind of looks at him and he barks at the sex worker. Like, yo, don't be fucking looking at me. So I guess he likes to watch the sex worker fuck Cassie. But if the sex worker turned back around and be like, let me look at Diddy maybe for approval, or maybe that nigga gay too, I don't know. Diddy would bark at him, don't look at me, look at her. Fuck her and look at her while I look at y'all. So it's given this idea, and by the way, I hate that term is given, but it's putting out there this idea of Diddy was fascinated and obsessed with this control. He wanted control. Very interesting, right? This is outside. Okay. Very, very interesting, people. Can't even lie to you. This is very, 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 very interesting. Okay. We're just kind of waiting. We're waiting on new updates. By the way, thank you guys if you guys are all watching. Okay, so here's another update. It says, have you seen him in 10 years? So they're talking about this other sex worker that this one dancer turned sex worker met. The male dancer said no. He says, did it seem like you were not the first person there? The guy says, yes. There was half-used Astroglides and towels on the floor. He says, after the $100 bills, he said, did you see them again? The male dancer says, I couldn't do it again. I couldn't do it, okay? So it looked like this was one of the male dancers that said, after a few, like, you know, dealings with Diddy, and also he started to realize, like, whoa, what's going on here? Like, there's other guys coming in. They got me using lube that another guy done use. Like, I don't want to do this no more. The male dancer claims they couldn't do it. Also, remember, this guy said he didn't take drugs, and that Diddy would instruct him to take drugs. Like, nah, nigga, you gonna take this fucking Molly, nigga. You gonna take that goddamn Molly, bro. Okay? And then you gonna dick down my bed. Okay, this kind of It's a little crazy, but that's what happens, right? Comey then says, hey, what did you get paid when you couldn't perform? Now we don't know what that means. Maybe he had a limp dick, ED, I don't know, erectile dysfunction, I don't know. The male dancer said, nothing, but I never asked for money. I was happy to get involved with people with such notoriety, but after I seen Combs hit Cassie, okay, so that's what he's talking about. So he said he's seen Combs put his hand on Cassie. He said he could no longer do this anymore. Wow. Chat, once again, welcome, welcome, welcome. If you're watching on any platform, it shows me here, we got like 32,000 people up in this junk. I would like for you to make an account, whether you're watching on Kick, whether you're watching on one of my YouTube channels, on Facebook. We're not gonna go live on. We're gonna go live on Twitter when we're nearing a verdict. I only go live on Twitter for special occasions. So when we're nearing a verdict, we'll go live on Twitter. But other than that, I want you guys to make an account. Please hit the follow button. We're gonna be keeping you up with all the details day by day as this progresses. By the way, just keep in mind that there are no cameras in court, in federal court, so we're kind of relegated here to get third-party testimony of what they seen in court and also read the tweets. And by the way, this guy, Inner City Press, very splendid, outstanding guy. He did a good job. I've been following this guy since literally, I think 2018. He did the whole tweet of 6ix9ine's trial. He's been pretty accurate. We don't even know if he likes these people or not. He's very unbiased. He tweets like a transcript. I like it. So if you guys are watching here and you are just trying to get the update of what's going on, we're doing it at the minute. Again, it would be great if we could watch this. Obviously, certain shit wouldn't be shown if we would be able to watch this. And if you're wondering for some random questions that, if you're just joining here, what those questions might be. If you're wondering, hey, well, are they going to show the freak off videos? Yes. And by the way, we're hearing about some of these things that would be freak off videos now. We're 2 witnesses in. The first witness was the security guard that was working at the Intercontinental Hotel. He was not the person who sold the video, but he was offered money by Diddy to sell the video. He claimed he recorded it to show his wife. He said he had a physical situation with Diddy where he pushed him up against the wall after Diddy accused him of recording him. He said he asked Cassie, because he broke it up, asked Cassie, do you want me to call the cops? This is after the infamous video where Diddy hits her over the head, drags her. She says she didn't want cops to be called. Brian Steele, who is Diddy's defense attorney, we all know him from Young Thug, he just got on the case and he tried to take it to task to say, how come we're hearing about new details that wasn't in your report? You never said that Cassie turned down offers about you involved in law enforcement. There was never no law enforcement involvement. Diddy paying for this was all about him trying to control a PR nightmare rather than obstructing justice in the sense of preventing a law enforcement body of getting the video. There was no law enforcement body. Also, why you never said that you saw multiple men in the room with Diddy? Why we're only hearing about this 9 years later? Keep in mind, it happened in 2016. 9 years later, Diddy's on trial for sex trafficking and RICO, among other things, in prostitution with travel. So thank you guys for tuning in. We're going to do as best as we can to try to get you all the information about this. So the next tweet happens to be, I think we're waiting for it. We're waiting for it. Okay, so this guy basically says he never really asked for money, even though he was given money. But I guess he was saying, after the first time, which he thought was going to be a dance, then he ended up fucking Cassie. He says that when they would require his services afterwards, he wasn't asking for money. He was just happy to be fucking with people of notoriety. He says the reason why he stopped is because he saw Sean Combs hit Cassie. He also said he started realizing things were getting a little bit weirder because he would realize that he's not the first guy that would come to the room during this 10-hour, sometimes multi-day freak-off session, so he wasn't the first person to fuck Cassie. He would come in, they would give him lube, or he would see lube, but the lube was already half used, and they're like, what the fuck? Now, it's kind of interesting. None of these people are mentioning that they think Diddy was having sex with her, which that's striking me a little bit as odd. Again, I understand this cuckery shit and all that, but you're telling me Diddy never wanted to fuck her at all? It was just all about him whacking off to this power and control that he had over her to be able to make her role play and basically have live porn in front of him. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I can't understand Diddy's, kinks or whatever, but it appears that that's what's going on, right? Holy. Okay, so we are waiting for the next tweet. And we do have it. It says, what was Mr. Combs saying as he met Cassie? The male dancer said, bitch, when I tell you to come over, you come over. I didn't know what to do. AUSA says, did you intervene? The male dancer says, no. I knew that the changes there were bodyguards. Or I knew that the chances there were bodyguards. So I guess he's saying, yo, he heard Cassie getting verbally abused by Diddy. He didn't say nothing, and they're saying, well, why didn't you intervene? He said, well, I thought there would be bodyguards or other people, so I ain't say nothing. There was an objection that was made, right, by the defense. We don't know if it's Donaldson who's been making the majority of the objections, but there was an objection made, and that objection was sustained, which means that the judge agrees that because, this guy's getting into speculative land, meaning, the AUSA says, why you intervene? And the person says, well, I knew there was chances there might be bodyguards. No, just testify to what you know, not what you think. Even though technically they're asking him, why didn't he intervene? Him speaking to the possibility of bodyguards, that's where the objection is probably going to say, get off of that. It's not about what you think. It's all about what you know or, what you could testify to seeing, right? So, again, we will see. By the way, I see somebody in the comments here saying he would have done it for free. He said it doesn't sound like coercion. He sounds like he was happy to do it. Well, this guy is a sex worker, or we're going to call him a sex worker. He was initially a dancer. He isn't, okay? He isn't claiming that Diddy took advantage of him. From what we know, none of the male workers are actually claiming that they were victims of this sex trafficking ring. If anything, they're saying we were just doing our jobs. This guy is just saying that I never got paid for the majority of these sexual escapades. And the reason why I didn't get paid is because I was enjoying it. That's what they're pretty much damn near saying, okay? They're saying that they were willing participants, and but they did notice that the dynamic between Diddy and Cassie seemed either aggressive, Diddy was shouting, or Diddy was doing a lot, okay? Very interesting to know. Okay. Okay, so we're here. We're waiting for the next tweet. Again, I think we're gonna see who actually talks to this sex worker on Diddy's side. We're gonna get cross-examination. I would imagine maybe Mark pops in, but let's see if Brian Steele does the heavy lifting again. Someone has to speak to this person and do cross-examination to try to debunk some of the stuff of what they're saying. Because, again, what this guy's story has been, yo, I came over to dance. They wanted me to fuck her. At first, Diddy had this thing kind of covering his face, but I could tell it was Diddy because I heard the voice. And then later on, as the more I came over, Diddy would just greet me with no disguise on. Keep in mind, there was disguise worn by Diddy. Like he had facial covering, bandana that was only showing he had a hat on, and bandana below here, so you couldn't tell. But they said he could tell by the voice. Also with Cassie was wearing a wig. So Cassie was wearing a wig. Let me go up there. I could show you. So Cassie was wearing, here we go. Cassie was wearing, here we go. Hold on. Yeah. It says the man had a white robe on with a bandana over his face, below his eyes, and a baseball cap. From his voice, I recognized that it was Sean. It says she was in a room, that's Cassie, in a red wig, stockings, and sunglasses. So it looks like Diddy kind of understood that they had some incredible notoriety, but he was trying to get these kinks off with regular people and people who probably, were new, right? Because it doesn't seem like he was trying to have the same sex worker fuck her. It seems like he was like, he wanted new people to fuck her. But he didn't want them to know that's Cassie and Diddy. So she would wear sunglasses, a wig, and whatever to disguise her. And he would be like, which I ain't gonna lie, like, that's some crazy shit, but whatever, bro. Yo, who tweeted this, man? Yo, Ellis Coat, man. Fuck you, nigga. Yo. Oh, boy, man. I love y'all. I love y'all, though. It's all good. All right. Okay. We're still waiting on the next tweet. And I'll tell you when we see it. Okay. So now, here we go. Comey then says, what next? He said, are y'all ready to continue? AUSA says, did you try? He says, I don't recall. He says, did you see them again? He says, I thought I developed some sort of friendship with Cassie. I may have been speculating. Okay? All right, people. All right. We're here. It's 4:05. I think court is going to let out at 5:30 or 5. So this person might be sequestered to the next day to come back and finish off testimony. I think Brian Steele going to do a number. Brian Steele going to try to drop 35. He going to be balling. He going to be up in there just, you know what I mean? So we're going to see what he got to say. But this person is, remember, the feds are trying to prove sex trafficking. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to prove sex trafficking. And in trying to prove sex trafficking, they're trying to prove that these, what you might see later on video, we're not going to see, but it's going to be shown in court that Cassie was like fucking, you know, super happy. They're saying, number one, she's off Molly. Molly makes people feel euphoric and make them feel a false sense of happiness. So that's number one. Number two, they're like, because she had to please this guy, or she was trying to please him, she looked like she was having fun, but she wasn't. She was actually being sexually assaulted, and also she was being coerced in a sex trafficking way. So in them trying to prove that, they're talking to the sex workers. Yo, so what happened? Say, yeah, nah, I would come over and do whatever. Yeah, I thought me and Cassie were cool, but I'm also seeing every time I'm around, Diddy saying shit to her like, yo, bitch, when I tell you to come over, you come over, okay, right? He said, bitch, when I tell you to come over, you come over. He said, I didn't know what to do. So they're kind of describing like this like controlling, forceful relationship where Diddy is talking to her so crazy, and Diddy is seemingly almost making her and forcing her to do these things, as opposed to it being like their kink and she wants to do it. So it's helped painting that government picture of, nah, this wasn't two freaky individuals that were swingers doing their thing. This was Diddy who was making everything happen. He would say, yo, listen, stop. Y'all not doing the role playing right. Fuck that. All right, just put your dick in her mouth, all right? All right, piss on her face. Or you'll be like, yo, stop, man. It's not enough baby oil. Yo, get the baby oil. You know what I mean? And also, the person is testifying and say, yo, well, we'd come over, and all of a sudden, we're like, yo, was other people here fucking this girl? Because the lube, the Astroglide, right? It's not full. It's not a new one. It's like a little bit, I don't know. So it looks like it's kind of setting up this idea that it's setting, yo, who the hell? Yo, stop trolling me, bro. Stop trolling me, chat. Where's this picture from? Why I look so mad? Chat, why I look so mad, though? Chat, why I look so mad in here? Y'all look so mad like Diddy ain't invite me, huh? Like, Diddy, why you ain't invite me, gang? You got everybody smashing cats, why you invite me? I'm playing. Jokes. Okay, this is a serious case, by the way. Cool. So the dude says he thought he had some type of friendship with Cassie. The male dancer then says, I went there. I heard him slapping her. He walked out in a towel. She ran to me. I said, why are you staying with this guy? Donaldson, Xavier, says, objection. The judge said, what grounds? He says, this is hearsay. It says, overruled. The male dancer says, she said it was okay. Now, we don't know if this is the male dancer who is from supposedly the event at the Intercontinental Hotel, right? Because now we're hearing he walked out in a towel. So this might have been the actual sex worker in the room. So I was thinking they were off of this hotel incident. Looked like they found the sex worker who they believe was working in that hotel fucking Cassie. And also they're saying that when the dude came in, the dude was probably noticing that there was lube that was open, and he felt like he wasn't the first person there, meaning that this was like an hour-long sex orgy, freak off, wild king night, whatever you want to call. and other niggas that came through to fuck Cassie before, and he witnesses Diddy slapping up Cassie. So it looks like this is still about the intercontinental shit. Holy shit. Okay. Somebody said hearsay is accepted in federal court. Not from my understanding. That's the grounds to object. But let me see. He said, I went there. I heard him slapping her. Yeah, this is his personal account. So you could say it's hearsay, but you're asking him for what he observed or heard. He walked out in a towel. She ran to me. And I asked, why are you staying with this guy? Now, I think the objection is meant to be he can't speak to why she was staying with him. That would be hearsay. I think that's what it would be. But he could tell his side. Now, if he was going to continue after that, say, well, I think she was staying with him for the money. That's hearsay, 100%. Get that out of here. You can't say that in court. So the ground was hearsay, but it was overruled. And the male dancer said, she said it was okay. Oh my God. Yo, could y'all stop? Y'all are polluting the feed, man. Y'all polluting the feed. We covering a serious case. This is not about me. I do still think I'm top 10 memeable person of all time. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm definitely top 10 memeable person. Like, this was a great, yeah, look. Pause. Ooh, extra pause. Ew. That's gay. Felt like I was in the freak off just now, man. Pause. Anyway. All right, anyway, fuck. Yes, so somebody's right. So this was the guy in the room. Yeah, so it looked like they found the guy. Okay, we're waiting, chat. We're waiting. AOC Comey says, nothing further. The judge is saying let's break before the cross. Okay? So there's going to be a cross. It looks like there's probably going to be a 10, 15-minute break, and they're going to allow like a 30-minute cross from the defense team, and then they're going to call it for the day. Okay? This is still an explosive day. We're finding out that Diddy had Cassie getting piss in her mouth. Bro, I ain't going to lie to you, bro. This is... Here's the thing. If I have to give my opinion about what I'm hearing, I'm not in court, by the way. I'm reading all these things. I'm kind of getting the energy from what other people are saying. The worst part about this case is the freaky shit. I still can't tell if maybe Cassie wasn't with this. It's just that everything I hear, I'm like, ooh, why would you do that to a girl you like? And that's the problem for Diddy. Because to the normal people, if you love a woman, you wouldn't want another man peeing in her mouth. You wouldn't want different men just showing up, banging her out, dick all up in her stomach. You wouldn't, like, certain things like are abnormal. And I don't think that's evidence of sex trafficking. That's evidence of either weirdo behavior or evidence of a nigga who's a freaky ass nigga. However, sex trafficking kind of becomes, if you too freaky, you probably did that too. From the minds of a regular citizen. Now, I'm pretty sure it's going to be war when they're going to give out the jury guidelines to deliberation. Because, yes, everything we heard sounds mad freaky and like, ew, why would you do that? Like, ew, pee in her mouth, ew. Yo, these guys, like, he was telling these guys, like, no, they wanted to use a condom. Diddy would say, fuck that, no condom, fuck my bitch raw. That's what Diddy was on. Like, that kind of sounds like, bro, if you're doing that, you probably did sex traffic. But that's not necessarily the definition of sex trafficking. This is what makes this case really hard. Because Diddy was doing so much kinky, weird shit to the regular public that it's easy to conflate with sex trafficking. And here's the thing, it's easy to assume these people weren't with it. Because we're going to say, who the fuck wants to get pee in their mouth by random dudes? You know what I mean? I know some freaky bitches who lets you do some shit like that. I ain't gonna lie to you. I do know some bitches like that. But by some random dude, if you're the one screaming out, no fucking condom, and a woman has to put her health and everything at risk to fuck some random dude raw, it makes it easier for the point to be made that, no, these women and people weren't with it. Diddy did this against their will. Okay, I know they're going to come outside in a second, I think. Let's see. They're going to come outside in a second, I believe. And this update. So this next update, we're going to get supposedly like a little breakdown, but holy shit, man. Once again, we are sending our prayers for Tory Lanez. And by the way, this is one of the hotel guards who's saying, by the way, this is the guy now, Israel Flores. This is a drawing of him. And this is what he claimed. Supposedly, in the longer video, he comes out of the elevator and responds. This was on the 6th floor. He recorded the video for his wife, but apparently he didn't take the money. I know he feels stupid now. Somebody else took the money, and they took $100,000 supposedly, or at least a lot of money. This was the family, I think, coming back from lunch. I think this is the family coming back from lunch. Let's see. Who is this that's walking with the walker? By the way, chat, shout out to everybody on the King Academics page. We have over 17,000 people over there. We have 6,000 that's rocking in the Academy chat. And, of course, we have about 2,000 people rocking over at Rumble. And I believe we got like 1,000 over at Kick. Shout out to Kick, man, our newest platform. We just got on there. It's our 3rd day out here, tight shit. You know what I mean? Tight shit. Anyway, I think this is...
Lisa, how are you? It's TMZ here, sorry. Well, you look great nonetheless.
Yo, she turned away like, he didn't get away from me. Who is that?
Misa, how are you?
Now, Misa Hilton is I believe who's Misa Hilton? Misa Hilton. No, that's not Misa Hilton. Is it Misa? Diddy? That's the mother of Sean Diddy's, that's the mother of Justin Combs. Is she the one with a walker? Or is she this person right here? This is Misa right here, right?
It's TMZ here, sorry. Well, you look great nonetheless. It's good to see you.
Oh, this is Justin.
Don't block her way. If she needs to walk, create a space.
This gotta be Misa then, right? Yo, everybody, I would imagine this is some type of attorney or somebody involved in law.
Misa, if you don't mind me asking.
Wait, I thought Misa was younger. How old? How old is Misa? Oh, she's 52. Okay. Oh, she has a walker?
Give us some more space.
Misa, if you don't mind me asking, what happened? You look good nonetheless, but is everything okay with you? Well, you look good.
There's a pole. What's the hell going on?
Give her space.
Clear that.
This gotta be them coming back for lunch.
Stay back. Yes, stay back.
Guys, just hold the line. Clear that. Clear that path. Clear the path.
Diddy Cole. Tell P. Diddy to give it to God.
Okay, people.
I think Mom talked.
All right. Let's get back to it a bit. I don't know how long that break was. It was supposed to be short. It should be like a water break. It shouldn't be lunch. So they should be back very expeditiously. Let's see. Okay, they took a break. This break is still continuing. Let's see if this has came back. Let me see. Let's go to long crimes. Yeah, I don't know if there's enough time for the reporters to go outside and go live and shit like that. All right, here we go. Yeah. So this is outside. Doesn't look like people are going outside. Even though this is one entrance, there's another entrance too. Yeah. Wow.
Opening statements have a...
Let's start first with the government. They took about 45 minutes going through their opening statements. They said specifically, this is not a case about a celebrity's private sexual preferences. They instead allege that he drugged and threatened these women, that he kidnapped one of his employees over an incident. One specific night they began their opening statements highlighting this one specific night where they say that he was jealous of Cassie, and so that he essentially picked up one of his employees with his gun overnight and tried to find Cassie and a man that he believed that she was sleeping with. He said that he was going to kill this man, and this is part of the kidnapping part of these allegations. Then they say when they went through all of these different experiences that they are calling freak-offs, where they say that Sean Combs forced these women to have sex with male escorts over and over again, that he drugged them and that he kept them in hotel rooms for days, that he abused them, and that in order to keep the public from seeing these injuries, he also kept them in hotel rooms for days. And so that was the bulk of their testimony, going through each of these women, talking about the allegations in graphic detail, and telling the jury that they are going to hear from them on multiple different issues. We're likely going to get this first witness today, and that is going to be a male escort. So we're going to hear about those incidents in graphic detail. They say we're going to watch some of these videos of alleged freak-offs, and that we are going to hear and see text messages and things of that nature, so we can see the real-time examples. Now, when Diddy's team got up, they started by talking about his history, and when they finally mentioned his name about 5 minutes in, he stood up. He was dressed in a gray sweater, black glasses, his mother, his children sitting behind him in the first row. He stood briefly as his name was mentioned, and for the entire time that these opening statements were going on, he sat propped up in his chair. He wasn't slumped back with his hands clasped in. He was leaning forward a little bit, really paying attention to everything that these prosecutors, the defense was saying, but also watching the jury directly. He positioned himself to be facing the jury in that moment. Now, what his team is saying is that he is a domestic abuser. He did assault these women. They are not negating that. But what they're saying is that that is not what these charges are, that beating up your girlfriend, beating up other people does not amount to sex trafficking, RICO charges, or transportation. They're saying essentially that his sexual preferences should be kept behind closed doors, that it is nobody's place to judge them, and that essentially anything that he did, while indefensible, is not part of these charges. So they're really trying to split the hairs here and say that you're going to see these horrible videos. You're going to see a lot of things that are really going to bug you to your core, but that you have to put that aside, because they are saying that that is not what this case is about. They say Sean Combs has a temper. When he drank and did the wrong drugs, he got violent. He was out of control. They say they're admitting that up front, that he's not charged, they say, with being a jerk or being mean, that violence is not part of these charges. And so it's really interesting how they are walking these lines, and they really tried to walk the line with blaming the victim in the beginning, in these opening statements. They didn't go that far, but they alleged that the women that you're going to hear from in this testimony, they say they're strong women, that they're women who had free will, that they could have left at any time. And they said that these women were able to get things from Sean Combs that they wanted. They essentially are saying this is all about money, that he paid their bills, he made sure they drove nice cars, lived in good houses, had spending money, went on private planes, on nice vacations. They're saying that they could have left at any time, and that instead they were able to benefit from Sean Combs. And that's why even somebody like Cassie, who filed that suit first and was able to be paid, they are essentially criticizing her. Now, when we hear from Cassie, could be today, it definitely will be this week. She's one of the first few expected to testify. She is pregnant, and she is pregnant with her third child, something that they made sure to mention, that she's married to someone who Sean Combs introduced her to. So you can see how the defense is really going to try to weave this thread, essentially, that they say these women were willing participants in their own sex lives.
Scripps News national correspondent Alex Miller in New York for us. That was a lot to get through. So much happened this morning. Thank you for being so detailed. It's like we were there with you in the courtroom. Thank you for your reporting. We look forward to talking to you all week as you follow this through.
Okay. Look like they're still on break. Yeah, they're still on break. It should be returning shortly though. Yeah.
And that has a big impact on jurors. The everyday person sees that, and you're not covering up innocent behavior. You're not covering up non-criminal behavior.
Yeah.
And it's significant evidence.
Well, Tenny Garagos, who's his defense attorney, in her opening statement said, on bribery, this is about the Intercontinental Hotel. He paid a security guard to make the footage go away. This was solely to prevent bad publicity for Combs and for Cassie. There was no law enforcement investigation. What do you think about that?
Well, you got to be careful with that, because I'm not so sure that's true. If it is true, then it's a great argument. But it begs the question, the reason that there's no law enforcement investigation, because the tape went away and you shut her up. So if I'm the prosecutor, I'm going to have a lot to say about that. That it was everything about getting rid of evidence so he would not go to jail on a state court domestic violence case. And it would also allow the government to say, I heard the defense up here talking about how this is domestic violence. Well, there's a reason it didn't get prosecuted, because he got rid of all the evidence and he shut her up. So, it's going to go back and forth like this for 2 months.
It really is. It really is. And we just got an update from court. So Mr. Flores says, and again, first witness of the Sean Combs trial. This is somebody who had worked at the Intercontinental Hotel as a security guard. He's currently a LA police officer. So he was a security guard at the Intercontinental back in 2016. He says, there I recognize Sean Combs. He is there wearing a gray sweater. The prosecutor asks, what was your title? He replies, Assistant Director of Security. The prosecutor says, let me show you a photo of the Intercontinental Hotel. The Flores says it's shaped like a pyramid, and that exhibit has been admitted. So they're using him to lay a foundation for some of the evidence that's going to be put forward here. I have a question from Alicia Velgos. Is Jennifer Lopez being subpoenaed?
Oh, that's
probably unlikely, right?
I can't imagine.
Because what would be the value of her testimony? What would she say?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't think J-Lo would be subpoenaed. If the freak-off started when he dated Cassie, clearly when he was with J-Lo, even if he was cheating, he had some more respect for her than trying to put her with random men who would pee or urinate in her mouth. Like, J-Lo seemingly wouldn't go for that. Also, the only reason why I would think that J-Lo would be subpoenaed or be in this trial is if they were really trying to look into Diddy having that gun in that New York City nightclub. Jennifer Lopez is integral to that story because supposedly she brought the gun in the club in her purse. And that would be important if she could testify to that. But we're not hearing anything about the 1999 club shooting or whatever it was with Diddy. All we're hearing about is the sex trafficking stuff, and it pretty much starts around the time he starts dating Cassie, which I believe is around 2006, 2007, or 2008. So it appears that all those other things, whether you want to think about Tupac getting killed, some people feel he got something to do with that. None of those things are coming into play. The only thing coming into play is Cassie, another woman named Jane Doe, and all the incidents that happened seemingly pretty much with women, and even the Lil Rod situation, which a lot of people have heard a lot about. He's in court, right? Suppose he's in court with his lawyer, but he's not seen or being called as a witness from what we know. He's not seen as a victim, and he's not being called as a witness. So we're going to see how that goes. By the way, they are in civil litigation. Diddy and Lil Rod, so maybe they have their interest there. So they're showing up to court. Also it's a good PR thing. We have a case with this motherfucker already. Let's show up to court. Who knows?
I don't think that's going to happen. It would be great for us, but I don't think that's going to happen. It certainly wouldn't be great for Ms. Lopez. So I wouldn't anticipate. I think we would have heard about that one loud and clear pre-trial if that was happening.
It seems that the prosecution wanted to be very specific with how they charge this. I mean, if you look at all of the allegations Sean Combs has been facing in the last 2 years, year and a half, if they wanted to potentially charge him with everything into one case, I think we would need years to get through it. They're very specific in what they charged him with and also what they didn't charge him with and who they're going to call and who they're not going to call, right?
Yeah, and you don't want to open up the door to weak evidence or to weak allegations. You know, you do it like they've done it with, you know, with a silencer as opposed to a shotgun. Because when you do it broadly and you do it, you know, with a kind of a broad-based brush, the defense can have a ball with it, cutting it to pieces. I think the way they've charged it is smart. Whether they've overcharged it with racketeering, we're going to find out.
Got a question from Vanessa. How long do you think the trial will last? We believe it's going to be 8 weeks, which is a significantly long time. I mean, tough for a jury to sit on any case, let alone a high-profile case like this, let alone with the evidence they're going to be seeing. 8 weeks. That's no wonder you needed 6 alternates, right?
I'm going to say something, though. You know, we got a jury this morning. They opened, we're into witnesses. I've had experiences, a lot of experiences in federal court as opposed to state court. You know, everybody has the mind and memory of the Simpson trial, which, you know, lasted forever. It's a state court prosecution. Federal court cases don't go like that. And sometimes when they estimate 8 weeks for a federal case, suddenly 8 weeks turns into 6. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a little less than the time period they're projecting.
Well, we'll see. You know, they're going to be taking off for certain holidays as well and things like that. And obviously there could be some issues that delay trial. 8 weeks, long time. Question from Kaylee. Kaylee? Sorry, I'm mispronouncing it. My question is if Sean Combs is found guilty, what does that mean for all that have been implicated? Do they get charged? Now, that wouldn't be the first time, Brian, that we see a prosecution of one individual first that potentially leads to the arrest and indictment and prosecution of other people.
Yeah, you do see it. You see it in cases where people are convicted and then they roll on other people. I don't envision that here. They had plenty of time to make decisions about charging other people. Unless something happens during this trial in the way of additional evidence coming in or witnesses making declarations that weren't anticipated, I'd be stunned if we got more people prosecuted out of this unless there was some kind of effort made on the part of Diddy after the fact if he were to be convicted to cooperate, which I don't anticipate at all.
By the way, Brian, the reason we're having this in-depth conversation right now as the court is in session and we're providing live updates, there are no cameras in federal court. Why are there no cameras in federal court? Why is there no audio generally permitted in federal court? What's the rationale here when you have state courts across the country that do permit it?
Yeah, and I practice in a state court that doesn't. The federal courts just universally have a belief that cameras in the courtroom can have a disastrous effect on juries and courtroom proceedings, that jurors can be compromised, that jurors can be exposed to things that they shouldn't be exposed to. And they're very protective of the jury system. The flip side of it is these are public trials. And particularly in cases like this where the public cares about it and wants to know, I've always had the view that they ought to be able to see it because people can be distrustful. And sometimes things happen behind closed doors that, jurors may benefit from the fact that there isn't any cameras, but people, the citizens, don't. So I don't think we're ever going to see it change. I wish it would. And for those state courts that don't have it, like Pennsylvania, I wish they would put the cameras in there so everybody can see how the sausage is made.
And we can see more of Brian McMonagle, because who doesn't want that at the end of the day? We all want to see Brian McMonagle a little bit more.
Well, that would be the reason not to, perhaps, but or my family would disagree with you.
So we have another update from court right now, because it's currently in session.
All right. So I think they should be back out of that break. Are they? So no, during the break, the male dancer witness is named Daniel Phillip, not Phillips, as it first sounded like. The judge has now welcomed everybody back. It says, welcome back. It says jurors. So, but can I have a lawyers for a sidebar? So they're having a sidebar currently. Thank you guys for becoming members. If you guys are watching this on YouTube, I really would appreciate if you guys can make an account. Just hit the subscribe button. You'll get notifications whenever I go live. We will be covering this daily, every single day, until we get a conclusion. They're saying it's going to be eight weeks. I really don't see this happening in 8 weeks. I think once they get out these main witnesses, which I don't know when they're going to try them out, Cassie and Jane Doe, I think is going to get wrapped up pretty soon unless Diddy takes the stand. I have no idea what his defense will look like. It looks like they're planning to call a bunch of character witnesses, but 8 weeks seems kind of exorbitant. There are going to be some federal holidays they're going to have to work around, but I think it's going to be a month to a month and a half. So 8 weeks would be 2 months. I think between 4 to 5. 4 to 5. Right? Now, I think the reason why they say 8 weeks, they might run into certain issues that need maybe a few days off of court, and the jury is going to be just told, stay home until we figure whatever out, especially when it comes to maybe videos and what's going to be barred, what's going to be allowed, how they're going to be describing certain things. That could be a problem. Also, we should know Brian Steele was just in one of the longest, actually the longest trial in Georgia history, which was a YSL trial. So he's kind of built for the marathon. We will see what happens next. So they're having a sidebar real quick. It's 4:24 p.m. When this happened. But they're having a sidebar. Usually court runs till about 5:30, latest 6. Remember, they started up at 8:20 today. So 8:20 they started up. So currently from 8:20 to 4:20, what's that? That's pretty much already like an 8-hour day, right? Now they did take an hour for lunch, so it's a 7-hour day. So we would imagine within the next hour or so, they're gonna cut this shit. They're gonna cut it, right? Somebody said he better get ready for 20 years. Damn, Cassie was drinking piss, getting fucked by multiple dudes a night. Wow. Somebody said Jane Doe is the Asian girl or Young Miami. Well, let's go to Gina. And Gina Hill, I always fuck up her name. This was her interview talking about Diddy.
Do you mind?
Remember, her whole story was that Diddy made her terminate 2 pregnancies, used to hit and abuse her a lot. She also talked about the jealousy from him, but also looked like she had some jealousy as well.
Telling me what year did you meet him?
I met him February 2014. Well, technically, the very first time I met him was September 2013 because I was at a fight in Vegas and I went to the Palms and he was hosting there. So I kind of met him there, but he says he remembered it vaguely. And then 5 months later, I ran into him again in Miami, February 14, 2014. So that's when we officially met, I guess.
And what was that encounter like? When you met him and you remember him, but he didn't remember you. Of course, everybody remembers Diddy. It's Diddy.
Well, I think he saw me and then he was like, this was at the Palms. He saw me and he asked who was I with, and I pointed to the guy I was with, and he kind of left me alone after that.
Oh,
yeah.
Diddy's Mr. Steal Your Girl. He always meeting a girl that got a man, and then he takes the girl from the man.
Okay. So nothing really transpired during that meeting in Miami?
No.
Okay.
Nothing. So, no. In Vegas.
In Vegas.
Yeah.
Okay. So he was trying to holler in Vegas?
Yes.
Okay.
But then I told him I was with another man, so he kind of left me alone. But then I ran into him again February 2014.
Okay. And this was in Miami?
In Miami.
All right. And so what was that conversation like in Miami when you guys met up again for the second time and you weren't with a man?
I don't think when we met in Miami, I don't think he remember me from Vegas.
Okay.
He doesn't remember that.
Okay.
Until I told him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So what did he say? It was like serendipity or something?
He said he remembers it vaguely, but not really. So, but I don't know. I was with a friend. I was visiting a friend in Miami. She had moved to Miami from Nebraska, and I was visiting her. And we went out the night before I met him. So we were out all night, and me and her, we were with a couple of guys, and they were like, let's go to Puffy's house. So we were just like, okay, whatever. It was like 9 in the morning.
Wow, Puffy's house at 9 in the morning?
I mean, no one was there, but he was up too, though.
Okay.
And so we went to his house at like 9 in the morning, And when I first walked in, I'm very like a chill person.
I can tell.
And so like I could walk into a White House and still be chill, but like inside I'm like screaming, oh my God. But when I came to his house, obviously I was kind of like, you know, I don't know, I guess like starstruck in a way, because I'm from Nebraska, so I'm not around none of this. So but I'm chill though. And he came, so when I came, he was like, you not happy to see me? Oh. You at Diddy's house, that mean you made it.
The cockiness.
Yeah.
Okay, Diddy.
I was like, but yeah, that's
And how old were you at the time?
I was 21 or 22.
Okay. And you're how old now?
I'm 27.
Okay.
Maybe 22.
So a long time.
Yeah.
These dates are crossing over. We'll get into that in a second, okay? We're going to get messy in a second, all right? So you're at the house, you meet Diddy. So obviously he made you feel comfortable. Of course, we've seen it. Diddy seems to be this like very just kind of inspirational, always just kind of over the top, DJ Khaled kind of personality. And so I take it did you guys like hit it off during that initial encounter at his house, or did it take some time?
No, not really. We were there probably for like an hour, I say. And he was talking to the guys that we were with.
Okay.
They were artists, so like they knew each other.
Okay.
So he was like talking to them most of the time. And then by the time we left, I had already gotten the car. And then he like walked over to the car and asked for my number.
Oh.
And so I gave it to him.
How'd that make you feel? Diddy asking for your number?
Yo, chat, could y'all tell me I think she blocked my ass. Remember when we were talking about her like a while back? She blocked my ass. Like, nigga, the only way I could open her page is on incognito mode, dog. She blocked me. Because when I put her shit in Instagram, this one comes up. But her page not deleted. I thought it was deleted. I think we saw that before. Sorry, this page is not available, nigga. Get the fuck out of here. So she blocked me. But she has a story posted. I need y'all to go watch it. Because if she's Jane, go look at her story. It might tell us a lot if she's around the court. If she's around the court, Diddy's fucked. If she's Jane Doe, that's gonna be clipped for Diddy. I ain't gonna hold you.
It made me feel
By the way, I think
I
they
don't
should
know,
be
it made me
back.
feel good, kinda, I guess.
Really?
Bro, who is putting... Yo, this was not at a freak off, bro. Why y'all acting like this is Diddy at the freak off? Stop playing with me, man. What's up with y'all, bro? All right, cool. Let's see if there's any more updates in court. Okay, cool. All right, we do have some updates. Great. So, all right, they have a sidebar. The judge says, hey, listen, Mr. Phillip, that is the sex worker. You're still under oath. David Donaldson says, hey, can I show you a text message chain between you and Cassie? So this is now cross, and looks like Xavier Donaldson, the person who we thought was just an appellate person in the case, he's doing cross. Is this accurate? Dan Phillips says yes. Combs, Donaldson says, so you were working for a service. Phillips says a male review show. And Donaldson says you were a manager, male strippers for women. He says yes. He says, was prostitution prohibited? He says that's correct. So apparently this guy was working as a male dancer, and he was working for a company that was hiring male dancers. They actually banned, and they said prostitution, you can't sell dick, okay? So this guy's admitting, yeah. So he says, so your job was to build it up. The guy said yes and no. He said, I'll go yes. His objection, that's from the prosecutor. He says, sustain. He said, did the company open fake businesses to optimize search results? He says, fake results. It was just fake addresses. It was just SEO. Says, so you went to optimize the lady's experience. The guy says, I have no idea what you mean, bro. What are you talking about? It's just our slogan. Somebody says, not a value judgment, but just an observation. It seems like the government and Cassie don't mind make Cassie look bad as long as it helps them destroy Diddy. Facts coming out at trial paint Diddy in a bad light, but also facts come out and make Cassie look bad. These embarrassing sex stuff is sick. I mean, well, the idea is that Cassie's a victim, so I don't know if it makes the victim looks bad. Like if somebody get R-worded, you don't be like, yo, the details of the R-word made you look bad. It's like, nigga, I got R-worded. I wasn't with it. What are you talking about? So I don't know if that actually holds up. Okay. Somebody typed up a fake response. They said, did Combs ever have sex with Cassie due to freak-offs? No, just another rapper that I could remember. So what's her name? It was Meek Mill. He's a man. Donaldson says, pause. Nah. See, this is somebody faking it. This is not a real tweet. It's not a real tweet. We're waiting on Inner City Press. Okay, people. We are sitting here waiting for the updates. What y'all ate for lunch? By the way, we've been live for 4 hours and 32 minutes. We started around noon today, and we've been live and covering the case ever since then. Tomorrow, we might start a little bit earlier than noon because it seems like they're going fast with shit. So probably we start like 10 a.m. We might not start immediately at 8. We'll start at 10. Then we'll have some backlog of tweets. We could do some other topics and kind of start this off correctly. All right. Let's see. Somebody said they had a fish plate. What's that? Yeah, cheesecake. No Diddy. Did we talk about Tory? We actually did talk about Tory. Okay, here we go. Said Cassie told you to say the name Black? Daniel says yes. Donaldson says, well, your boss told you someone wanted a black man stripper. Phillips says yes. Donaldson says, let me show you. AUSA says, this shouldn't be put on the screen. Take it off, take it off. That's what Donaldson says. So it looked like this might have been like some type of solicitation of how they were getting this guy and probably what that communication was. And looked like, you know, as I said, in pretrial, they must have had to agree what is able to be shown on screen because this is open court. Everybody's going to see it. And again, when you're thinking about people who are victims, you're going to embarrass some of these victims. Like, you're going to make these people look crazy. And obviously the jury needs to see some of this stuff to make a decision, but does everybody else who's in court need to see Cassie naked, having two dick stuff inside her, this and third, or whatever the fuck was going on? It looks like there is some type of sensibility on what could be shown and what should not be, right? So the AUSA did object it to say this shouldn't be put on screen. We don't know what it was, right? Because it looked like it might have been a video. He says, let me show you. We don't know if it meant a video, but it looked like that's what it was. Or may have been a picture. Right? May have been a picture. Gina talked about the abuse. She never talked about the freak-offs. She never talked about Diddy having other men fuck her. What is this?
The fall of Diddy. And that man said that, he said, we coming to bring all the equipment in the bathroom. I'd have been like, what?
Yeah.
I was like, man, don't y'all take that xylophone in that bathroom? Well, why? Hold on, Diddy. Why are we coming in the bathroom to make beats? Like, I'm confused.
Yeah, we both.
It's like when I saw the man talking about he came to.
My boy Shannon up there, he'd be like, yo, why are we going to the bathroom without a 20-year-old snowbuddy? All right, let me see. There was somebody just on Shannon's show, I think. Shannon Sharp. I think it was the Club Shay Shay. And I think they were talking about Diddy. I can't remember. Okay, whatever. Very interesting, Chad. We're just still kind of waiting. We're going to start seeing some more movement here as we kind of approach 5 o'clock. It's 4:49. It's 11 minutes till 5. We're going to start seeing people kind of, there's other courtrooms in that building. We're going to start seeing people kind of file out, and we're going to start seeing some more motion, and outside's going to be pandemonium, even though, again, Diddy won't be released, right? But his family will be walking in and out that building. Okay. So we're kind of waiting on the update. Back to Gina. because where the hell is Gina's shit?
You didn't see him as like this old pervert asking for
No, not at all.
I know, because I see a 50-year-old dude. I'm like, at your age.
I mean, I knew
Like,
he was older than me, but I've always hung out with older people in general, so it didn't make me. It didn't bother me.
Okay. Now, from that time of you meeting him and you give him your number, how long did it take before you guys actually made it official? Well, you made it official, but he was off, of course, doing other things. The way these dates are kind of.
We never okay, let's be official. We never ever had that conversation. We just kind of knew, like we just felt like we were together.
Okay. So you spent a lot of time together.
We did.
Okay. So you were at the house. Did you meet his kids? Wow. Okay. Now, when we spoke the other night, you said that things had gotten so serious that you became pregnant. Not once, but twice, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When was the first
now I be thinking, I'm like, you're pregnant for who? The sex worker or Diddy?
time you became pregnant with Diddy's child?
The first time was October 2014.
Okay. So this was like, what, a year after?
No, not a year, but because I met him in February and then I got pregnant in October.
Oh, so the same year.
The same year.
Okay. And you mind telling me what happened with that pregnancy?
I told him, and he was like, you're gonna get an abortion, right? And then I was like, I don't know. I don't know yet. And then he offered me $50,000 to get rid of it, but I turned it down because I just loved him, and I was like trying to prove that I wasn't the girl that
was
wanted him for money.
Okay.
I just care about him, and I just wanted him to be nice to me. That's it. I was like, I don't want your money. I just want you to be nice to me.
Whether you decide to keep the baby or not.
Mm-hmm.
So would it be fair to say that he was an asshole about it? I mean, offering somebody $50,000 to abort a baby, whew, he must really want it gone bad.
I mean, in the beginning, like the first 3.5 years, he was, like the first 3-4 months, he was really nice. But then after that, he started being an asshole. So like I say, like the first 3.5 years, he was like mean to me.
So when you say mean, describe it.
He was abusive. He was like always belittling me, and always like, he was like mentally, emotionally, and physically abusing me.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We do have another update. So they're now talking about, they said, so she was wearing a wig. They're talking about Cassie. The sex worker says yes. Donaldson says, well, did she hand you money? And says, yes, she handed me $4,000. The question was, so this is before any oil rubbing, any baby oil rubbing. The guy says, correct. He says, she had on heels? And Philip says, yes, and dark glasses. Donaldson says, where did the money come from? His answer is from her hand. So it looked like they're kind of working on this theory, or Donaldson is, as a defense attorney, is saying, so you're saying that you got paid to do a sex act to a woman. The woman paid you. Diddy ain't pay you. The woman paid you. She paid you. She texted you. Diddy was just an observer. How are we saying Diddy's the one who orchestrated all this shit? So apparently, he got paid $4,000 to pee in Cassie's mouth and to dick her down. Don't seem like that much of a hard day at work.
It's not the first time we've heard that. There was an incident, of course, with Cassie, where reporters are saying that the police were called because they got into an altercation. I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Tell me some of the things that he would say to you.
He would always compare me to Cassie and tell me that I'm the bad one and she's the good one.
And he was with both of you guys at the same time.
Yeah. And at one point, like, I was breaking out really bad with acne, and he would be like, he said this a few times to me. He was like, baby, why don't you go see a doctor or something? I don't date women with bumps on their face.
Oh.
Yeah, he would say that to me.
Take a drink. Relax.
The interesting thing about this entire interview, too, look at Tasha K, little lame ass. Tasha K, you could tell this woman, she might have some Stockholm syndrome, because she was even, anything Tasha K told her to do, she would do too. Take a drink. Oh. So maybe it's just, you know, she's a little bit traumatized from maybe like being in control of relationships, that when she's told to do something, she just does it.
Okay. I can tell this is bringing up a lot. We have some tissues. Thank you, Jasmine. Okay. So, of course, that is very, humiliating, especially when you love someone and they tell you that you're not good enough for them.
He would like call me names, like he would call me a hoe every single day.
Another tweet. We got an update, chat. We got another update. So Donaldson says, you were wearing a New York City Police Department uniform, right? They say, yes, I bought a New York Police Department t-shirt. It says, you took the oil off in front of Cassie. Danielle Phillips says, the oil, I took my clothes off. She says, it's my birthday. Okay? By the way, let me Google on the side, Danielle Phillip. Maybe we could get a picture of this guy. Apparently he's a sex worker. Give me 1 second.
A hoe.
Yeah.
Why would he call you? Not that he had a reason, but like in his mind, what do you think prompted him to call you a hoe?
Now that I think about it, I think.
Oh, okay. Hold on. We're getting you some tissue. Oh, I don't want you messing up your makeup. Okay, you look gorgeous. Now let's talk about the physical abuse. If you're okay, are you okay with that? Okay. So obviously you terminated baby one because you loved him. How long after you guys started dating is when did the physical abuse start?
The first time it ever happened, which was not even like that long into the relationship, because I met him in February, and then it was probably like the beginning of May, because we were at Meek Mill's birthday.
Okay.
He had like a mansion party, and we went, but while we were there, I was sitting here, and then Puff, and then Meek, but I was like covered with like a stand or something, like probably says like happy birthday Meek or something like that, but it's like a little stand that like was covering me, because there was like a lot of cameras and stuff there. So it was like me, Puff, and Meek. Puff had like leaned forward to like talk to somebody, say hi or whatever. And so I turned over to Meek and I said, happy birthday. He put his hand out and he was like, thank you. So I reached his hand and shook it. And as I shook Meek's hand, he turned around and saw it, and he got so mad.
Wow.
And then we probably like stayed like 20 minutes after that happened. And then when we got in the car, he like grabbed my hair. We were in the one of those Escalade trucks.
Okay.
So I was sitting on this side, he was on the other side, and he like grabbed my hair and like cussed me out for doing that. He was like, "Why the fuck can I cuss?"
Yeah.
Oh, he was like, "Why the fuck you shaking his hand for?" Like just saying stuff like
it was
that. I
just
was
like
like
a jealous rage.
yeah, I was like, I was
say?
just saying happy birthday, nothing else. I think he thought I was trying to be sneaky behind his back.
Interesting. Another quick update. Now we're talking about the freak off itself. So it looked like they were role playing. This guy came in with a New York City police shirt. He bought the T-shirt. This was the uniform. So Cassie told him it was her birthday. It probably wasn't her birthday. And he said, he took his clothes off. She said it's her birthday. Then Donaldson says, does it appear she's enjoying herself? So it looked like it was a video they were going to play in front of, like on the projector, of Cassie getting fucked. The guy says yes. He says, what was your position? He says, missionary. I was like, did that just happen? He said, did she ask you for a photo? He says, I don't know. I don't know if Sean Combs asked for it. So it looked like he didn't answer the question as he asked. So that's why the judge says ignore that. So it looked like she's either watching a video. This sex worker is either watching a video, seeing a picture, or reacting to now the sex that they had at that particular time. So we're kind of getting into it where they're asking the sex worker, did you think Cassie was enjoying herself? Right? The guy says yes. What was your position? It was missionary. He said, did she ask for a photo afterwards? He's like, oh, I don't know. But he said, I don't know if Sean Combs asked for it. But it's like, the judge is like, that's not what he asked. So ignore that. Interesting.
Because I like reached over when he like leaned forward to talk to somebody else. So he thought I was trying to be sneaky.
And you were how old at this time?
I was 22 probably.
Wow. Okay.
And then he did this. So King Los was sitting in the back.
Okay.
And then when we got to the hotel, it got even worse. And he took one of my heels and tried to throw it at me, and then he like mushed my face and like really hard and made my nose bleed.
Wow.
And the only person that every time me and he like we get into like fights like that, the only person that ever helped me was D-Rock. Everyone else just kind of just allowed it to happen and just like looked the other way.
So most of his entourage were, I guess, enablers.
Like his staff.
Yeah.
Or yeah.
And they wouldn't say anything. They would just watch him.
No, not watch it, but kind of just walk away and just leave us alone and not really step in to stop.
Wow. Now, what made you stay? Because obviously there's baby number 2, and then there's more beatings, according to you, that happened after that, because that was just the first time. What made you stay?
Because I just thought, that he was only being like that because he loved me.
Get you a tissue. I don't want you messing up your makeup, okay? I'm sure you've shed enough tears about this, so.
Cause.
Thank you for the 10 super chats. Ack, how do you trust Drake to be truthful about the K-Dot fade when he lied to you about something as small as whatever? I'll read what you said. Chat, again, I never said Drake couldn't be lying. I'm saying everybody should put their sources out. At least I'm telling y'all the source. I'm saying if Drake is lying, tell me who y'all heard that from, that we could say, that I could go back to Drake and say, yo, Drake, this is what it is. Either you're lying or they're lying. Somebody's lying. That's it. Somebody's lying. That's all I'm saying, chat. Somebody is lying. So I understand you guys are like, oh, Ak, why do you believe him? It's like, all right, cool. Fuck believe in him. At least we're giving up where the source is coming from. How about y'all give up y'all where it's coming from with y'all? Because there's a clear discrepancy, right? Now, if you just want to believe this random source that you don't know just because you don't like Drake, that's already the agenda I can't help you with, right? You're going to just believe somebody just because they're not going to give you no source. They're not going to give you anything. So it is what it is. I'll finish reading the donation, but it says, yeah, he lied something about knowing Stephon Diggs and Javonte's former manager associate Chris, who you spoke to on the stream. Somebody said, turn up the mic. My mic's low? Sorry there, by the way. Jen B. Hey, thank you, girl. She sent in 20 gifted memberships. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Low Life Braid says, yeah, Ak, we gonna see why Meek look like a baby deer in the pool when they expose the Diddy X-Files. Hilarious. Gino Batty says, yo, if you were a sex worker, would you be happy to clap Cassie at the expense of Diddy watching you like you're on The Voice and like he's one of the judges? Oh, my God, that shouldn't be funny. Somebody says, Ak, do whatever you got to do to go to trial tomorrow. So if they show a sex tape you can react to, it's not like I'm going to have a video of the sex tape. What the fuck? Gifted Mind Frames, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. And by the way, he gifted 5 earlier as well, so he gifted 10. Jay Mike did thank you for the gifted membership. King Buck, my boy. Anthony Arnold, my boy. Yeah, we are monitoring the stuff that's going on with Tory Lanez. Apparently, the facility is co-signing that he did get stabbed. They did have to rush him immediately to the hospital, and they called 911. Robbie Atkins says, I'll see you Thursday. I can't wait to see you Thursday, my brother. Appreciate you. Okay. Levy says, Ak, it doesn't matter where the source comes from if your source isn't reliable in the first place. So we're going to believe a source that we can't validate just because you don't want to believe somebody else. That's the problem. Again, I have no problem with saying, well, we don't know who the source is. They're like, oh, we heard from behind the scenes. Who's behind the scenes? I hate the lack of transparency. That's how you usually lie to people, okay?
I mean, I grew up watching my mom get beat by my dad, so that's all I knew. So I just thought it was normal, and I thought it just mean he loved me.
Do you know most domestic abuse victims?
And chat with that, the judge has called it for the day. So this juror who is a sex worker will be coming back tomorrow. Says the judge says we will pick up tomorrow. They have ended court. So they'll be picking up bright and early tomorrow on the Diddy case. So that is all for today on the Diddy trial. By the way, people, if you guys are watching, I appreciate every single one of you guys who have tuned in. I want you guys to hit the follow button, the subscribe button, whatever platform. Make sure you tune in here for all the updates and remarks that we're going to be covering every single day. If I could get my hand on all the exhibits, I will. Obviously, some that showcase either Cassie in precarious positions or in freak-offs, which, by the way, just to let you know, do y'all remember when there was remember when 50 mentioned this, right? Let me not change off of this. 50 Cent, when he said he warned 50 Cent warned Diddy, Cassie, because he said people were trying to sell 50 sex tapes of Cassie when they were beefing. And he said he didn't want it. And he said he hit up Diddy and said, yo, Diddy, just to let you know, they trying to send me pictures of your girl. 50 Cent sell Cassie. They're trying to sell. Here we go. Oh, I can't find it. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? But it was Cassie footage. And he had admitted that, yo, they tried to sell him video. I think that was on the Breakfast Club. Or maybe it was on Big Boy. I think maybe it was on Big Boy.
Knocked down like Oprah Winfrey.
You see how Snoop's respect for Master P is? With the Aaliyah sample? Man, you got certain guys that are their relationships made them so powerful, like in our business, that they can't be moved. Like Dre, I don't think you understand. Like, this is why you've never heard me say anything negative about him. You see what I'm saying? And also connected to like M, because M's our relationship. My Eminem is Dr. Dre is Eminem's. To Eminem to me is what Dr. Dre is to Eminem.
Yeah.
So to disrespect him in any way is just you out of pocket. You're not even following.
My bad. All right, I got it right here. I'm telling you, you can find stuff easier on Twitter than you can on YouTube. It's kind of sad. Look.
Check this out. On the up and up, the nigga Puff, like, he called, we should kick it on telephone and shit after the May shit.
Right.
And the nigga be like, matter of fact, they sent me the girl pictures, like pictures of this girl, like, not the shit that y'all saw. Worse, way worse.
Wow. Oh, you kidding me, yo?
Like penetration pictures and
Nah, come on, man. Come on, Fifth.
all that. And I didn't even, I called the nigga, I said, yo, you fucking with this girl? Like, you like her like that? And he was like, yeah, that's my girl. I'm like, all right, I'm going to send you something. You look at it, you call me back. I sent him the photos, the pictures and everything. And the nigga called back and was like, yo, thanks, man. Yo, I really appreciate that. Yo, where you get these shits from? And I said, like, because they know, like, if something crazy is going on, if they send it to me, I'll make sure it get out there. Like, as far as this 50.com is concerned.
Yeah, yep.
And those other properties. So they sent it to me. But, I really kind of felt like those photographs was not happening because of Cassie. I felt like they was happening because of Puffy.
Right. Oh, wow.
You know what I'm saying? Because when a girl moves from a man and she upgrading, niggas be insecure. You know what I'm saying? They start feeling some kind of way, especially like whoever the guy was she was with in the photos versus where Puffy's at. Because Puffy's, he ain't no slouch, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he's been able to take advantage of all the suckers.
So where did it go wrong, though? Because I know y'all was...
Okay. So this was a 2010, interview with DJ Woo Kid, who I believe was on Sirius at the time. And, yeah, very interesting. By the way, I think 50 has even chimed in today. You know what 50 said? Where is 50? 50 said, Diddy said, he put some statue like kind of peeing and said, Diddy said, in your mouth, shaking my head. Right? He said, I woke up early this morning. This is about Ye. So I woke up early this morning thinking, yo, you can't suck your cousin dick for 6 years and not be gay. Somebody got to tell Kanye. I'm not going to tell him, nope, it ain't my job. Okay? 50 is hell, man. 50 is hell. 50 Cent rapper lives at, what? I haven't spoke to this guy in 23 years. I hear my name is attached to this. I have no association or connection to gangs. I am not gang. And to you tough guys, happy Mother's Day. I don't know what this is. Okay. Yeah, I'd imagine 50's going to do a lot of trolling with Diddy. Supposedly he had also put up, what did he put up? They put some shit up like, yo, he put up Farnsworth Bentley and was like, yo, whatever happened to this guy? Yo, low key, 50 don't point a finger. He point an elbow. I don't know what y'all nigga told me, man. I don't know where that nigga at, man. Look, 50 said, yo, if anybody knows what happened to this guy, LOL. Yeah, this nigga been quiet as hell. Farnsworth Bentley. Farnsworth Bentley Instagram. Let's see what he got to say. Yeah, he ain't posting a while neither. Yeah, it's quiet for him. Yo, his NDA must be blessed. Whatever Diddy paid him off, gotta be lit. Because we ain't hear one thing. He don't do a shade post or nothing. He just go ghost. And anytime there's some new shit about Diddy, he go ghost. He don't say nothing bad, nothing good. He is out of there. Holy. Okay. We do got an update. Let me see. No. Do we have an update? No, this is not an update. Okay, so everybody should be leaving court. Give me 1 second. This was earlier. We didn't play this vlog, but this was before the beginning of the day. Look at Megan Cunniff trying to get it in with this thing. It's I should add, the reason why Inner City is able to tweet so much is that he's not tied to a news org that expects him to write daily stories and update the editors. He's totally independent. Oh, okay, whatever. Let me see. Where's this video from the morning?
Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press. Today, Monday, May 12th, 2025. Well, they said it would never come, but here it is. Today, the opening day, for real, of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. Jury selection was last week, and it was supposed to have, they were actually supposed to make the picks on Wednesday. Then it got pushed to Friday, which we also covered. And they did discuss videos and witnesses, but they did not pick the jury. Somehow, it was decided to do it this morning before opening argument. So it's supposed to be at 8:30. This is being shot right around 8 a.m. And we'll just have to see. We'll begin with Diddy, and we'll end with Diddy over by the courthouse in just 2 minutes from now, more or less. In any event, it should be. The trial begins after all the hoopla, after all the back and forth, after a request for delay, after a team of, I believe, 9 lawyers has been assembled for Sean Combs. And of course, there's the lineup, the so-called 6-pack of white women, as described by Mark Garagos, who's not one of the listed members of the team, but was in the courtroom during jury selection. He's now, I believe, out in California on the Menendez brothers, so it appears. But he was there. After all of this, it began. So we'll get back to that. But there are, of course, other cases, I'm glad to say. One has to do with Robert Menendez, Bob Menendez, Senator Goldbar Bob Menendez. Goldbar Bob Menendez was convicted at trial in this very same courthouse in the SDNY. Actually, maybe in the same courtroom on the 26th floor. He's been putting off his sentencing for some time. First, he put it off for his wife's trial, which was delayed by her health issues. She was also convicted. Now he's asked to put it off again. He got a final week on Friday. On Friday, Judge Stein said June 17th. That's it. June 17th is the day in which he will be turning.
All right, people. All right. Chat, I think we're going to call it here for now. I think I'm going to be back on later tonight for the regular stream. What we're going to do is we're going to be doing these streams about Diddy, obviously, in real time. But, you know, it's going to hamper our ability to cover the rest of hip-hop and the rest of what we need to cover. So if I could try to do 2 a days, I will. Obviously, I know I still got a show to plan, and I'm kind of working on shit for that. I'm trying to get that done. But I don't want to take all the energy that's from this Diddy stream to go anywhere else. So I'm going to call it here. If anything, I know it's 5 o'clock on the East Coast. Maybe like later tonight, 10 o'clock. Maybe 10 o'clock I'll come back, take a little 5-hour break. I haven't eaten. I haven't done anything because I've been up with y'all. Okay, all I did this morning, I got my dogs out, and then I got on stream. So let me take a break my damn self, and then I'll probably come back on here. We won't get into too much Diddy stuff. We'll try to give you an update on Tory later and then cover some other topics that's non-Diddy related. Keep in mind, you guys should tune in every day here. Pretty much we're going to go live at 10 a.m. tomorrow, 10, 11 a.m. tomorrow, where we're going to be covering the trial for the remainder of the day, which is going to be like 5 to 6 hours. And if we can, we'll try to lump in the rest of hip-hop stuff in there. If not, we will have to do a different stream. Okay, chat? So just give me a little bit. I'm going to go, come back to earth a bit, and I will see you guys hopefully tonight. If not tonight, I'm definitely going to see you guys tomorrow in the morning, but hopefully tonight. All right, chat. Thank you guys for watching. If you guys are watching on any different platforms, please make sure you guys tune in. I know I did say we're going to do an extra hour on Kick. We'll probably do it later tonight when I do come back, if you guys choose to come and watch me later again. Thank you guys for viewing. This is the first day of the Diddy trial. We are going to be in for a doozy. Trust, okay? First day. Tomorrow's going to even be wilder. We're going to have the sex worker back on the stand. He's going to be testifying to all type of stuff. We don't anticipate Cassie to be on the stand this week. Also, if you guys can, you know, a little bit of selfless promotion here, but go to Ticketmaster. I have my birthday podcast show that's coming up. I would love if you guys could show up and show out for the boy, man. Just go here, type in DJ Academics. DJ Academics birthday podcast. It's at Gramercy Theater, 2 blocks away from the Freak Off headquarters. Yeah, it's going down on Thursday, and you know I'm hoping to stream everything, but I hope I could see you guys there. Okay, chat. Let me go get some food. Actually, I got some jerk chicken in the fridge. I ain't gonna cap with you, so I'm about to go eat that. Go play with my dogs for a little bit and figure out a couple things for the show, and then if I can, come back at like 10 o'clock. All right, chat. Love y'all. I love y'all. I love y'all. Thank y'all for all the support, even when they try to do a 20v1 versus me. And thank you guys for keeping me on task and on assignment as we kind of cover this Diddy trial. Because, again, that's kind of our bread and butter. Like, we make sure when in times like this, we're showing up and showing out. So, appreciate you guys. I'm going to see you guys later, most likely. If not, absolutely tomorrow at 10 o'clock. All right, chat. Love y'all. Peace. I'm going to see y'all.